Confessor, The Sword of Truth, Book 11, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan. Confessor. Chapter 19. Nietzsche's hand slipped from the newel post and dropped to her side as they started away. The floors, walls, and ceiling of the quiet hallway stretching into the distance were made entirely of polished slabs of white marble. Soft tendrils of gray and gold veining meandered through the marble, giving the entire stone corridor a faintly wispy look. Torches in iron brackets, spaced evenly along the walls, cast the solemn corridor in a flickering light. The dead air carried the heavy smell of pitch and a pale haze of acrid smoke. At varying places along the passageway were other halls leading off to tombs. "It's a dangerous time we are in," Anne said, the sounds of their footsteps echoing off the stone. "We approach the most dangerous place in prophecy that I know of. We approach what holds the potential to be our end." Nietzsche glanced over at the old prelate. "That's why I have to help Zed and then find Richard. At the same time, Six has to be stopped before she can unite all three boxes. She has already shown me how dangerous she is, but if we can find her, Zed might be able to help with handling the witch-woman. I think it might be more important for me to get my hands on Sisters Ulyssia and Armina. They have the other two boxes. If they unite all three boxes of Auden, I don't think that the Sisters of the Dark intend to let Richard have until the first day of winter next year to try to open one of the boxes of Auden. They will certainly try to open them as soon as they have all three. I have this uneasy feeling that we may be running out of time." "I agree," Anne said as they passed a hissing torch. "That is why it's so important for you to be there for Richard. So important for you to help him." "I intend to help him." Anne glanced up at Nietzsche. "A man needs a woman to temper his choices, especially when those choices can change the course of life itself." Nietzsche watched their shadows rotate around them as they passed another torch. "I'm not sure I know what you're talking about." "Only a woman who loves him, who stands at his side, who is trusted implicitly, can be the kind of woman who can be a positive influence. I do love him, and I will stand at his side." "You need to do more than stand at his side, Nietzsche, to be the woman who can have the influence needed." Nietzsche glanced over out of the corner of her eye. "And what influence is it exactly that you think is needed?" "A child needs the strength of a father as well as the nurturing of a mother." She held up her first two fingers pressed tightly together. "Male and female working together shape us, define us, guide us. In this it is no different. A man needs the feminine element in his life if he is to be a proper ruler to guide the growth of mankind. A powerful general without a woman can fight battles and win wars. Jagang can crush those in his way, but he can do nothing more than that. Nothing worthwhile, anyway. Our side, our cause, is different. It takes more not only to win such a war as we face, but the future that we hope to be the result. Richard doesn't simply need someone who loves him, but someone he can love. Living by the sword alone is not enough. He needs that investment of his own emotion. He needs to give love as well as receive it." Nietzsche didn't want to go down this line of argument again. "I am not that woman." "You can be," Anne pressed in a soft voice. "I'm sure that Kaylin is a woman who deserves Richard's love. I am not. I have done terrible things, things which I can never undo. I've walked a very dark path. All that I can do is to fight to stop the evil ideas for which I once fought. If I can do that, then I can earn redemption in my own heart. But I could never deserve Richard's love. Kaylin is that kind of woman. I am not." "Nietzsche, Kaylin is not an option for us. It is pointless to frame it as a choice between you and Kaelin being there for him. She can no longer fill that role. Chainfire took that woman. Only you can fill the role now. You must marry Richard and be that woman for him." "Marry him?" Nietzsche let out a brief, bitter laugh as she shook her head. "Richard doesn't love me. He would have no reason to want to marry me." "Did you learn nothing at the Palace of the Prophets?" Anne clicked her tongue impatiently. "How did you ever get to be a sister?" Nietzsche threw up her hands. "Now what are you talking about?" "Men have needs," Anne shook a finger at Nietzsche. "Attend to them with all your talent as a woman, as the beautiful woman the Creator made you, and he will want more. He will marry you to get it." Nietzsche wanted to slap the woman. Instead, she said, "Richard isn't like that. He understands that love is what makes passion between a man and a woman meaningful. In the end, that is what he will have. You would merely be helping that meaningful passion come to be. A man's heart will follow his needs. Are you so backward as to think that all couples marry for love? The wisdom of elders often creates a better match. In the absence of Kaelin, that is what we must do. It is your job to urge him into your bed and show him what you can do for him, what he is missing, what he needs. If you tend to his passions, his heart will be yours, and he will, in the end, have that meaningful passion." Nietzsche could feel her face going scarlet. She couldn't believe they were having this conversation. She had to change the subject, but she couldn't seem to find her voice. Nietzsche knew that she had Richard's friendship and trust. To do as Anne suggested would violate that friendship and void that trust. Richard was safe in her friendship. The sincerity and shelter of Nietzsche's friendship in some ways qualified her for his love. But to do as Anne suggested would breach the trust of his friendship, and in so doing disqualify her from ever really being worthy of it. "You must not allow this chance to pass you by, child, to pass us by." Nietzsche seized Anne's arm and pulled her to a halt. "Pass us by?" Anne nodded. "You are our link to Richard." Nietzsche narrowed her eyes. "What link?" Anne's face tightened. Looking more and more like the prelate Nietzsche remembered. "The link those of us who teach young wizards need to have with such men. Richard is our leader, not by birth, but by his own ability and force of will to see this through. He may not have set out to become the Lord Raoul, to become the one to lead us in this war, but along the way he grew into that role. He decided that life meant enough to him that he had to fight for his right to live it as he saw fit. He has inspired others who feel the same. It is only because of that that we have made it this far. He is not a boy at the Palace of the Prophets with a Radahan around his neck. He is his own man. Is he? Step back, child, and look at the larger picture. Yes, Richard is our leader, and I am sincere in saying that. But he is also a man who has the gift and knows nothing about it. More than that, he is a wizard with both sides of the gift. Lightning is bottled up in that man. What is the purpose of a sister of the light, if not to teach such men how to control their ability and to— I am not a sister of the light. Anne flicked a hand dismissively. Semantics, wordplay, denying it will not change it. I am not. You are. Anne jabbed an insistent finger against the center of Nietzsche's chest. In there, you are. You are a person who, by whatever course, has embraced life. That is the Creator's calling. Call yourself what you will, Sister of the Light or simply Nietzsche. It matters not. It changes nothing. You fight for our cause, the Creator's cause of life itself. You are a sister, a sorceress, who can guide a man in what he needs to do. I am not a whore. Not for you, not for anyone. Anne rolled her eyes. Did I ask you to bed a man you don't love? No. Did I ask you to trick him out of anything? No. I asked you to go to a man you love, give him love, and be the woman he so desperately needs. Be the woman who can receive his love. That is what he needs. A woman to be the link for his need to love. That is the completing link to his humanity. Nietzsche glared. A minder from the palace of the prophets. That's what you really want me to be. Anne muttered a prayer for strength toward the ceiling. Child, she said, her gaze finally coming down to fix on Nietzsche. I am only asking you not to waste any more of your life. You don't fully grasp what it is you are not seeing. You may think that this is about love, but you don't really know love now, do you? You know only its beginning, longing. The circumstances may not be what you would ask for in a perfect world, but this is the chance the Creator has given you. Your chance to have the greatest joy possible to us in this life. Love. Complete love. Your love right now is one-sided, incomplete, deficient. It is merely sweet longing and imagined bliss. You can't know what love really is unless those feelings within your heart are returned in kind and set free. Only then is it real love, complete love. Only then can the heart truly soar. You don't yet know the joy of that most human of emotions. Nietzsche had been kissed by rutting brutes. There was no joy in such things. Anne was right. Nietzsche didn't think that she could truly understand what it would be like to be kissed by a man she loved, truly loved, a man who loved her in return and held her above all else in his heart. She could only imagine such bliss. What a pity for those who didn't know the difference. Anne opened a hand in a gesture of appeal. If in that joy of complete love for both of you, you can help guide the man you love to make choices that are nothing more than the right choices, what is wrong with that? She let the hand drop. I'm not asking you to cause him to do wrong, but to do right, to do what he himself would want. I'm only asking you to save him from the kind of pain that risks him making a mistake that will take us all down with him. Nietzsche again felt the fine hair on the back of her neck stiffen. What are you talking about? Nietzsche, when you were with the Order, when you were known as Death's mistress, what did you feel like? Feel like? Nietzsche cast about in her mind for an answer to the unexpected question. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I guess I hated myself, hated life. And in your hatred of yourself, did you care if Jagang killed you? Not really. Would you act the same today? Act out of disinterest for yourself, for the future? Of course not. Back then I didn't care what happened to me. What future could there be? I didn't think that I deserved any happiness. I didn't think that I could ever have any happiness. So nothing really mattered to me. Not even my own life. I just didn't think that anything mattered. Didn't think that anything mattered? Anne repeated. She tisked concern to herself before continuing her theatrical dismay at what Nietzsche had said. You didn't think you could have any happiness, and so you didn't think anything mattered. She held up a finger for a point of clarity. You didn't make the same kinds of decisions back then that you would make today because you didn't care about yourself, am I right? Nietzsche suspected that she was nearing the unseen jaws of a trap. That's right. And how do you suppose a man like Richard is going to feel when he finally realizes that Kaylin is lost to him? When the finality of it really and truly sinks in? Will he think that life is worth living? Do you think he will feel the same connection to us, feel the same sense of the importance of life? If he is lost, alone, despairing, despondent, hopeless, if he thinks he can never have any happiness, do you think he will care as much what happens to him? You know what that feels like, child. You tell me. Goosebumps tingled up Nietzsche's arms. She feared to answer the question. Anne waggled a finger. If he has no one, no love, do you think he will care so much if he lives or dies? Nietzsche swallowed, forcing herself to face the truth. I suppose it's possible that he might not. And if he has no hope for himself, will he make the right choices for us, or will he simply give up? I don't think Richard would give up. You don't think he would? Anne leaned closer. Are you eager to put that to the test? Put our lives, our world, existence itself to such a test? The intensity of Anne's expression seemed to have frozen Nietzsche in place. Child, if we lose Richard, then we are all lost. She went on in a soft voice, making Nietzsche feel as if the trap were finally closing around her. You yourself know his central importance. That is why you put the boxes of Orden in play in his name. You know that he is the only one who can lead us in this battle. You know that without him the Sisters of the Dark will unleash the Keeper of the Underworld. Without Richard to stop them, they will unleash death upon life itself. They will end the world of life. They will take us into the great void. Without Richard, we are all lost, she said again, as if hammering the final nail into a coffin. Nietzsche swallowed back the lump in her throat. Richard wouldn't ever abandon us. Maybe not intentionally, but if he goes into this battle alone, having lost love and hope, he may make the kind of decisions that he wouldn't make if he held in his care the heart of a woman he loved. That love could be the stitch that holds the whole thing together, holds him together. That kind of love can be the single thing, the only thing that keeps a man from giving up when he has no strength to go on. That all may be true, but it still does not give you the right to decide his heart. Nietzsche, I don't think. What are we fighting for if not the sanctity of life? I am fighting for the sanctity of life. Are you? Are you really? Your whole life has been devoted to molding others to what you wanted, not to what they wanted. While it might not be out of a hatred for the good, it certainly has been out of your notion of how others ought to live and what they should live for. You molded novices into sisters so that they could serve in the duty you assigned them. You used sisters to shape young men into wizards, who would likewise follow what you believe the Creator wants. Everyone you've had control over has been forced to your vision of how they ought to live their lives and what beliefs they must follow. You rarely let people make reasoned choices for themselves. You often didn't allow them to learn about life. You instead told them what aspects of it mattered and how they would live it. The only partial exception that I know of is Verna, when you sent her away for 20 years. You have been planning Richard's life for hundreds of years before he was even born. You laid out plans for how he must live out his existence, his only life. You, Annalena Aldurin, based on your own interpretation of what you read into prophecy, decided how Richard would spend his existence in the world of life. Now you are planning his emotions for him. You've probably even planned his place in the spirit world. You imprisoned Nathan nearly his whole life, even though he spent centuries helping you to your ends. Even though you came to love him, you condemned him to a life of imprisonment for the crime of what you feared he might possibly do. Anne, what are we fighting for, if it is not the ability to live our own lives? You simply can't decide what others will do or not do. You can't set yourself up as the good version of Jagang, the flip side of the same coin. Anne blinked in sincere surprise. Is that what you think I'm doing? Aren't you? You're deciding Richard's life for him now. the same as you did before he was even born. It's his life. He loves Callan. What good is his life to him if he can't have sovereignty over his own heart, if he must do as you say? Who are you to decide that he must abandon what he wants most and instead love me? How could I be the kind of woman he really could love if I were to manipulate him in the way you want? If I did what you ask, I would automatically invalidate any emotions I created in him, make a sham of any such feelings. Anne looked disheartened. But I don't want you to love him against your will. I only want what is best for you as well. I would give anything to be able to use your urging as an excuse to do this, but I would never again respect myself. Richard loves Callan. It is not for me to replace that love with anything. It is because I love him that I could never betray his heart. But I don't think— Would you be happy to have Nathan's love as a prize for a calculated trick? Would that be satisfactory to you? Would that bring you happiness? Anne's gaze drifted away, tears starting to fill her eyes. No, it wouldn't. Then how can you think that I would be satisfied to seduce Richard at the expense of my self-respect? Love, real love, is something you earn for who you are. It's not a prize for your performance in bed. Anne's gaze searched without settling. But when I took Richard down to the old world, when I took him captive, I wanted to force him to accept the Order's beliefs. But I also wanted to make him love me. To that end, I thought to do something very similar to what you are asking me to do now. Richard refused. That's one of the reasons I so respect him. He was unlike any of the men I'd known who simply wanted me in their bed. I thought I could have him by the same means. He proved that his mind was what ruled him. He wasn't an animal like others who allowed their passion to rule them. He is a man ruled by reason. That is why he is our leader. Not, as you seem to think, because you have pulled the proper strings. Had he given in to me, I would never have respected him in the same way I do now. How could I truly love him if he would have proven such weakness of character? Even if I were to agree to your plan, Richard would not. He would remain the same Richard now as he was then. All that would happen is that he would lose his respect for me. In the end, the plan would fail. It would fail because, ultimately, you failed to respect him as well. But would you really want it to work? Would you really want a man who is ruled by passion rather than reason to be our leader? Do you want merely to install a puppet of your wishes? No, I suppose not. Me neither. Anne smiled then and took Nietzsche's arm, starting her down the white marble corridor. I hate to admit it, but I see your point. I guess that I have been guilty of allowing my passion for doing the Creator's work to get carried away into believing that I alone could decide how that should be accomplished and how others should live. They walked in silence for a moment, accompanied by flickering light and the soft hiss of the torches. I am sorry, Nietzsche. In spite of me, you have turned out to be a woman of true character. Nietzsche stared into the distance. It seems destined to be a lonely path. Richard would be wise were he to love you for who you are, just the way you are. Nietzsche swallowed, unable to bring forth words. I guess that, in all the urgency of everything, I started to forget much the same lesson I'd already learned from Nathan. Perhaps all this really isn't your fault, Nietzsche allowed. Perhaps it has more to do with chain fire and how much of what we knew is being lost to us. Anne sighed. I'm not sure I can blame my actions of a lifetime on a spell that has only recently happened. Nietzsche glanced over at the former prelate. What lesson from Nathan are you talking about? He one day convinced me of very much the same things you have just brought back to my attention. In fact, he used much the same reasoning as you have just used. I misjudged Nathan, just as I have misjudged you, Nietzsche. You have my apology, child, not just for this, but for so much more I have robbed you of. Nietzsche shook her head. No, don't apologize for my life. I made the choices I made. Everyone, to one extent or another, must face life's trials. There will always be those who try to influence or even dominate us. We cannot allow such things to be an excuse for making the wrong choices. Ultimately, each of us lives our own life, and we are responsible for it. Anne nodded. The mistakes that we spoke of before. She laid a hand tenderly against Nietzsche's back. But you have made amends for yours, child. You have come to be responsible for yourself. You have done good. While I've come to see the grievous errors in my thinking, and I've tried to correct my mistakes, I don't think that counts as amends. But I promise you, Anne, if Richard needs anything, he will have it from me. That is what a true friend would do. Anne smiled. I guess you really are his friend, sister. Nietzsche. Anne chuckled. Nietzsche, then. They walked in silence past a dozen torches. Nietzsche was relieved that Anne had finally understood. She supposed that one could never be too old to come to new understandings. She hoped that Anne truly did understand, and that this was not just another strategy, another way to wield her influence over events. Maybe Nathan had actually changed her, as Anne had suggested. To Nietzsche, it felt sincere. It also felt like this had been a conversation with Anne that she had been waiting her whole life to have. Which reminds me, Anne said, in regard to Nathan and the terrible thing I had intended for him just before he helped me come to my senses, there is something important I left down in the dungeons. Nietzsche glanced over at her squat companion. And what would that be? I was intending— Well, 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 a voice said. Nietzsche froze in place, looking up just in time to see 3 women step out of a hallway ahead and to the left. Anne stared in confusion. Sister Armina? Sister Armina wore a haughty smirk. If it isn't the dead prelate. Once again alive, it would seem. She lifted an eyebrow. I believe we can remedy that problem. Anne used her weight to pull Nietzsche behind her. Run, child! It's upon you now to protect him. There was no doubt in Nietzsche's mind who Anne meant. Chapter 20. Having been in countless deadly confrontations, Nietzsche knew that running right then would be a fatal mistake. Instead, she fell back on instinct and lifted a hand over Anne's shoulder, summoning every bit of dark power she possessed. Nietzsche fully committed herself to visiting unrestrained violence upon the 3 women down the hall. In the same bewildering instant that she felt the failure of that dynamic connection and nothing happened, she realized that within the People's Palace her power was, for the most part, useless. The dead weight of dread descended on her. From down the corridor, lightning ignited. The sudden sound within the confines of the hall was deafening. The blazing light of it arcing through the white passageway nearly blinded her. Dark ropes of inky blackness tangled with the flare of lightning, creating a snarling mix that cracked and popped where it touched. Sparks flew. The air burned. So black was the subtractive element that it seemed like a void in existence. In effect, it was. Marble covering the floor, ceiling, and walls ripped open in ragged rifts at the contact. Stone chips shot through the hall, ricocheting everywhere. Marble dust billowed as the air itself convulsed with the violence of the discharge of power. The concussion snuffed the light of several of the closer torches. Despite her power being so diminished that the commitment of force failed, in that instant of connecting with her Han, Nietzsche still had enough use of her gift to feel the familiar shift in her perception of time. Her arms and legs felt like lead. The world within the tunnel of her vision seemed to slow almost to a stop. She could see every bit of stone tumbling as it flew toward her through the smoky passageway. She would have had ample time to have counted them all while suspended in midair. She could see each chip, flake, and speck rotating as it flew. All the while the lightning thrashed wildly, lashing ever so slowly back and forth, leaving a dazzling tracing of afterglow in Nietzsche's vision. The lightning blasted through stone wherever it touched. At the same time as the world slowed, her mind raced, trying to think of a way to stop what was inexorably coming toward them. But there was nothing within her ability to conjure that could stop additive and subtractive magic laced together in such a violent mix. The power of it cut through stone down to bedrock. The air itself sizzled. As the rope of liquid light twisted unchecked across the passageway and dove in front of Nietzsche. Nietzsche knew all too well what was coming. She knew the nature of the three women facing them. She knew the sort of lethal power they had invoked. With no time to scream a command, Nietzsche instead stretched out to grab the prelate and throw her down out of harm's way. She caught the gray dress. Her fingers started the ever-so-slow labor of closing. It was a race between getting a firm grip and the flickering lightning that seemed to be raging out of control. But Nietzsche knew that it wasn't really out of control. The crackling discharge of power jumped sideways and slammed squarely into the short woman. The blinding flash ripped right through her, coming out her back. The impact was of such power that it yanked the prelate from Nietzsche's tenuous grasp. Anne's squat body crashed into the wall with enough force to crack the marble slab. Such an impact would certainly have broken nearly every bone in her body. Nietzsche could see, though, that Annalena Aldurin had been dead before she'd hit the wall. The lightning abruptly cut off. The clap of thunder left Nietzsche's ears ringing. The afterglow burned in her vision. Anne, her dead eyes staring, slid to the floor and fell over face first. A pool of blood grew under her, flooding across the white marble. The three women down the hall, like three vultures perched on a dead limb, stood shoulder to shoulder, watching Nietzsche. Nietzsche knew how they had just accomplished what she could not. They had linked their power. She herself, when they had first been captured by Jagang, had linked her ability with Sisters of the Dark. The three of them had acted as one, and by that means had just managed to use their power inside the palace. What Nietzsche didn't know was how they had gotten in. She expected that at any second the lightning would again ignite, and she would suffer the same fate as Anne. There had been a time when she hadn't cared one way or the other if she died. Now she cared. She cared greatly. She regretted that she would not have the opportunity to fight back before the end. At least it would be swift. Sister Armina smiled a wicked smile.
"Nietzsche, dear, how good to see you again. Bad company you keep,"
said Sister Julia, standing close on Sister Armina's right. A stocky Sister Greta, close on her left, glared. All three were Sisters of the Dark. Sister Armina had been free of Jagang, along with Ulyssia, Cecilia, and Tovi. On their own, those four had ignited chain fire, captured Kalin, and put the boxes of Orden in play. But Sisters Julia and Greta, whom Nietzsche also knew well, had long been captives of Jagang. Sister Armina being with the other two made no sense. Without having the time to consider the implications of those three being together, Nietzsche decided that if she was to die, she would at least try to fight. She abruptly flung an arm around in an arc, casting the strongest shield she could summon, knowing how weak it would be, but hoping it might hold long enough. She bolted in the opposite direction, back toward the stairs. She hadn't gone 3 steps when a rope of compacted air whipped around, sweeping her feet out from under her. She smacked the floor hard. Her shield had proven useless against the power of those 3 linked. She was somewhat startled that they had not used the same kind of deadly power that they had on Anne. Not waiting to contemplate why or for what might follow, Nietzsche rolled to the left and then scrambled to her feet. She dove through an opening into another hallway. Behind, she could hear the 3 sisters running toward her. With simple, empty holes made of smooth marble, there was no place to hide. Nietzsche knew that if she ran, they would simply ignite a bolt of power to take her down. She had no real chance to outrun them and escape the reach of their power, but since they were already running after her, they would probably be expecting her to run, so Nietzsche instead pressed her back up against the wall just around the corner of the next intersection on the side closest to the 3 coming for her. She panted, catching her breath, trying to keep as quiet as possible. From where she waited, she couldn't see Anne's body, but she could see the bright stain of blood running across the white marble floor. It was hard to believe that Anne was dead. She had been witness to the rise and fall of kingdoms and the passing of countless generations over a vast march of time. It seemed she had been alive forever. It was numbing to try to imagine a world without Annalena Aldurin. Although the prelate had not been beloved by Nietzsche, she still felt a pang of grief for her. The woman had finally seemed to come to terms with some of her mistakes. After all this time, after such a long life, she had finally come to have real love in her life. As Nietzsche heard the footsteps rushing close, she gathered her wits. This was no time to grieve. Nietzsche was hardly a stranger to violence and death, but she was not at all used to this manner of combat. As death's mistress, she had been witness to thousands of deaths and had killed more people than she could count or recall, but she had never done it with her bare hands. Now, without her power, that was her only option. She tried to think of how Richard would do such a thing. As the 3 sisters charged around the corner, Nietzsche used all her strength to ram her elbow into the face of the closest woman. She heard teeth snap. Her heart was pumping so fast she didn't even feel the blow in her elbow. Sister Julia was knocked sprawling on her back. Without pause, even as Sister Julia was still sliding across the floor, Nietzsche sprang at Sister Armina, grabbing her by the hair. She used the woman's forward momentum to propel her across the hall and slam her head into the wall. Her skull made a sickening thwack against the stone. Nietzsche hoped to at least knock the woman out, if not kill her. If there was only one sister left standing, she wouldn't be able to use her power any better than Nietzsche could. But Sister Armina was still very conscious. She screamed curses as she struggled to get free. Nietzsche pulled her back while she had the initiative, lifting her by the hair in order to get another swing to bash her face against the wall. Before she could accomplish the task, the stout Sister Greta crashed into Nietzsche's middle, knocking her to the side, off Sister Armina. The flying weight of the sister whacked Nietzsche against the wall with enough force to knock the wind out of her. She blindly clawed at the woman tackling her, trying to get her off. Sister Greta, holding Nietzsche tightly around the middle, twisted to the side, easily throwing her face first to the ground. Nietzsche flipped over to kick Sister Greta away. Sister Armina, blood running down her face, planted a boot on Nietzsche's chest. Sister Greta rose up next to her, catching her breath. Before Nietzsche could struggle to get up, a jolt of pain seared up through her body, exploding at the base of her skull. The shock of it drove the air from her lungs. The 2 of them joining their gift was enough to incapacitate Nietzsche.
"Not a very gracious way to greet your sisters," Sister Greta said.
Nietzsche tried to ignore the pain. Her arms flailed as she tried to get up, but Sister Armina put more weight on her foot and at the same time expanded the sharp barbs of pain. Nietzsche's vision blurred down to a small spot at the center of a dark tunnel of blackness. Her back arched as her muscles convulsed into knots. Her fingers clawed at the floor. She thought that she might do anything to make it stop.
I suggest that you stay where you are, Sister Armina said, or if you prefer, we'll remind you just how much more agony we can deliver.
She arched an eyebrow at Nietzsche. Nietzsche couldn't speak. Tears of torment streaming from her eyes, she instead nodded. Sister Julia stumbled close, both hands held tightly over her mouth as she bawled in pain and anger. Blood hung in strings from her chin, covered the front of her faded blue dress, and dripped from her elbows. Sister Armina, her foot still on Nietzsche's chest, leaned down, resting an arm across her knee. In a voice only partly her own, she said, "Returned to us at long last, darling." Nietzsche's blood flashed icy cold. She realized that it was Jagang's gaze looking down at her. Had she not been in such agony, had it not been all she could do just to breathe, she surely would have run, even if it would have meant sudden death. Sudden death would be preferable. Unable to run, she instead envisioned gouging out Sister Armina's eyes, Jagang's window.
"I'm going to kick your teeth in for this,"
Sister Julia said in a muffled voice from behind the hands clamped over her mouth.
"I'm going to—"
"Shut up," Sister Armina said in that terrible voice only half her own, "or I'll not allow them to heal you." Sister Julia's eyes flashed with terror at recognizing Jagang addressing her. She fell silent. Sister Armina held a hand out to her. "Give it to me." Sister Julia slipped bloody fingers into a pocket and brought out something unexpected, something that made Nietzsche's breath catch with fright. Sister Julia handed it to Sister Armina. Sister Armina removed her foot and went down on one knee, leaning over a prostrated Nietzsche. Nietzsche knew what was coming. She struggled with all her might, all her panic, but she couldn't manage to make her body respond. Her muscles were locked rigid with the tingling power searing through her nerves. Sister Armina bent forward and forced the blood-slicked collar around Nietzsche's neck. Nietzsche felt the Radahan snap closed. In the same instant, she lost the link to her Han. She had been born with the gift. Most of the time, she never gave it any thought. Now she was cut completely off from her ability. Like her eyesight or hearing, it had always been there, always been something she used without thought. Now there was only a terrifyingly unfamiliar void. Such an abrupt separation from her gift stunned her. To be without it was to be without a part of her, without the very core of her, of who she was, of what she was. "On your feet," Sister Armina said. When the pain at last eased off, Nietzsche's whole body sagged against the floor. She didn't know if her muscles would work, or if she would have the strength to get up, but she knew Sister Armina well enough not to hesitate. She flopped over and pushed herself up onto her hands and knees. When she didn't move fast enough for Sister Armina, a stunning shock of pain slammed into the small of Nietzsche's back. She sucked back a scream. Her arms and legs shot out straight involuntarily, and she dropped flat to the floor. Sister Greta chuckled. "Get up," Sister Armina said, "or I will show you some real pain." Nietzsche pushed herself up on her hands and knees again. She gasped, getting her breath. Tears dripped onto the dusty floor. Knowing better than to delay, she struggled to her feet. Her legs wobbled, but she managed to stay upright. "Just kill me," Nietzsche said. "I'm not going to cooperate.
no matter how much you make it hurt." Sister Armina cocked her head, peering closely at Nietzsche with one eye.
"Oh, darling, we think you're wrong about that." It was once again Jagang speaking. A blinding shimmer of agony, delivered by the collar around her neck, cascaded down through Nietzsche's core. The pain was so stunning that it dropped her to her knees. She had endured pain from Jagang before, when he had been able to enter her mind, before she learned how to stop him. It was her devotion to Richard, the bond that had protected her just as it protected those from Dahara and those who followed the Lord Ral. But before that, when he had been able to enter her mind, just as he could enter the minds of these sisters now, he had been able to make it feel like he was pushing thin iron spikes deep into Nietzsche's ears, then send the pain ripping downward through her insides. This was worse. She stared at the floor, fully expecting blood to run from her ears and nose and begin carpeting the stone. She blinked as she gasped in utter agony, but she saw no blood. She wished she did. If she bled enough, she would die. She knew Jagang well enough, though, to know that he would not allow her to die, not yet, anyway. The Dream Walker didn't like a swift death for people who angered him. Nietzsche knew that there was probably no one Jagang wanted to make suffer more than her. He would eventually kill her, of course, but he would extract his vengeance first. He would no doubt give her to his men for a time, just to humiliate her, then send her to the torture tents. That part of it, she knew, would last a very long time. When he eventually became bored with her suffering, she would spend her final days having her intestines pulled slowly out of a slit in her belly. He would want to be there to see her finally die, to make sure that the last thing she saw before the end was him smiling in triumph. The one thing that she regretted at that moment, in the realization of what was about to befall her, was that she would never see Richard again. She thought that if she could only see him one more time, she could endure what was to come. Sister Armina stepped closer, close enough to be sure that Nietzsche could see her superior smile. She was now in control of the collar around Nietzsche's neck. Jagang, too, could now dominate her through that connection as well. The Radahan was meant to control young wizards. It acted on the gift. Though the People's Palace diminished her gift, prevented the projection of power, it would not impede the collar, because the Radahan worked internally. The device could cause unimaginable pain, enough pain that a boy would do anything to make it stop. Nietzsche, on her knees, trembled as she gasped in agony. Her vision went darker and darker until she could hardly see anything. Her ears rang.
"Do you now fully understand what will happen should you disobey us?" Sister Armina asked.
Nietzsche couldn't answer. She had no voice. She managed a slight nod. Sister Armina leaned down. The blood had finally stopped running from her scalp.
"Then get to your feet, sister."
The pain finally lifted enough for Nietzsche to be able to stand. She didn't want to stand. She wanted them to kill her. Jagang was not going to allow that, though. Jagang wanted to get his hands on her. As her vision began to clear, she saw that Sister Greta was back across the hall, rummaging through Anne's pockets. She pulled something from a pocket hidden under Anne's belt. She looked it over and then held it up.
"Guess what I found," she said, waving it for the other two to see. "Should we take it?" "Yes," Sister Armina said, "but be quick about it."
Sister Greta shoved the small item in her pocket and returned to the other two.
"There's nothing else on her."
Sister Armina nodded.
"We'd best be quick."
The three stood shoulder to shoulder, facing back down the hall toward Anne. Nietzsche could tell that, even with the link, they were still having difficulty using their power. Without the spell of the People's Palace draining their Han, Any of the three of them, by herself, could have easily wielded the kind of power that had killed Anne. The air cracked with the ignition of subtractive magic. The hallways dimmed as several more torches were blown out by the blast. Inky darkness undulated through the passageway, back toward the prelate, finally enveloping the dead woman. The hum of power made Nietzsche again momentarily lose her vision under the oppressive blanket of blackness. When her sight returned, Anne was gone. Even her blood was gone. Every trace of her existence had been wiped away by subtractive magic. It seemed impossible that nearly 1,000 years of life could be gone in an instant. No one would ever know what had happened to her. While the body and the blood had been eliminated, the shattered marble was not so easily fixed. The sisters didn't seem to care. To Nietzsche, it felt as if everything, even all hope, had just died. Sister Armina seized Nietzsche under the arm and shoved her down the passageway. Nietzsche stumbled, but regained her footing before she fell. She walked woodenly ahead of the three, prodded to keep moving by sharp reminders the collar sent into her tender kidneys. They hadn't gone far before Nietzsche was directed to turn down a hallway to the left. She numbly followed their orders, making turns and taking several smaller passageways when told to, until at the end of a lesser hallway they ended at an entrance to a tomb. Rather simple brass-clad doors stood closed. They weren't nearly as massive or ornately decorated as some of the others she'd seen when she'd visited the tomb of Richard's grandfather, Panisral, located in a distant area. Nietzsche thought that it was odd to be going to a tomb. She wondered if the sisters were intending to hide until they could think of a way to make good their escape from the heavily guarded palace. Since it was night, perhaps they intended to wait until a busier time of day, so they wouldn't be as easily noticed. How they had gotten in, Nietzsche couldn't imagine. Each door was embossed with a simple circle-within-a-circle motif. Sister Greta pulled one door open and ushered the others in, Nietzsche in the lead. Inside, the sisters used a spark of power to light a single torch. An ornately decorated coffin rested on a raised floor in the center of the small room. The walls above the height of the coffin were covered in stone of swirling browns and tans. Black granite that in the torchlight sparkled with copper flakes covered the lower portion of the walls. It was an odd arrangement, almost making the upper portion, above coffin height, seem like the world of life, while the area below, covered in black stone, was reminiscent of the underworld. Cut into the upper lighter stone were the primary invocations in High Daharan. They ran in bands around the room. Nietzsche scanned the script, seeing that it appeared to be rather common appeals to the good spirits to welcome this raw leader into the ranks of the good spirits, along with others who had come before him. It spoke of the man's life and the things he had done for his people. Nothing of any particular significance in the writing stood out to Nietzsche. It seemed to be the tomb of a Lord Rahl from the distant past, who had served his people by ruling during a rather peaceful time in Daharan history. The words called it a time of transition. Inscribed in the black granite covering the lower walls was a rather odd admonition to remember the foundation that made all that lay above them possible. That foundation, it said, had been laid by all the countless souls long forgotten. The coffin itself, made of smooth stone in a simple shape, was covered with inscriptions advising those who visited to keep in mind all those who had passed from this life and into the next. Sister Armina, surprisingly, put her weight against one end of the coffin. With a grunt of effort she pushed, and the coffin moved a few inches, exposing a lever. She reached down into the narrow slot, grasped the lever, and pulled it up until it clicked into place. The coffin pivoted, making only a whisper of sound. Once the coffin had turned aside, Nietzsche was surprised to see a dark opening. This was no tomb. It was a hidden entrance to whatever lay below. When Sister Julia shoved her, Nietzsche stepped forward onto the raised platform until she saw stairs roughly hewn from rock descending into darkness. Sister Greta stepped down into the opening. She lit one of a dozen torches stuck in a row of holes in the rough stone wall, and then took it with her as she started down. Sister Julia went next, also taking a torch. "Well," Sister Armina said, "what are you waiting for? Get going." Chapter 21. Lifting the skirts of her black dress, Nietzsche stepped over the raised edge of the pedestal that held the coffin. She gripped the edge of the opening to steady herself as she started down the steep run of stairs. The first two sisters were already making their way down. The wavering glow of their torches showed nothing but a nearly vertical shaft of steps. Once Sister Armina had climbed in after Nietzsche, she pushed a lever back into the wall, then took a torch for herself. Overhead, the coffin pivoted back into place, sealing them in. It looked to Nietzsche like they were about to descend into the underworld itself. The stairs wound downward haphazardly. The shaft was only wide enough for one person at a time. Descending at a steep angle, the steps turned at small landings only to continue tunneling downward in what seemed to be random directions. The stairs themselves had been crudely hewn. They were uneven and not all the same size, making the descent treacherous. It appeared that whoever had carved the stairs had followed softer veins in the rock whenever they were available. Such work resulted in a meandering, crooked route. The stairs dropped so sharply that Nietzsche found herself having to breathe the smoke of the two torches carried by the sisters right after her. As her mind raced, trying to think out her options, she briefly gave consideration to throwing herself down the precipitous shaft in the hope that she could break her neck, maybe even taking the two below her down as well, but with as narrow as the opening was, she expected that she would probably get wedged to a stop before falling far. The landings, too, were numerous, so while the stairs were steep, they paused frequently to make turns. She would probably only break an arm, not her neck. They climbed downward for what began to feel to Nietzsche like hours. Descending at such a steep angle made her thighs burn. By the way they labored to breathe, the three sisters were feeling the strain as well. They clearly weren't up to the demanding effort and were tiring. While Nietzsche was getting tired as well, she wasn't having the trouble the others were. The sisters had to pause a couple of times to take brief rests. When they stopped, they would sit on a step, leaning back against the wall, panting as they caught their breath. They made Nietzsche stand. None of the three liked Nietzsche. As she had told Anne, she was different from the rest of the Sisters of the Dark. They'd always thought that they deserved eternal rewards. Nietzsche always thought that she deserved eternal punishment. It was a grim irony that only after she had finally realized the value of her life would she have the punishment she'd thought she deserved. Jagang would see to that. When it seemed she could not make it down another flight, they came to a flat spot. At first, Nietzsche thought that it might only be another landing, but it turned out to be a level passageway. The way ahead burrowed in a wandering course in much the same way the stairs had, only it was flat. In places, the tight tunnel was so low that they had to duck down under low-hanging rock. The walls had been carved from that same rock and were irregular, making it almost look like nothing so much as a cave. Some spots were a tight squeeze to get through. In the small places, the choking smoke from the torches made Nietzsche's eyes burn. The narrow tunnel abruptly widened into a proper passageway easily wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The walls, rather than being hewn from bedrock, were made of blocks of stone. The ceiling, made of huge stone blocks spanning the width of the passageway, was low and blackened by soot from torches, but at least it wasn't so low that Nietzsche had to bend. Before long, they began encountering intersections and halls to the sides. It quickly became apparent that there was a warren of passageways branching in every direction. As they passed bisecting intersections, the light of the torches briefly illuminated long, dark halls. In some of the side openings, though, Nietzsche saw rooms with low niches carved into the walls to the sides. Her curiosity got the better of her. She glanced back over her shoulder at Sister Armina. "What is this place?" "Catacombs." Nietzsche hadn't known that there were catacombs beneath the People's Palace. She wondered if anyone up above them knew. Nathan, Anne, Verna, the moored Sith. At the same time the question came to mind, she knew the answer. No one knew. "Well, what are we doing down here?" Sister Julia turned back to give Nietzsche a bloody, toothless grin. "You'll find out soon enough." Now that she knew what the place was, Nietzsche realized that what she had seen stacked in some of the rooms to the sides were bodies. Bodies in the thousands, wrapped in burial shrouds and covered with dust over the dark, still, silent centuries. As they passed other tightly spaced rooms, she began to see recesses in the walls that held not individual remains, but mounds of bones. The bones were stacked in staggering numbers, all fit neatly into the recesses, filling them completely. As the torchlight fell into rooms to each side, Nietzsche saw skulls stacked together from floor to ceiling. The orderly rows of skulls went as far back as the light penetrated. There was no telling how far those rooms of snugly stacked skulls ran into the darkness. Nietzsche found it appalling to contemplate all the individuals she was seeing. These had all once been living people who had been born, grown up, and lived lives probably filled with family and love. Now there were only bones to say that they had ever existed. Nietzsche swallowed at the frightening thought that she would soon end up yet another anonymous skull that someone might one day see and wonder about. Just as she didn't know anything about these people, what they dreamed, what they believed, what they loved, or even how they had looked in life, she would be nameless bones, slowly crumbling to dust. She had such a short time ago been up among the beauty of the palace, among color and life. Now she found herself among nothing but dust and dirt and death, on her way to her own. The two sisters in front led them through a confusing series of intersections. Some of the passageways they took sloped downward. In several areas they had to descend yet more flights of stairs to halls even deeper in the ground. Everywhere there were rooms filled with bones, some with skulls, some with other bones stacked neatly in every available space, all bearing silent witness to lives once lived. Some of the passageways they passed through were made of brick, but most had been constructed of stone. By the varying sizes of stone and styles of construction, it seemed like they were passing from one era to another, each age preferring a different method to add to the ever-growing catacombs for their dead. The next turn took them past a room with a different kind of entrance. Thick stone slabs that had closed off the cavern beyond had been slid aside. Nietzsche was surprised to see another sister standing guard there. Beyond, back inside in the shadows, there were big Imperial Order guards. Judging by their size, the type of chainmail they wore, the leather straps crossing their chests, along with the tattoos back across their shaved heads, these were some of Jagang's most trusted and skilled soldiers. Back behind them, Nietzsche saw that the low room was tightly packed with shelves holding countless books. Beyond, behind the rows in various places, the light from lamps revealed where people were searching through the volumes. Jagang had teams of scholars devoted to scouring caches of books for him. They were specially trained and knew the sorts of things Jagang was looking for. The place reminded Nietzsche of nothing so much as the catacombs down in Casca. That was where, with the help of Gillian, Richard had discovered the Chainfire book. Nietzsche realized that these catacombs as well were liable to have a number of rooms with books. "You," Sister Armina said to one of the guards, "come here." When the man came to a stop out in the hall and leaned on his lance, she gestured back the way they had come. "Get some workmen together and—" "What kind of workmen?" the man interrupted. Men like these were not intimidated by Sisters of the Dark, mere captives, slaves of the Emperor. "Men who know how to work with stone," she said, "with marble slabs. Sister Greta will go with you and show you what must be done. His Excellency doesn't want anyone to know that we've discovered a way into the palace." Jagang, being a dream walker, frequently entered the minds of the sisters. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the soldier that Sister Armina was operating under the direction of the Emperor himself, so he nodded without objection as she went on. "There is a place right near where we entered up top where the stone has been damaged. It's a small secondary network of holes. You will need to pull some of the damaged slabs off the walls in the area with the damage and use them to block off that branch of holes. From the other side, it needs to look like part of the wall of the main corridor. It needs to fool anyone who goes down that corridor into thinking there is not supposed to be an opening there. It needs to be done immediately." She tipped her head toward Nietzsche. "Before anyone looking for her discovers the damage." "Won't people who know the place realize that an intersection has been blocked off?" "Not if it looks seamless. If it looks like it's always been that way. It's the tomb area of the palace. The Lord Raoul uses it to visit his ancestors, but only if he ever wishes to do such a thing. It's likely to be rare for anyone else to go down there, so no one else is likely to notice that an intersection is missing, at least not until it's too late." The man cast a forbidding look at Nietzsche. "Then what was she doing down there?" When Sister Armina turned a questioning look at her, Nietzsche felt a sudden shock of pain caused by the collar. Sister Armina lifted an eyebrow. "Well, answer the man's question." Nietzsche gasped in a breath against the razor-sharp pain searing down her back and legs. "Just going for a walk, to have a private conversation, where no one would bother us," she managed between gasps of agony. The sister seemed indifferent to Nietzsche's explanation. She turned back to the soldier. "See, it's mostly an unused area. But before anyone goes down there looking for her and the woman we killed, it needs to be done. Work as swiftly as possible." The man smoothed a hand back over his bald, tattooed head. "All right, but it seems a lot of work to hide some damage." He shrugged. "After all, if they see it, they won't know why it's damaged. They'll probably think it's from before. There have been battles in the palace in the recent past." Sister Armina did not look pleased to have the man second-guess her. "His Excellency does not want anyone up there to know that we found a way in. This is of paramount importance to him. Would you like me to tell him that you suggest the work is not worth the effort, and he should simply not worry?" The man cleared his throat. "No, of course not." "Besides that, it will give us a place to assemble and prepare without anyone knowing that we are all right there, just on the other side of a thin veneer of marble." He dipped his head. "I will see to it at once, sister." Nietzsche felt sick. Once that opening was covered with marble slab, the Order would be able to gather a sizable assault force veiled from those in the palace. No one would know that the enemy had found a way in. They were expecting the Order to have to finish the ramp before they could attack. The defending forces within the palace would be caught off guard. A jab of pain started Nietzsche moving again. Sister Armina guided her with that pain, rather than simply telling her where she needed to turn. They walked down endless corridors, all made of stone block and with barrel ceilings that seemed to connect clusters of rooms and networks of corridors. As they rounded a corner, Nietzsche saw a knot of people in the distance lit by torches. As they got closer, she saw a ladder ascending into darkness. She had long since understood where they had to be and where they were going. Royal guards had massed around a place broken open in the barrel ceiling. These men were the elite. They knew their business. At the thought of what was up that ladder, Nietzsche feared her legs might give out. One of the royal guard, who obviously recognized Nietzsche, stepped aside, never taking his eyes off her. "Start climbing," Sister Armina said. Chapter 22. Nietzsche emerged into what appeared to be a vast pit, gouged into the ground of the Azrith plain. She couldn't see what was up beyond the dirt and rock walls, but she didn't need to see it to know what was up there. Out past the rim of the pit, the imposing ramp, lit by torches, rose up into the cold night sky. In the distance, the dark shadow of the plateau that held the people's palace, looking like it touched the stars themselves, towered over the dirt and gravel ramp. The floor of the pit was a confusing maze of various elevations, apparently the result of different gangs of workers laboring to scoop up material for the ramp. Those workers were nowhere to be seen. It had to be that when they were digging in the area where she stood, they had discovered the catacombs. While the laborers may have been long gone, there were now soldiers everywhere. The ones she saw weren't regular Imperial Order troops, who were little more than an organized mob of thugs. These were the professional soldiers, the experienced men closest to Jagang. These were the trusted corps of men who had fought with him in various campaigns over the years. Because these were men who had always been closest to the Emperor, Nietzsche recognized many of them. Although she didn't see any individuals she knew by name, she knew many of the faces watching her. These men all recognized her as well. A woman like Nietzsche, with her fall of blonde hair and shapely figure, hardly went unnoticed in the Imperial Order camp. More than that, though, she was recognized by every one of these men as Death's mistress. They knew her by that name because she had in the past commanded many of them. They feared her. She had killed some of their comrades who had failed to follow her orders in the way she had expected of them. Belief in the order called for selfless sacrifice for the greater good, the sacrifice of this life for the afterlife. Yet when she had brought that righteous sacrifice upon them, ushering them into their longed-for afterlife, the very core of the beliefs for which they fought, they hated her for it. Every one of these men also knew that she was Jagang's woman. In a movement dedicated to the greater good over individual rights, to ideals of absolute equality of all, he enjoyed making it clear that she was his personal possession. Like the common soldiers, not one of these men ever dared to touch her. Jagang had in the past, however, given her as a favor to some of his inner circle of officers, men such as Commander Kadar Kardif. Many of these men had been there the day Nietzsche had ordered Kardif burned to death. Some of them, at her command, had helped tie their commander to a stake and put him over the fire. Despite their reluctance, they dared not contradict her orders. She kept her previous status in mind as she stood in the frigid night with all eyes upon her. Like a protective cloak, she once again wrapped that former persona around herself. That image of her was her only protection. She held her head erect, her back straight. She was Death's mistress, and she wanted everyone to know it. Rather than wait for Sister Armina to direct her, Nietzsche started up the ramp. She had surveyed the encampment from up on the observation platform in the palace and knew how it was laid out. She knew where to find the command tents. She would have no trouble making her way to Jagang's tent. Since Jagang was probably watching Nietzsche through Sister Armina's eyes, the woman did not object to Nietzsche striking out on her own. There was no use being dragged, kicking and screaming to the Emperor's feet. It wouldn't change anything. She might as well go to her fate under her own power, and with her head held high. More than that, though, Nietzsche wanted Jagang to see her in the same way as he had always seen her. She wanted him to see what he knew, see her as the same, even if she wasn't. Even if he suspected she might be somehow different, she wanted to present him with the familiar. In the past, her safety had been in her indifference to what he might do to her. That indifference gave Jagang pause. It infuriated him, it frustrated him, and it fascinated him. She had been someone who had fought on his side, fought for his goals, and yet she had been someone he could have only by force. Even if she didn't have command of her power, she did have command of her mind, and it was her mind that was her true power. That was what Richard had taught her. With or without her gift, she could still be indifferent to what Jagang might do to her. That indifference gave her power. Once up and out of the pit and past the heavily armed perimeter guards, she began encountering row upon row of workers hauling dirt and rock from other pits. Hundreds of mules, pulling every sort of wagon, plodded along in long lines through the darkness. Torches showed the rows of men the way to the ramp. The men, the average soldiers in the imperial order, the young, the strong, the pride of the old world, had become common laborers. Not exactly the glory for which they had gone off to fight. Nietzsche paid the activity little heed. It no longer mattered to her what they were doing with the ramp. The ramp was only a diversion. She felt sick at the thought of the brutes spread out in the camp getting up inside the palace. She had to think of a way to stop them. For a brief moment, the very thought of her stopping them struck her as absurd. What was she going to do to stop them? She stiffened her resolve along with her back. She would fight them with her last breath, if need be. Sisters Armina and Julia both trailed behind as Nietzsche marched through all the activity of the camp. Sister Armina would only make herself look silly if she pushed her way out front now. By taking the lead, Nietzsche had already retaken her place as the slave queen. Old patterns were hard to break. Now that they were entering the camp, neither sister wished to challenge what Nietzsche was doing, at least not for the moment. She was, after all, stalking off toward where they would have taken her anyway. They would have no way of knowing for sure if Jagang was in her mind or not. They knew, the same as the soldiers knew, that she was Jagang's woman. That gave her unspoken rank over them. Even back at the Palace of the Prophets, she had always been a mystery to them. They had always been resentful and jealous of her, which meant that they feared her. For all they knew, it was possible that the Emperor had merely sent them to bring his stubborn and defiant queen back to him. Jagang, no doubt watching Nietzsche through their eyes, seemed to be making no effort to change that perception in their minds. It could even be that Jagang really did look at it that way, that he really did think that he could have her back. She noticed, but didn't acknowledge, the large contingent of guards who had formed up into a train behind her. A queen did not acknowledge her attendants. They were beneath her. Fortunately, they couldn't hear her heart hammering. As they entered the camp proper, where the regular soldiers had set up their tents in squalid clusters, men stood mute, looking like beggars watching a royal procession passing before them. Others rushed up from the darkness to see what was happening. Hushed whispers passed through the crowd. Death's mistress had at long last returned. To many of these men, even though they feared her, she was a heroine of the order, a powerful weapon for their side. They had seen her rain down death on those who opposed the teachings of the Fellowship of Order. Even though it felt strange to be back, the camp itself was no different than she remembered. It was the usual jumble of men, tents, animals, and equipment. The only difference was that as it sat unmoving for so long, it was all beginning to take on the look of rot and decay. Firewood, out on the Azrith plain, was virtually non-existent, so fires were few and small, leaving the whole place gripped by a kind of grim gloom. Sloppy midden heaps growing everywhere among the men drew clouds of flies. With so many animals and men in the same place for so long, the smell was worse than the usual stench. The crush of unkempt men crowding in all around, which she had never paid a great deal of attention to in the past, was unnerving. They barely looked human. In many ways, they weren't. In the past, not caring what happened to her, Nietzsche had been indifferent to these brutes. Now, since she cared about her life, it was different. More than that, though, in the past, she had always known that she had the use of her power if their fear of her for some reason didn't keep them away. Now she could only count on their fear to keep them at arm's length. It was a long walk through hundreds of thousands of men to reach her destination, but because the camp had been in place for so long, trails had become established. In places, trails had widened into roads that had gradually pushed aside tents and corrals. Now, as Nietzsche walked those roads trailed by her entourage, wide-eyed men lined the way, watching. Beyond the immediate silence of the men standing close by, staring at her as she passed, the camp was a noisy place, even at this late hour. Behind her was the sound of the work on the ramp, wagons rolling, rocks scraping and tumbling, and men calling out in unison as they pulled on heavy lines. In the camp all around, the voices of soldiers laughing, talking, and arguing carried through the cold night air. She heard orders being yelled over the rhythmic sound of hammers ringing. She could also hear the distant roar of crowds cheering for Jala games, still going on even at this late hour. Sometimes collective boos of disapproval rose into the night air, only to be drowned out by wild yells of support. During runs with the Brock, men sometimes chanted shouts for their team to score. As she made her way past a corral filled with huge war horses and then a line of empty supply wagons, the command tents came into view. Beneath, a starlit sky, flags atop the tents fluttered in the cold breeze. The sight of the largest tent, the Emperor's tent, threatened to drain her of courage. She wanted to run, but she was not going to be able to run ever again. This was the place where Nietzsche's whole life caught up with her. This was the place where it all ended. Rather than avoid the inevitable, she marched purposefully toward it. She didn't slow for the first of the checkpoints in the outer rings of protection around the command area. The big men standing watch eyed her as she approached. Their gazes also took in the contingent of the Emperor's personal guard marching behind her. She was glad that she happened to be wearing a black dress, because that was what she had always worn when these men would have seen her in the past. She wanted them to recognize her. A brief glare ensured that none accosted her. Each successive layer of men in closer to the center of the compound was more trusted. Each ring of men around the command tents had their own units, methods, and equipment. Each wanted to be the ones to stop any harm from reaching their emperor. They each had different protocol for entering their area of responsibility. Nietzsche ignored those protocols. She was death's mistress, the emperor's slave queen. She stopped for no one. No one challenged her. Jagang's tent was set back in a grouping of larger tents, but unlike all the other tents in the camp, it had ample space around it. Sisters patrolling the area took note of Nietzsche, as did the gifted young men she saw, but their gazes fell away when Nietzsche fixed them in her glare. The guards, too, all watched her, but tried to be less obvious about it. Nietzsche was encouraged to see that none of these people saw her as anything but what she had been when last among them. She saw then a strange sight. Besides a cadre of Jagang's personal guards standing to either side of the heavy hanging covering the opening into his tent, there were other soldiers as well, regular soldiers. Pacing back and forth, they too appeared to be guarding the tent. She couldn't imagine why in the world regular soldiers would be inside the Emperor's compound, much less guarding his tent. Such men had never before been trusted inside the command area. Ignoring the curiosity of regular soldiers being there in the compound, Nietzsche headed straight for the heavy hanging over the opening into Jagang's tent. The two sisters, already lagging behind, reluctantly followed Nietzsche toward the Emperor's tent. Color drained from their faces. No one, least of all a woman, was eager to enter Jagang's private sanctuary. While he was sometimes pleasant to some of his trusted officers, he did not treat others indulgently. Two big men, each holding a pike, their faces tattooed with animalistic designs, drew back the hanging. The small silver discs attached to the lambskin made soft metallic ringing sounds, letting the Emperor know that someone was entering his tent. She recognized both men holding the hanging out of the way for her, but didn't acknowledge them as she lifted her skirts to step over the threshold and into the darkness beyond. Inside, slaves were busy clearing plates and platters from the Emperor's table. The aroma of all the food reminded Nietzsche that she hadn't eaten. The knot of anxiety in her middle masked her hunger. Dozens of candles gave the place a dimly lit, cozy warmth. Thick carpets covered the floor so that footsteps of slaves going about their work would not disturb the Emperor. Some of the slaves, all with heads bowed, were new. Some she remembered. Jagang appeared to have already finished his meal and was not in the outer areas. The two sisters, having entered behind her, edged their way into the shadows toward the far walls of the tent. This was apparently as far as they were to go, and within the outer room they wanted to be as far away as possible. Knowing where Jagang would be, Nietzsche headed across the room. Slaves scurried to stay out of her way. At the hanging over the opening into the bedroom, she lifted the covering aside and ducked through. Inside the Emperor's bedchamber, Nietzsche at last saw him. He was sitting facing away from her on the other side of the plush bed covered with gold-colored silk. Points of light from the candles and oil lamps reflected off his shaved head. His bull neck spread into broad, powerful shoulders. He was wearing a lamb's wool vest, and his massive arms were bare. He was occupied with thumbing through a book, absorbed in scanning the text. While easily given to violence, Jagang was, in certain areas, an intelligent man who prized the knowledge to be found in books, or sifted from the minds he inhabited. Emotionally convinced of the veracity of his beliefs, he never troubled himself to subject those beliefs to reasoning. In fact, he viewed such questioning to be heresy. Instead, his efforts were spent collecting information in narrow areas. He knew that the right kind of knowledge could be a valuable weapon. He was a man who liked to be well armed, with every form of weapon. Something caught Nietzsche's eye. She looked to her left. That was when she saw her, sitting on the floor, resting on one hip and leaning on an arm. She was the most sublimely beautiful creature Nietzsche had ever seen. She knew without doubt who this woman was. It was Kaylin, Richard's wife. Their eyes met. The intelligence, the nobility, the life in those green eyes was riveting. This was a woman the equal of Richard. Anne had been wrong. This was the only woman who could by right stand at his side. Chapter 23. Nietzsche saw that there was a radahan around Kalen's neck. That would explain why she seemed to be planted on the faded blue and beige carpet. Her gaze didn't miss the collar that Nietzsche wore. Nietzsche didn't think that this woman's gaze missed much. A tentative look haunted Kalen's green eyes as they stared at each other. It was a ghost of cautious encouragement brought about by her awareness that Nietzsche could actually see her. They were instantly sisters in more than one way, sharing more than just having collars around their necks. How lonely and forlorn it must be to exist unseen and forgotten at the center of such a wicked spell. Unseen, anyway, by anyone other than Sisters of the Dark, and apparently Jagang. It had to be a cause for hope that another person, even a stranger, could see her. Looking at her now, Nietzsche could hardly believe that she could ever have forgotten this woman, even with the chain fire spell. She could clearly see why Richard had never for an instant given up on finding her. This woman, even discounting her exquisite beauty, had a presence about her, an insightful awareness, that Nietzsche instantly recognized from the statue that Richard had carved. That statue, called Spirit, had not been meant to look like Kalen, but to represent her abiding strength, her inner courage. It did that in a way that, seeing the real thing, nearly took Nietzsche's breath. She was beginning to see why, even at her relatively young age, Kalen had been named the Mother Confessor. Now, though, there were no other confessors. She was the last. At first surprised to find Kalen there, Nietzsche realized that it only made sense. Sister Armina had been one of the sisters who had captured Kalen and ignited the chain fire spell. Sister Tovey had told Nietzsche that they had managed to evade Jagang by using the bond to Richard. While she supposed that Jagang might have somehow managed to get past that bond, Nietzsche thought that it made more sense that the bond had never actually protected them in the first place. If Jagang had captured Sister Armina, he would have sisters Ulyssia and Cecilia as well. That had to be why Kalen was there. She had been held by those sisters, so she, too, would have been swept up in Jagang's net. Nietzsche saw that Jillian was there as well. The girl's copper-colored eyes blinked in surprise to see Nietzsche standing there before her. While it made sense for Kalen to be there, Nietzsche couldn't fathom why Jillian was. Jillian leaned in close to Kalen, cupped a hand to her ear, and whispered something, undoubtedly Nietzsche's name. Kalen responded only with a slight nod, but her eyes revealed a great deal more. She had heard Nietzsche's name before. When Jagang tossed the book he was studying on a bedside table, Nietzsche quickly pointed with 2 fingers between Kalen's eyes and her own, then used one to cross her lips, urging silence. Nietzsche didn't want Jagang knowing that she could see Kalen, or even that she knew Jillian. The less he knew, the safer those two would be, if being a captive of Emperor Jagang could in any sense be said to be safe. Without waiting for confirmation, Nietzsche looked away from Kalen and Jillian to face Jagang. When he turned around, fixing his black gaze on her, Nietzsche thought she might faint. It was one thing to remember him, quite another to be standing there before him. To once again find herself under the scrutiny of those nightmare eyes crushed her courage. She knew what lay ahead for her. "Well, well," Jagang said as he made his way around the bed, his gaze fixed on her. "Look who has returned at long last." He smiled broadly. "You are as beautiful as every dream I've had of you since you were last here with me." Nietzsche wasn't surprised by the approach he'd taken, nor did it indicate anything meaningful. Never knowing how he would react kept those around him in a state of constant dread. His anger could be sparked at any time by the smallest thing, or nothing at all. Nietzsche had seen him strangle a slave to death for dropping a breadboard, and yet on another occasion she'd seen him pick up a dropped plate of lamb and casually hand it back to the servant who had dropped it without missing a beat in his conversation. In no small sense, this capricious quality in the emperor only reflected the same irrational, unpredictable, incomprehensible behavior of the order itself. The virtue, the very adequacy, of one's self-sacrifice for the cause was measured against unseen, inscrutable, unknowable standards. Fortune or misfortune always seemed to hang on a whim. For a population, that perpetual gnawing doubt was debilitating. The dead weight of constant tension left people ready to accuse anyone of sedition, even friends or family, if only it would keep the talons of fate at bay. Like any number of other men, Jagang also thought he could win Nietzsche's affection with a little empty flattery. He liked to imagine that he could be charming. The form his praise took, though, revealed more about his values than hers. Nietzsche did not bow. She was acutely aware of the metal collar around her neck that prevented her from using her gift. While she had no defense against this man, she wasn't going to pretend respect by bowing, nor would she fawn at his finely framed lust. In the past, despite her ability to use her Han, her real safety had always been her indifference to what he might do to her. During those times when he had been able to enter her mind, and she'd had no collar around her neck, her abilities as a sorceress had been of no help to her, just as his other captive sisters were now helpless, despite the fact that none of them wore a collar. Her protection had always been in her attitude, not her gift. Before, Nietzsche simply hadn't cared if he hurt her, or even if he might at any time decide to kill her. She thought she deserved any suffering he might inflict, and she didn't care if she died. That left her indifferent to the ever-present possibility that the whim of murder might strike him. Even though all of that had changed because of Richard, she couldn't allow Jagang to know how much it had changed. Her only chance, her only defense, was to make him think that nothing had changed in her attitude, that she cared no more about what might happen to her now than she had in the past. Death's mistress would not care if she could use her power or not. To Death's mistress, a collar meant nothing. Jagang lightly drew the long braided hair growing under his lower lip between his finger and thumb. His gaze took in the length of her. He let out a deep breath, as if considering what he would do with her first. She didn't have long to wait. He abruptly backhanded her hard enough to send her flying. When she landed, her head hit the floor, but fortunately the thick carpets cushioned the impact. It felt as if the muscles of her jaw had been ripped and the bone shattered. The shock of the blow stunned her senseless. Even though the room seemed to be spinning and tilting, she was determined to make herself return to her feet. Death's mistress did not cower. Death's mistress faced death indifferently. Once up on her knees, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the inside of a wrist as she worked to find her balance. Her jaw, despite the pain, seemed to be intact. She struggled to get her feet under her. Before she managed to stand, Jillian rushed up between Nietzsche and Jagang. "You leave her be!" As Jagang planted his fists on his hips, glaring at the girl, Nietzsche stole a glance at Kaelin. Nietzsche recognized the glaze of pain in the woman's eyes. By the way her fingers trembled, Nietzsche knew exactly what kind of pain Jagang was giving her through the collar. Such preemptive agony was meant to keep her where she was, keep her from interfering. Nietzsche judged it to be, from Jagang's perspective, a wise decision. As far back as she could remember, Nietzsche had been able to appraise people and to do so quickly. It had become a valuable talent, since survival in violent encounters often depended on the accurate evaluation of those she faced. Nietzsche could tell just by looking at Kaelin that she was a dangerous woman, a woman who was used to interfering. Jagang snatched Jillian by the back of her neck and lifted her like a troublesome kitten. She squealed more in fright than pain as he held her aloft and marched her across the room. She clawed at his big hands to no effect. Her feet kicked at empty air. Jagang lifted aside the heavy padded wool hanging covering the opening into his bedchamber and tossed Jillian out. "Armina, watch the child. I want to be alone with my queen." Nietzsche could just see Sister Armina corral Jillian in her arms and draw her back into the darkness. A quick glance revealed Kaelin still in the same place on the rug, her whole body trembling slightly. A tear of agony ran down across her cheek. Nietzsche wondered if Jagang was even aware of how much pain he was giving Kaelin. He didn't know his own strength in more ways than one. His unchecked anger tended to be universal, encompassing not just his muscle, but his mental ability as well. In the past, he'd frequently beat Nietzsche more severely than he'd intended, or in a blind rage used his ability as a dream walker to inflict what could easily have been a lethal dose of pain. Later, after he realized how close he'd come to killing her, he would apologize, but eventually end up by saying that it had been her own fault for making him so angry. As Jagang dropped the hanging, closing off his bedchamber, Kaelin's tense muscles suddenly slackened. She sagged, panting in relief, looking hardly able to move after the silent ordeal. "So," Jagang said as he turned back to Nietzsche, "do you love him?" Nietzsche blinked. "What?" His face went red with rage as he closed on her. "What do you mean, what? You heard me!" He seized a fistful of her hair as he leaned to within inches of her. "Don't try to pretend you didn't understand me, or I'll rip your head off." Nietzsche smiled, lifting her chin as best she could, exposing her throat to him. "Please do. It will save us both a great deal of trouble." He glared a moment before releasing her hair. He smoothed it down back into place before he turned and moved off a few paces. "Is that what you want? To die?" He turned back. "To abandon your duty to the Creator and the Order? To abandon your duty to me?" Nietzsche shrugged indifferently. "Doesn't matter much what I want now, does it?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know very well what it means. Since when has it mattered to you in the least what I want? You're going to do what you want regardless of what I might have to say about it. After all, I am just a subject of the Order, am I not? I'd say that what you want is what you've always wanted, to finally kill me." "Kill you?" He spread his arms. "What makes you think I want to kill you?" "Your self-indulgent actions." "Self-indulgent?" He glared at her askance. "I am hardly self-indulgent. I am Jagang the Just." "Are you forgetting that it was I who gave you that title? I did so not because it reflected any truth, but to counter the truth, to create an image that would serve the purposes of the Order. I am the one who created that image for you, knowing that unthinking people would believe it simply because we proclaimed it. You wouldn't know how to fill the role if your life depended on it." The cloudy shapes in his eyes shifted in an inky darkness that reminded her of the underworld black box of Orden she had put into play in Richard's name. "I don't know how you can say such things, Nietzsche. I have always been more than just with you. I have given you things I have given no other. Why would I do that if I wanted to kill you?" Nietzsche sighed impatiently. "Just say what you want to say, or bash in my skull, or send me off to the torture tents. I'm not much interested in playing this game with you. You believe what you wish to believe regardless of reality. You know and I know that what I might have to say about anything is not really going to make any difference.
What you say has always made a difference.
He lifted a hand toward her as the heat in his voice also rose.
Look at what you just said about naming me Jagang the Just. That was your idea. I listened to it and used it because it was a good idea. It served our ends. You did well. I told you before that when this war is won, you will sit at my side.
Nietzsche didn't answer him. He clasped his hands behind his back as he took a few steps away.
Do you love him?
Nietzsche stole a glance to the side. Kalin sat on the carpet watching her. Kalin's face was etched with concern for the sense of threat in the air. It looked as if she would like to tell Nietzsche to stop provoking the man. Yet while she obviously looked worried for what Jagang was going to do, she also looked interested in the answer to the Emperor's question. Nietzsche's head spun as she tried to think of how to respond, not out of concern for what Jagang might think of the answer, but out of worry for what Kalin might. There was the chain fire spell to consider, the need for a sterile field that Nietzsche had to take into account. The way it now seemed, she would likely be dead by then. But if Richard ever somehow managed to get a chance to use Orden to counter the chain fire event, Kalin had to remain a sterile field if he was to have a chance to restore her to who she once had been.
Do you?
Jagang repeated without looking back at her. Nietzsche finally concluded that, for the purpose of maintaining a sterile field, it wouldn't make any difference how she answered the question. It would not introduce any emotional precondition on Kalin. It was Kalin's emotional connection with Richard, not Nietzsche's, that mattered. "My feelings have never burdened you before," Nietzsche finally said irritably. "What difference could it make to you?" He turned back to stare at her.
What difference? How can you ask such a thing? I made you as good as my queen. You asked me to trust you and allow you to go off to eliminate Lord Raoul. I wished you to remain here, but instead I let you go. I trusted you.
So you say. If you really trusted me, then you would trust me, not interrogate me. It would seem that you have difficulty understanding the concept represented by the word.
That was 1.5 years ago. I haven't seen you since. I've had no word.
You saw me with Tovey. He nodded.
I saw a lot of things through Tovey's eyes, through the eyes of all 4 of these women.
They thought they were clever enough to use the bond to the Lord Raoul. Nietzsche smiled slightly. But you were watching them the whole time. You knew everything. He smiled with her.
You always were smarter than Ulyssia and the rest of them.
He arched an eyebrow.
I trusted you when you said that you were going off to kill Richard Raoul. Instead, you end up having no trouble making the bond work for you. How is that possible, darling? Such a bond would only work if you were devoted to him. Would you like to explain it to me?
Nietzsche folded her arms. I fail to see how it could be at all difficult to grasp. You destroy, he creates. You offer an existence devoted to death, he offers life. They aren't empty words from either of you. He never beat me bloody or raped me. Jagang's face and his shaved head went scarlet with rage.
Rape! If I wanted to rape you, I would, and by right. But it isn't rape. You wanted it. You're just too stubborn to admit it. You hide your lustful desires for me behind feigned outrage.
Nietzsche's arms slipped to her sides as she leaned toward him as she spoke through rage of her own. You can invent things to justify your actions all you want, but that does not make them true. With a murderous expression twisting his features, he turned away from the sight of her. Nietzsche fully expected him to suddenly round on her and hit her hard enough to break her skull. She wanted him to. A quick end was far preferable to drawn-out torture on the way to a slow death. The myriad, strident sounds from out in the night all around were muted by the thickly padded tent walls. To be out of the constant din of the camp was a luxury. Outside, the ground crawled with vermin. Inside the emperor's tent, there were slaves who constantly plucked up the roaches. The scented oils in the tent also covered some of the stench that hung thick in the air. In a certain sense, the emperor's tent might seem to be a peaceful refuge, but it wasn't. It was actually one of the most dangerous places in the entire camp. The emperor held absolute power of life and death. No matter what Jagang chose to do, he would never be questioned or challenged. "So," Jagang finally said, his back still to her, "answer my question. Do you love him?" Nietzsche wiped a weary hand over her brow. "Since when have you cared what my feelings were? It's never interfered with your ability to rape me." "Why this nonsense about rape all of a sudden?" he roared as he took a long stride back toward her. "You know that I have feelings for you, and I know that you have feelings for me." Nietzsche didn't bother to answer. He was right in that she had never presented such objections to him before. She hadn't known how to object. In that past, she hadn't believed that her life was her own. How could she object to the order using her to their ends? Further, how could she object to the leader of the order using her to his ends? Because of Richard, she had come to grasp that her life was her own. That meant that her body, too, was her own, and she didn't have to give it to anyone if she didn't want to. "I know what you're doing, Nietzsche," his hands fisted again. "You're just using him to try to make me jealous. You're using your womanly ways to get me to throw you on that bed and rip off your clothes. That's what you're really after, and we both know it. You're using him as a way to lure me into heated passion for you. It's really me you want, but you hide your true passions behind protests of rape." Nietzsche coolly appraised his heated expression. "You are getting bad advice from your testicles." He drew back a fist. She stood her ground, glaring into the cloudy shapes shifting across the midnight landscape of his eyes. The hand finally dropped to his side. "I have offered you what I have offered no other. To be as good as my queen, to be above all others. Richard Rao can offer you nothing. Only I can offer you all that an emperor can offer. Only I can offer you a part in the power that will rule the world." Nietzsche swept an arm around at the royal tent. "Ah, the glamour of embracing evil, all mine if only I will give up my thinking mind and proclaim utter inequity to be a virtue." "I offer you the power to rule with me." Nietzsche shot him a cold glare as she let her arm drop. "No, you offered me the duty of being your whore and the chore of killing those who would not bow to your rule." "It is the Order's rule. This war is not about bringing glory to me, and you know it. This conflict is in the cause of the Creator, for the salvation of mankind. We bring the true will of the Creator to heathens. We bring the teachings of the Order to those hungering for meaning and purpose in their lives." Nietzsche stood mute. He was right. He might have greatly enjoyed the trappings of power, but she knew that he sincerely believed that he was merely the champion of a greater good, a warrior who was serving the Creator's true wishes by enforcing the Order's teachings in this life so that mankind could go on to glory in the next. Nietzsche knew very well what it was to believe. Jagang believed. It struck her as almost laughable, though, how the ideology she herself had once advanced now seemed so profoundly foolish. Unlike Jagang and most people who embraced the Order's beliefs, Nietzsche had accepted them because she thought she had to, that it was the only way for her to achieve a moral life. She endured the yoke of servitude to others, all the while hating herself for not being happy about it. The Sisters of the Light had really been no better, offering her only a different flavor of the same selfless call to duty. So she remained in the helpless grip of the Fellowship of Order. As a numb subject of the Order being used by Jagang was one of the many sacrifices she had believed was necessary in order to be a good and moral person. And then all that had changed. How she missed Richard. All you are going to bring to mankind is 1,000 years of darkness, she said, weary of arguing the truth to a true believer whose theological construct was based on what the Order preached, not on reality. All you are going to do is cast the world into a long, dark, savage age. He glared at her a moment. That's not you talking, Nietzsche. I know it's not. You're just saying those things because Lord Ralph spouts such hate for his fellow man. You are repeating it to make me think you love him. Maybe I do. He grinned. No, he shook his head. No, you merely want to use him to twist me around your little finger. That's the way of women, trying to maneuver and exploit men. Rather than letting him take her down the path of what her true feelings for Richard might be, Nietzsche changed the subject. Your plans of rule, your plans for the Order to bring its ideas to all the world are not going to work. You need all 3 boxes of Orden. I was there when Sister Tovey died. She had the 3rd box, but it was stolen from her. Ah, yes, the brave seeker, wielding the sword of truth. He parried a sword thrust, stepping in to liberate the box of Orden from a wicked sister of the dark. He gave her a sour look. I was there watching through her eyes, after all. He had been watching Nietzsche through Tovey's eyes as well. The fact remains that the sisters had all 3 boxes. You may now have those sisters, but you only have 2 boxes. A sly smile replaced his annoyance. Oh, I don't think that's going to be as much of a problem as you think. Nor will it matter that you placed that box in play. I have ways around such petty difficulties. Nietzsche was somewhat alarmed to learn that he knew that she had put the box in play, but she tried not to let on. What ways? The smile only widened. What kind of emperor would I be if I didn't have plans for every eventuality? Don't you worry, darling. I have everything well in hand. All that matters is that in the end, I will see to it that all 3 boxes are reunited. When they are once again together, then I will at last use the power of Orden to end all resistance to the Order's rule. If you survive that long. His annoyance returned as he studied her blank expression. What's that supposed to mean? She gestured into the distance. Richard Rall has loosed the wolves on your beloved flock. Meaning? She arched an eyebrow. The army you chased up here is gone. You weren't able to destroy it, were you? Guess where that army is now? Scattered in fear for their lives. Nietzsche smiled at his scowl. Not exactly. The Daharan army has been charged with taking the war to those in the old world who support that war, to those who gave birth to aggression with their teachings and set it upon the innocent. Those people are going to have to face the consequences of sending surrogate murderers north. They no less than you have the blood of innocent people on their hands. They think that distance sanitizes them, but being far removed from the evil they directly bring about will not absolve them of their crimes. They will pay the price. I am aware of Lord Ralph's latest sins. The muscles in Jagang's jaw flexed as he gritted his teeth. Richard Rall is a coward who goes after innocent women and children because he cannot bear to face real men.
That would be the worst kind of willful ignorance if you actually believed it, but you don't. You want others to believe it, so you pluck carefully selected half-truths out of the context of reality in order to cloak your cause in pseudo-morality. You seek to craft an excuse for the inexcusable. In a manner of speaking, you hide behind women's skirts as you shoot arrows, so that when arrows come back at you, you can feign outrage at an atrocity. Your true purpose, though, is to strip the absolute right of self-defense from those you wish to destroy. Richard is a man who understands the reality of the threat represented by the beliefs of the Order. He is not sidetracked by rigged issues meant to obscure the truth. He understands that to survive he must be strong enough to eliminate the threat, no matter what form it takes, even if it is to destroy the fields that grow the food that gives your men the strength to slit the throats of people peacefully living their own lives. Anyone defending those fields is a party to murder. Richard knows the simple truth that without victory there is no survival for his people.
Those people bring suffering on themselves by resisting the righteous teachings of the Order, Jagang said.
The muscles in his arms tightened along with his fists as he paced, looking on the verge of violence. He didn't like it when anyone disputed his assertions, so he rounded on Nietzsche and repeated them more forcefully, as if his raised voice and the threat in it would settle the matter.
Richard Rall proves his depravity and the immorality of those he leads by sending his men off to kill the innocent women and children of the old world instead of standing and fighting our soldiers. His atrocities against women and children prove what a cowardly criminal he really is. We have an obligation to rid the world of such sinful people.
Nietzsche folded her arms as she fixed him in the kind of glare once reserved for those who would not bow to the will of the Order. It was a look that had frequently preceded actions that had earned her the title Death's Mistress. It was a look that gave even the Emperor pause. All the people of the New World are innocent, she said. They did not bring war to the Order. The Order brought war to them. It's true that people in the Old World, including children, will be hurt or killed in the fighting. What choice is there for these people? Continue to be slaughtered and enslaved out of fear of harming someone innocent? They are all innocent. Their children are all innocent. They are being harmed now. You know from being in the mind of Sister Ulyssia the tactic she thought would deliver her the safety of the bond to Richard and protect her mind from you. Sister Ulyssia knew that life is Richard's highest value, so she hatched the scheme that when she used the power of Auden to free the keeper of the underworld from his prison in the world of the dead, she would grant Richard Rall eternal life. That Richard wouldn't believe such a bargain was possible, much less accept it, was irrelevant in Ulyssia's mind. She thought that until the offer was made and refused, her intentions to grant him eternal life gave her immunity from your ability as a dream walker. But you were already secretly embedded in Ulyssia's mind. That's how you learned what matters most to Richard, his greatest value, life. That's a foreign concept to you. Life is not a value to the Order. They teach that our lives are a meaningless transitory state on our way to an eternal afterlife. They believe that this life is a mere vessel, a shell, to hold our soul until it can reach a higher plane of existence. The Order teaches that glory in the afterlife is our greatest value, and that glory is earned through the sacrifice of this life to their cause. The Order, therefore, values death. You see those who value life as weak, inferior. You can't understand what life, all life, means to someone like Richard. But you do know how to use what you learned. You use that value to try to intimidate Richard from facing the larger challenge of defending all of life. By advancing the propaganda that he is a killer of women and children,
You believe that you can cow his courage, shame him out of attacking for fear that civilians might be killed, and thus limit him to defending himself. As an experienced warrior, you are well aware that wars are not won defensively. Without the total commitment of the force necessary to crush the vicious beliefs of an aggressor, you can never hope to win a war because those beliefs are what bring about war in the first place. Richard also knows that wars are not won defensively, that to end war as quickly as possible, and with the smallest possible loss of life, the only way is to stop the aggressor's ability to harm you and crush their devotion to beliefs that caused them to attack in the first place. Your aim, with such sensationalized charges against a man who so values life, is to discredit, dishonor, and disgrace him into fearing to act as he must if he is to win. You create a diversion with half-truths in order to turn all eyes away from the real implications of your beliefs and to win converts to the Order's twisted ideology. You accuse others of the things you are actually guilty of, knowing that it will stir emotions. But in the end, such dramatic charges are merely a cover, an attempt to latch onto an excuse to legitimize your routine killing of unimaginable numbers of people. You and I both know the truth of the endless corpses of women and children the Order leaves in its wake, but those are ignored in your contrived moral outrage. Your brutality, savagery, and cruelty against those who have done nothing to the people in the old world frame the true nature of your beliefs. The enormity of your depravity is only compounded by blaming the victim with the crimes you bring to his people, the same as you blame me for my own rape. I was there the day Richard gave those troops their orders. I know the truth. The truth is that the minds of most people of the old world have been irrevocably blackened by their fanatical devotion to ideas that result only in suffering and death. Those people are beyond redemption by reason. Richard knows that the only way to deal with evil, to break a people's bond to it, is to make holding on to such beliefs unendurable. The Order itself has made this a war to the end. Richard knows that his people cannot survive by trying to coexist with such evil, or by excusing those who nurture it. The Order seeks to exterminate liberty. The knife that the Order is trying to thrust into his heart is driven by devotion to the corrupt beliefs of the Order. Richard understands that he must eliminate the source of those beliefs, or free-thinking people everywhere will all die, murdered by men encouraged and fed by the people of the old world. War is a terrible business. The faster it is ended, the less suffering and death there will be. That is Richard's goal. The weak-minded would shrink from what must be done for fear of being criticized by the wicked. Richard is not going to be deterred by the words of hypocrites and haters. The truth is that his orders were that, whenever possible, his soldiers should avoid harming people, but ending the war is their overriding objective. To do that, they must destroy the Order's ability to wage war. As soldiers, that is the responsibility Richard Rall charged them with. They are defending their people's right to exist. He told them that anything else is just whistling on the way to their graves. This war is merely an extension of the Great War that raged so long ago but never really ended. The old world again has fallen prey to the evil ideas of the Order. How many lives have been wasted because of those beliefs? How many yet will be? The last time, those defending against such teachings did not have the courage to crush them into cold, lifeless ashes, and as a result this ancient war has once again rekindled at the hands of the Fellowship of Order. Just as back then, it is sparked by those same mindless ideas that everyone must believe the same as they do or die. Richard understands that this time it must be ended once and for all, that the world of life must be liberated from the poison of the Order. He has the courage to do just that. He will not be dissuaded by your taunts. He doesn't care what other people think of him. He only cares that they can't again harm him and those he cares about. To make sure of that, those who preach the Order's hate will be hunted down and killed. The Daharan army may not be anywhere near as large as the Imperial Order, but they will still strangle you. They will burn crops and orchards, destroy mills and stables, break dams and canals. Anyone who gets in the way of their halting the old world's ability to wage war will be eliminated. Most importantly, those soldiers will cut the supply lines headed north. Ending your ability to kill these people is Richard's only objective. Unlike you, he does not need to teach anyone a lesson in dominance, but he will end yours. There will be no final battle to decide it all, as was your plan. Richard does not care how your men are stopped, only that they are, once and for all. Without supplies, your army will wither and die out here on this barren plain. That is victory enough. Jagang smiled in a way that in turn gave Nietzsche pause. Darling, the old world is a big place. They waste their efforts attacking crops. They can't be everywhere. They don't have to be, he shrugged. They may be able to attack supply trains from here and there, but that is simply the sacrifice our people make for the advancement of our cause. Casualties, no matter how many, are the cost of achieving moral ends. Because I understand the price that must be paid to take us to our final victory, I had already ordered a dramatic increase in the numbers of supplies being sent north to our valiant troops. We can send more men and supplies than Richard Rao can hope to stop. The people of the old world will sacrifice what they must in order to see to it that we have what we need to persevere. The price has been raised, but our people will gladly pay it. I expect that you're right, that many of those supply trains will be destroyed, but the Daharan forces do not have enough men to stop them all. Nietzsche's insides tightened. A bold boast. If you don't believe me, you can judge for yourself if I'm telling the truth. Another new train will arrive soon. A supply train so long that you would have to stand in one place for 2 days just to watch it all pass before your eyes. Don't you worry. Our brave men will have enough supplies to press this war to its conclusion. Nietzsche shook her head. You're not seeing the whole of it. If you can't catch and defeat the Daharan forces, you can't win this war. There are people in the old world, just like anywhere else, who long to live their own lives as they wish. The Order may blind a great many with its teachings, but there are individuals everywhere who use their minds and understand the truth of life. There are such people all over the old world who will turn against the Order. You have only to look at Al-Turang. I was there when it fell. It had been a place of widespread suffering under the rule of the Imperial Order. Now that it has thrown off those shackles, the people there prosper. Other people will see such a change and be encouraged to have their own life. They, too, will want to prosper. Jagang looked outraged at such talk. Prosper? They are merely heathens dancing on the ground that will be their graves. They will be crushed. That is what people will see, that the Order will rightly punish those who turn away from their duty to their fellow man. The punishment they suffer for their selfishness will be remembered for the next 1,000 years. And the Daharan forces, the wolves set loose on your flock, they will not be so easily eliminated. They will continue to break the hold of the Order. They will continue to hound those who have sent war north, eviscerating the very core of the Fellowship of Order. Jagang grinned. Oh, darling, you are so wrong about that. You forget the boxes of Orden. You have only 2. At the moment, maybe, but I will have all 3. When I do, then I will unleash the power of Orden to do our bidding. With the power of Orden under my control, all opposition will be swept away in the firestorm of our righteous cause. I will use the power of Orden to burn the flesh from every one of those Daharan troops and leave each one to die a slow, agonizing death. Hunted by the power of Orden, there will be nowhere for them to hide. Their screams will be the sound of sweet justice to our people, now suffering under their brutality. We will also make each one of those heathen traitors from Alturang suffer for betraying our teachings. The power of Orden will serve the cause of the Fellowship of Order, and in the end strike the Daharans down, no matter where they are. We will grind Richard Rowell's bones to dust. He is a dead man. He just doesn't know it yet.
Jagang's grim grin gave Nietzsche goosebumps. But first, he said with obvious delight,
I want him to live long enough to see it all, live long enough to truly suffer. You know how much I like those who have opposed me to live, so that they may endure the pain of proper suffering.
His voice lowered to a growl.
To that end, I have something very, very dear to Richard Rowell. When I unleash the power of Orden, I will at long last be able to bring him pain he can't begin to imagine. It will bring him the kind of emotional anguish that will crush his spirit, crush his very soul, before I crush his worldly body.
Nietzsche knew that Jagang was talking about Kalen, but she dared not let him know that she knew about it. It took all her willpower not to glance at her, not to give away what she knew.
We will prevail, he said. I offer you the opportunity to return to my side, to the Order's side. In the end, you have no choice in the matter, but to accept the Creator's will. It is time for you to accept your moral responsibility to your fellow man.
She had known from the moment she had entered the camp that she had no chance to escape the inevitable. She would never again see Richard or freedom. Jagang gestured dismissively.
You can accomplish nothing with your childish affection for Richard Rowell.
Nietzsche knew what was going to happen if she did not submit to his authority and accept his offer. If she did not accept, he was going to make it all that much more agonizing for her. But her life was hers now, and she would not throw it away willingly. "If you are going to grind Richard Rowell to dust," she said in her most condescending tone, "if he is nothing more than a petty problem to you, then why are you so concerned about him?" She arched an eyebrow. "More to the point, why are you so jealous of him?" His face flushing red with rage, Jagang seized her by the throat. With a roar, he heaved her onto the bed. She drew a sharp breath just before he landed on her. He straddled her middle, then leaned to the side and retrieved something. With his weight atop her, she could hardly breathe. One meaty hand grabbed her face to hold her head still, even though she made no effort to resist. With the thumb and knuckle of the other hand, he pulled her lower lip out. When he released her face, she saw that he was holding a sharpened awl. He stabbed it through her lower lip, twisting it around, making a hole. Tears of pain stung at her eyes. She dared not move lest he rip her lip off. After he pulled the awl out, he pushed a split gold ring through her freshly pierced lip. Bending forward, he used his teeth to close the ring. His stubble scraped against her cheek as he pressed close and whispered in her ear, "You are mine. Until the day I decide you are to die, your life belongs to me. You might as well forget any thoughts of Richard Rowell. When I've finished with you, the Keeper will have you for betraying me." When he straightened, he slapped her. The powerful wallop felt like it rattled her teeth. "Your whoring with Richard Rowell is ended. You will soon enough be begging to admit that you were only trying to make me jealous, and that my bed is where you really wanted to be all along. Isn't that right?"
Nietzsche stared up at him without showing any emotion or saying anything. He hit her across the face with a closed fist. "Admit it!" With all her strength, Nietzsche steadied her voice. "You can't make someone care about you by hitting them." "You make me hit you. It's your own fault. You say things that you know will make me angry. I wouldn't hit you if you wouldn't keep pushing me into it. You bring it on yourself." As if to prove his point, he delivered 2 mighty blows across her face. She did her best to ignore the pain. She knew that this was only the beginning. Nietzsche stared up at him. She said nothing. She had been beneath him enough times to know very well what was coming. She was already going off to that faraway place in her mind. She no longer focused on the man atop her, hitting her. Her gaze drifted to the ceiling of the tent. As his fists pounded her, she hardly felt it. It was only her body, somewhere distant, that was hurting. She had to breathe through a burble of blood. She knew that he was pulling off her dress, knew that his big hands were groping her, but she ignored that too. Instead, as Jagang beat her, pawed her, climbed on top of her, forced her legs open, she thought about Richard, about how he always treated her with respect. As the nightmare started, she dreamed of other things. Chapter 24. With the back of her wrist, Rachel wiped sweat from her forehead. She knew that as soon as she stopped working, she would get cold, but at the moment she was sweating. It was hard to stop because she was in a hurry. She knew that she couldn't hurry when she was stopped for the night, but she still felt driven to rush, so she raced too as she built her shelter. She didn't like to think about what would happen to her if she didn't hurry. The pine boughs she had cut and leaned up against the low rock wall would help block the cold wind. She'd braced them with a support made of dead cedar saplings she had found nearby. Cutting fresh pine branches with a knife wasn't easy. Chase had taught her how to build a shelter. He probably wouldn't think much of this one, but without at least a hatchet it was the best she could do. At least it was the best she felt like doing. All she really felt like doing was hurrying. She'd picketed the horse close, after letting it drink its fill from a nearby brook. She had been careful to give it enough line to be able to crop at the bunches of grass growing along the bank. Using the flint from the saddlebags, she'd built a fire just inside the protection of the wind block she'd made. It was terrifying being out alone in the countryside at night. There could be bears or mountain lions or wolves. A fire helped her to feel safe while she got some sleep waiting for first light. She needed it to be light so that she could start out again. She needed to get going. She needed to hurry. When she started getting cold, Rachel put another piece of the driftwood she'd collected on the fire and then sat on the small blanket she'd laid over pine boughs. Chase had taught her that a fresh cushion of pine or spruce branches would keep her up off the ground and help keep her warm. She put her back to the rock wall so that nothing could sneak up behind her. With it getting darker, she was feeling afraid. Rather than think about being afraid, she pulled the saddlebags closer and retrieved a piece of dried meat. She tore off a small bite with her teeth and sucked on it for a time, letting the taste start to satisfy her gnawing hunger. She didn't have a lot of food left, so she was trying to conserve what she had. It wasn't long, though, until she was chewing and swallowing. She broke off a piece of hard biscuit and, holding it in her palm, dribbled a little water from the water skin onto it to try to soften it up a bit before she tried to chew it. The biscuits were as hard as rocks. The dried meat was easier to chew than the biscuits, but she had more biscuits. She'd searched for berries as she rode, but it was too late in the year for there to be any left. One day she had spotted a wild apple tree. Even though they were shriveled, they had looked like they might make a meal, but she knew better than to eat red fruit. Red fruit was poisonous. As hungry as she was for something other than dried meat and dried biscuits, she didn't want to get poisoned. Rachel sat quietly for a time, chewing on the tough meat as she stared into the fire. She kept listening for things that might be out in the darkness beyond the fire. She didn't want to be surprised by a hungry animal that might think she'd make a good meal. When she looked up, there was a woman standing before her on the opposite side of the fire. Rachel gasped. She tried to back up, but the rock wall was right there behind her. She thought that she might be able to slip away to the side if she had to. She snatched up her knife. "Please, don't be afraid." Rachel thought that it was just about the most pleasing, gentle, kind voice she had ever heard. Still, she knew better than to be taken in by kind-sounding words. She stared up at the woman, trying to decide what to do, as the woman stared down at her. She didn't look threatening. She didn't do anything that seemed unfriendly. She had, though, shown up out in the middle of nowhere. There was something about her that looked faintly familiar. Her pleasant voice still sang in Rachel's mind. The woman was pretty enough, with plain, cropped blonde hair. Her arms hung slack, hands joined before her, fingers loosely knitted together. She wore simple flaxen robes that reached all the way to the ground. The shawl around her shoulders looked to be dyed from henna. Her modest dress made her look like she must be a commoner, rather than a woman of noble rank. From having lived at the palace in Tamarang, Rachel knew a lot about noble women. Noble women were usually trouble for someone like Rachel. "Please, may I sit and share your fire?" the woman asked in that voice that had Rachel hanging on every word. "No." "No?" "No, I don't know you. Keep back." The woman smiled a little. "Are you sure you don't know me, Rachel?" Rachel swallowed. Goosebumps tingled up her arms. "How do you know my name?" The smile widened a little, not in a cunning way, but in a gentle, kind-hearted manner. The woman's eyes, too, had a softness about them that made it seem like they could never intend harm. Still, that did not do much to diminish Rachel's caution. She'd been fooled by nice-looking ladies in the past. "Would you like something to eat other than that dry traveling food?" "No, I'm fine," Rachel said. "I mean, I appreciate your offer. It's very kind of you, but I'm fine, thank you." The woman bent and picked up something lying on the ground behind her. When she stood again, Rachel saw that it was a string of small trout. She held them up. "Would it be all right if I just used your fire to cook these for myself, then?" Rachel was having trouble trying to think. She had to hurry. That was all she seemed able to focus on, that she had to hurry. But she couldn't hurry at camp. She couldn't leave until it was light. "I suppose it would be all right if you cooked your fish on the fire?" The woman smiled again. It was a smile that for some reason lifted Rachel's heart. "Thank you. I'll not be any trouble to you." Quick as a wink, she turned and disappeared into the night. Rachel had no idea where she went or why. The string of fish still lay nearby. Rachel sat listening into the darkness as the fire hissed and popped. She clutched her knife tightly in her fist as she strained to hear off into the darkness for any sign that the woman might have other people with her. When she returned, the woman had a pile of big moose maple leaves, a number of them covered with a thick layer of mud. The woman said nothing as she squatted down and went about preparing the fish. She rolled each fish in a clean moose maple leaf, then lined them all up in the mud, layered mud on top, and finally wrapped it all in leaves. When she was finished making the rolled-up mud oven, she carefully placed it on the fire. The whole time Rachel watched her. It was hard not to. In fact, Rachel couldn't take her eyes off the woman. There was something about her that just kind of made Rachel ache with longing to be closer to her. Still, her sense of caution wouldn't allow it. Besides, she was in a hurry. The woman backed away a few paces, apparently so as not to frighten Rachel, and sat on the ground, folding her legs under her to wait for her fish to cook. Flames danced in the cold night air, and sparks swirled up whenever the wood popped. From time to time, the woman warmed her hands at the fire. Rachel was having a hard time not thinking about the fish. It smelled delicious. She could imagine how good it would taste. But she had said that she didn't want any. Rachel realized then that she had asked a question before and never gotten an answer. "How do you know my name?" The woman shrugged one shoulder. "The good spirits must have whispered it in my ear." Rachel thought that was about the silliest thing she had ever heard. She couldn't help giggling, though. "In truth," the woman said, looking more serious, "I remember you." The goosebumps returned. "From the castle in Tamarang?" The woman rolled a finger. "No, from before then." Rachel frowned. "From the orphanage?" The woman made a little sound to confirm it. She suddenly looked sad. Together they watched the flames waver and dance and throw light against the rock wall and lean-to of pine boughs. In the distance, coyotes howled in long, lonely wails. Whenever the coyotes started into howling, Rachel was glad for the fire. She could easily be prey for wolves and such, if not for the fire. The bugs nearby chirped and buzzed while moths whirled in circles through the light. Swirling sparks ascended into the night sky, looking as if they were eager to join the stars. It was all making Rachel sleepy. "I bet the fish are ready," the woman said in a bright voice. She scooted forward and used a stick to roll the little mud oven out of the fire. Spreading the leaves open on the ground, she finally exposed the fish inside. They were steaming hot and flaky. She broke off a piece and tasted it, then moaned with delight at how good it tasted. Then she put the rest of the little trout on a moose maple leaf and offered it to Rachel. Rachel sat staring at the hand. She had said that she didn't want any of the woman's fish. "Thank you, but I have my own things to eat. You should have your fish." "Nonsense, there's more than enough. Please won't you eat some with me, just a little? After all, I used the fire you worked to build, so it's the least I can do." Rachel stared at the delicious-looking fish on the leaf in the palm of the woman's hand. "Well, if you don't mind, then I'll have one." The woman smiled, and the world suddenly seemed a better place. Rachel thought that it must be a smile like a mother would have, filled with simple delight at the wonder of life. She tried not to devour the fish. That it was steaming hot helped to slow her down, that and the sharp little bones. It felt so good to eat hot food that she almost cried with joy. When she finished the fish, the woman handed her another. Rachel took it without hesitation. She so needed to eat. She told herself that she needed to be strong so that she could hurry. The tender fish warmed the pang of hunger lodged deep in the pit of her stomach, making the ache melt away. Rachel ate 4 more before she was full. "Don't push your horse so hard tomorrow," the woman said. "If you do, it will die." Rachel blinked. "How do you know that?" "I introduced myself to your animal when I came across your camp. Your horse is in sorry shape." Rachel felt bad for the horse, but she had to hurry. She couldn't slow for anything. She had to hurry. "If I go any slower, they'll get me." The woman cocked her head. "Who will get you?" "The ghosty gobblies." "Ah, I see." "The ghosty gobblies are after me. Whenever I slow, they start to get closer." Tears stung Rachel's eyes.
I don't want the ghosty gobblies to get me."
The woman was there then, right next to her, circling an arm around her, sheltering her. It felt so good that Rachel started to cry in the comfort of that protection. She had to hurry. She was so afraid. "If you kill the horse," the woman said, in a soft, gentle voice, "then the ghosty gobblies will get you, now won't they? Take it just a little slower. You have time." Rachel snuggled in the nook of the woman's arm.
"Are you sure?"
"I'm sure. You need to let the horse get its strength back. It won't do you any good to kill the animal. Trust me. You don't want to be out in the deserted countryside without a horse."
"Because then the ghosty gobblies will get me?"
The woman nodded. "Because then the ghosty gobblies will get you." When a shiver ran up Rachel's back, the woman squeezed her tight until it went away. Rachel realized that she had the hem of her dress in her mouth, just like she used to do when she was little. "Hold out your hand," the woman said in that soothing voice she had. "I have something for you."
"What is it?"
"Hold out your hand." When Rachel held out her hand, the woman laid something small in it. Rachel held it up closer, trying to see it better. It was short and straight. "Put it in your pocket." Rachel looked up at the gentle face watching her.
"Why?"
"For when you need it."
"Need it? What will I need it for?"
"You will know when the time comes. You will know when you need it. When you do, remember that it's there in your pocket."
"But what is it?"
The woman smiled that wonderful smile. "It's what you need, Rachel." As baffled as she was, Rachel couldn't think of how to solve the riddle. She slipped the small thing into her pocket.
"Is it magic?"
Rachel asked. "No," the woman said. "It's not magic, but it's what you will need."
"Will it save me?"
"I have to go now," the woman said. Rachel felt a lump raising in her throat.
"Couldn't you sit by the fire a little while?"
The woman gazed at her with knowing, gentle eyes. "I suppose I could." Rachel felt goosebumps tingling up her arms again. She knew who the woman was.
"You're my mother, aren't you?"
The woman smoothed a hand down Rachel's hair. She had a sad smile. A tear rolled down her cheek. Rachel knew that her mother was dead, or at least she had been told that she was. Maybe this was her mother's good spirit. Rachel opened her mouth to speak again, but her mother gently shushed her, then tipped Rachel's head against her. "You need rest. I'll watch over you. Sleep. You're safe with me." Rachel was so tired. She listened to the wonderful sound of her mother's heart beating. She stretched her arms around her mother's ribs and nuzzled against her. Rachel had 1,000 questions, but she didn't think that she would be able to get a single word past the lump in her throat. Besides, she didn't really want to talk. She just wanted to be held in the shelter of her mother's arms. As much as she loved Chase, this was something that felt so special that she knew it was unfair to compare it to anything else. She loved Chase fiercely. This was wonderful in its own way. It was like two halves that made a whole. Rachel only realized that she'd been asleep because when she opened her eyes, it was just first light. Dark purple clouds looked as if they were trying to hide the approaching light in the eastern sky. She sat up abruptly. All that was left of the fire was cold ashes. She was alone. Before she could think of anything else, before she had time to be sad, she knew that she had to hurry. With frantic effort, she quickly gathered up her few things, the blanket, the flint and steel, the water skin, stuffing them into the saddlebags. She saw the horse not far away watching her. She had to make sure not to run the horse too hard. If she ran the horse and it died, then Rachel would be on foot, and then the ghosty gobblies would get her. Chapter 25. Kaylin tenderly closed both of her hands around Nietzsche's trembling, loose fist. She hoped that through that connection, that simple act, the woman covered in blood, lying in Jagang's bed, could at least take a small measure of solace. As much as Kaylin ached with empathy, she could offer little help. It had been a frightening, dreadful night. Jagang often brought women captives to his bed. He frequently hurt them, either simply by not taking into account his own strength, or because he intended them harm when they failed to cooperate. This was different. With Nietzsche, he was venting hot jealousy. He had never hurt any of those other women the way he hurt Nietzsche. In his own mind, Kaylin knew, he was getting even, settling a score, making Nietzsche pay the price of being unfaithful to him. But in some ways, Jagang was also showing Kaylin what kind of treatment she could look forward to once her memory was finally restored. Kaylin tried to shut the things she'd seen and heard from her mind, lest she be sick. She focused instead on the present and the future. She let go with one hand and turned to retrieve a water skin lying on the floor nearby. Nietzsche lightly caught the remaining hand, apparently fearful of losing the human compassion in that connection. "Here," Kaylin said in little more than a whisper as she lifted the water skin to Nietzsche's lips. Splatters of dried blood masked her face and hair. Other than loosely holding on to Kaylin's hand, Nietzsche didn't respond. "Drink," Kaylin urged. "It's water." Nietzsche didn't make any effort to drink, so Kaylin let a little of the water trickle across the woman's cracked lips and into her mouth. She swallowed, then turned her head away from the water skin with a cry of pain. "Shh," Kaylin urged. "I know it hurts, but try to stay quiet. You need to try to take a drink. You need water. When you're hurt, your body needs water so you can get better." As much as he had choked her while he railed in fury, it was a miracle that Jagang hadn't crushed Nietzsche's windpipe. His powerful hands had left behind lurid bruises, though, and not just on her neck. Nietzsche's blue eyes slowly opened, focusing on Kaylin's face. Kaylin was down low, sitting on the floor beside the bed. She was leaning in close to Nietzsche, trying to keep her voice low so that it wouldn't carry to those outside the bedchamber. She didn't want anyone to hear her talking to Nietzsche. Nietzsche hadn't wanted Jagang to know that she could see Kaylin. Kaylin thought it wise to never let an enemy know anything more than was absolutely necessary. Apparently, Nietzsche thought much the same thing. As awkward as it was leaning over the edge of the bed, Kaylin didn't dare get up off the carpet. She knew the consequences of getting up when Jagang had told her to stay on the floor. A jagged gash at Nietzsche's scalp line on the right side of her forehead was still bleeding. A glancing blow from Jagang's ringed fist had ripped up a flap of scalp. Kaylin snatched up a small cloth, folded it, and gently pressed it against the wound on Nietzsche's forehead, fitting the loose chunk of flesh in place as she applied pressure to stop the bleeding. In mere moments, the cloth soaked through with blood. As much as she ached to help, there was little more she could think to do other than try to stop some of the bleeding and offer a drink of water. The wound from the gold ring pierced through Nietzsche's lower lip still oozed, leaving a trail of blood down her jaw and the side of her neck, but it wasn't serious, like the wound on her forehead, so Kaylin didn't try to do anything for it. She carefully pulled a lock of blonde hair back off Nietzsche's face. "I'm so sorry for what he did to you." Nietzsche nodded slightly, her jaw trembling slightly as she held back tears. "I wanted so much to stop him," Kaylin said. With the back of a finger, Nietzsche caught the tear running down Kaylin's cheek.
There was nothing you could do, the woman managed. Nothing.
Her voice was weak, but despite that, it still carried the same silken grace as before. It was a voice that matched the rest of her perfectly. Kalen would never have guessed that such a lovely voice could also carry such righteous contempt as she'd shown Jagang.
Nothing any of us can do, Nietzsche whispered as her eyelids slid closed, except maybe Richard.
Kalen studied the woman's blue eyes a moment.
You really think that Richard Rall can do something?
Nietzsche smiled to herself.
Sorry, I didn't realize that I'd said the last part aloud. Where's Jagang?
Kalen checked and saw that the wound under the cloth she had pressed to Nietzsche's head had at last stopped the bleeding.
You didn't hear him when he left? She asked, as she set the blood-soaked cloth aside.
Nietzsche rocked her head side to say that she hadn't. Kalen lifted the water skin in question. Nietzsche nodded. She winced as she swallowed, but she drank.
Well, Kalen said when Nietzsche finished drinking, someone called out for him. He went to the doorway, and a man spoke to him in a low voice. I couldn't hear all of it, but it sounded like he said that they'd found something. Jagang came back and put on his clothes. As fast as he got dressed, he was obviously in a hurry to have a look at the discovery. He told me to stay where I was. Then he put one knee on the bed, leaned over you, and whispered to you that he was sorry.
Nietzsche huffed a laugh, but it was cut short when she winced in pain.
He isn't capable of feeling sorry for anyone but himself.
You'll get no argument from me, Kalen said.
Anyway, he promised to bring back a sister to heal you. He ran a hand down your face and again said that he was sorry. Then he paused, looking down at you with a worried look. He leaned a little closer to you and said, "Please don't die, Nietzsche." After that, he rushed away, telling me again to stay on the floor. I don't know how long he will be gone, but I suspect that a sister at least will be in at any moment.
Nietzsche nodded, not seeming to really care if she was healed or not. Kalen could understand, in a way, how Nietzsche would rather slip into the dark forever of death than face what would be her life from now on.
I'm terribly sorry that you've been caught up by him, but you don't know how good it is to have another person be able to see me, someone who isn't with them. I can only imagine, Nietzsche said. Jillian said that she's seen you before, with Richard Rall. She told me a little about you. You're as beautiful as she said you were. My mother used to tell me that being beautiful was only useful to whores. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps she was jealous of you, or just a fool.
Nietzsche smiled so broadly that it looked like she might laugh.
It was the latter. She hated life.
Kalen's gaze drifted away from Nietzsche as she picked up a loose thread on the bed cover.
So you know Richard Rall pretty well, then? Pretty well, Nietzsche said. Are you in love with him?
Nietzsche looked over, gazing into Kalen's eyes for a long moment.
It's more complicated than that. I have responsibilities.
Kalen smiled a little.
I see.
She was glad that Nietzsche hadn't tried to lie by denying it.
You have a beautiful voice, Kalen Amnell, Nietzsche whispered as she stared at Kalen. You really do. Thank you, but it doesn't seem beautiful to me. Sometimes I think I sound like a frog.
Nietzsche smiled.
Hardly.
Kalen frowned.
You know me, then? Not really. But you know my name. Do you know anything about me? About my past? Who I really am?
Nietzsche's blue eyes watched her in a most curious fashion.
Just what I've heard. And what have you heard? That you are the Mother Confessor.
Kalen hooked some hair behind her ear.
I heard that myself.
She checked the doorway again, and, seeing the hanging still in place and hearing no voices close, turned back to Nietzsche. "I'm afraid that I don't know what it means. I don't know very much at all about myself. As I'm sure you can probably imagine, it's pretty frustrating. Sometimes I get so dispirited by not being able to remember anything." Kalen's voice trailed off as Nietzsche's eyes closed against a pang of agony. She was having trouble breathing. Kalen laid a hand on the woman's shoulder. "Hold on, Nietzsche, please, hold on. A sister will be in to heal you any moment. I've been hurt by them before, hurt terribly, and they healed me, so I know they can do it. You'll be all right after they get in here." Nietzsche nodded slightly, but she didn't open her eyes. Kalen wished that one of the sisters would hurry. In the absence of anything she could do, Kalen gave Nietzsche another drink, then wet the piece of cloth again and gently mopped her brow. Kalen was torn between staying where she'd been told to stay and rushing to the opening out of the bedchamber to demand that someone go get a sister. She knew, though, that the collar she wore around her neck would drop her before she would be able to take 2 steps. It was somewhat surprising that there wasn't a sister already outside. There was usually at least one of them at hand. "I've never seen anyone stand up to Jagang the way you did," Kalen said. "It wouldn't really have mattered if I did or not." Nietzsche paused to get her breath. "He was going to do what he wanted to do, but I wasn't about to agree to it." Kalen smiled at Nietzsche's spirit of defiance. "Jagang was already angry at you long before you arrived. Sister Ulyssia told him how you're in love with Richard. She was going on and on about it." Nietzsche's eyes were open, but she said nothing as she stared up at the ceiling. "That's why Jagang was questioning you. Because of what Sister Ulyssia told him, he was jealous. He has no reason to be jealous. He should be more concerned that someday I'm going to kill him." Kalen smiled at that. Then she wondered if Nietzsche meant that Jagang had no reason to be jealous because there was nothing between her and Richard, or because there was, but the Emperor had no right to have a claim on her heart. "Do you think you will ever get a chance to kill him?" In frustration, Nietzsche lifted a hand just a little bit, then let it drop back down to her side. "Probably not. I think I'm the one who is going to be killed." "Maybe we can think of something before that happens," Kalen said. "How did he manage to capture you anyway?" "I was in the palace." "They found a way in?" "Yes. Through forgotten catacombs that run underneath the Azrith plain and under the plateau. The underground chambers and tunnels appear to have been abandoned millennia ago. I think it was a reconnaissance expedition that caught me. They haven't begun to invade the palace yet, but as soon as they have what they need in place, I'm sure they will." Kalen realized that that was what had been discovered buried in the pit. With a way in, it was only a matter of time until they stormed the palace and slaughtered everyone up there. She knew that when that happened, all hope would be lost. Jagang would have defeated the last holdout against the imperial order. He would rule the world. At least he would if he could get his hands on the 3rd box of Orden. Kalen didn't doubt his word, though, that he would soon accomplish that as well. It seemed that time was not just running out for Richard Rahl, but for any hope of freedom surviving. Nietzsche, her chin trembling, looked over at Kalen. "Please, cover me." "Sorry," Kalen said. "I should have thought of that." Actually, she had, but she had thought that maybe it might be worse if she covered Nietzsche and the sheet stuck to the wounds. She could certainly understand, though, why Nietzsche would want to be covered. Kalen stretched, caught the edge of the gold bed cover, and pulled it up. Ever mindful of the collar, she had to be careful not to let herself get up from the floor. "Thanks," Nietzsche said, as she at last was able to pull the silk cover the rest of the way over herself. "Don't be ashamed," Kaelin said. Nietzsche frowned a little. "What do you mean?" "You should never be ashamed to be a victim. It wasn't through any fault of yours. The only thing you should feel is anger at such a violation. You didn't do anything to encourage it. It was rape, just as you said it was." Nietzsche smiled a little as she touched Kaelin's cheek. "Thanks." Kaelin took a deep breath. "Jagang has promised to do much the same to me as he did to you." Nietzsche's hand tightened on Kaelin's, offering in turn some solace. Kaelin hesitated, but then went on. "The only reason he hasn't yet is because he wants it to be worse than it would be if he did it now. He told me that he wants to wait until I know who I am. He says that when I remember my past and who I am, it will be all the worse for me. He says that he wants him to see it. Jagang says that he wants to destroy us both in that way, to destroy everything." Nietzsche closed her eyes, covering them with a hand as if unable to bear the thought of it. "It seems pretty obvious that he has to be talking about someone from my past. Do you know who this he is?" Nietzsche's answer was a long moment in coming. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember you or your past. All I know is the things I've heard, like your name and that you are the Mother Confessor." Kaelin nodded. She didn't think she was getting the whole truth. She felt pretty confident that Nietzsche knew more than she was admitting. Kaelin thought it best, though, not to press her on the subject. At that moment, forcing her to do anything she didn't want to do seemed too cruel to contemplate. Maybe she had her own reasons for not wanting to say more. Maybe those reasons were strictly personal and none of Kaelin's business. Kaelin smiled, determined to steer away from the gloom of such a dark subject. "I liked all the things you said about Richard Rall. This Richard sounds like my kind of man." Nietzsche smiled the slightest bit. "You are both good people." Kaelin rubbed a thumb back and forth on the edge of the bed cover. "What's he like?" "I keep hearing things about him. Every time I turn around, in fact, it seems as if the phantom of Richard Rall is somehow haunting my life." Kaelin looked up. "What's he really like?" "I don't know. He's just Richard. He's a man who cares deeply for those he loves." "From what you told Jagang, you seem to know how he feels about a great many things. You seem to be there at his side a lot. It sounds like he cares a great deal for you." Nietzsche dismissed the suggestion with a flick of a hand. She looked over at Kaelin. "There are regular soldiers outside Jagang's tent. Do you know why?" The abrupt change of topic told Kaelin that she was probing into things Nietzsche didn't want to talk about. Kaelin wondered why not. She turned her attention to Nietzsche's question. "The soldiers are there because they can see me. Very few people can. Sister Ulyssia told Jagang that she thinks it's just an anomaly. After I killed 2 of his guards and Sister Cecilia," her expression intense, Nietzsche lifted her head a little. "You killed Sister Cecilia?" "Yes." "How did you manage to kill a sister of the dark?" "It was back in Casca, the place where you and Richard saw Jillian." "Who told you that?" "Jillian." Nietzsche's head sank back down. "Oh. Jillian said she helped Richard find the chain-fire book he was hunting for down in the catacombs of Casca. That's also where Jagang finally captured Sisters Ulyssia, Armina, and Cecilia. They thought they were going to meet up with Sister Tovy when they got there. As it turned out, Tovy was already dead, and it was Jagang who was there waiting for them. They were pretty surprised." "I bet they were," Nietzsche said. "Like just about everyone else, Jagang's guards couldn't see me, so while the Dreamwalker was busy with the sisters arguing over a book, I pulled the guards' knives out of their sheaths.
Since they couldn't see me, they had no idea the danger they were in. As they stood silently watching over their emperor, I used their own weapons to run them through. Before they even hit the floor, I pushed Jillian out ahead of me into the maze of tunnels. As everyone came rushing out the doorway behind us, I threw a knife. I'd been hoping to get Jagang with the knife, but it was Sister Cecilia who came through the doorway first. They caught me after that, but it had been enough to help Jillian escape. Kalen let out a heavy sigh. In the end, it didn't do any good. Jagang returned to the encampment with the other two sisters and me, but he sent men to search for Jillian. They finally found her and brought her back. She is Jagang's way of making me comply with his wishes. He promised me that if I make him angry by not doing as I'm told, he will do terrible things to her. He is a ruthless man, Kalen nodded. After what I did, though, Jagang realized that he needed some guards who could see me, so he searched the camp looking for men who could. He found a number of them. There are 38 left. Nietzsche glanced over at Kalen. You mean there were more at first? Yes. Then what happened to the rest? Kalen stared resolutely into Nietzsche's eyes. Whenever I get the chance, I kill them. Nietzsche smiled broadly. Good girl. Kalen smiled with her, but then the smile faded. Now, if I kill any more, it will mean torture for Jillian. Nietzsche's expression reflected her concern for Jillian. Don't ever doubt him. He will do it without hesitation. I know. Do you have any idea why there are a few people who can see me when almost no one can? Do you know if it's really an anomaly, as Sister Ulyssia says? The sisters used a chain fire spell on you. It made everyone forget you. Richard discovered that there is a defect in the spell, and it... See what I mean? Richard again, tied up in my life. She shook her head. Sometimes I don't know if it's a good thing or not. When Nietzsche said nothing, she urged her to go on. So how did he ever discover the defect? It's a long story. Basically, we were trying to find a way to undo the chainfire spell. You were trying to help me? But you said you don't remember me. Why would you be doing such a thing if no one remembers me? When Nietzsche had to lie back, laboring to breathe, Kalen said, Sorry, I know I ask a lot of questions. It's just that we're trying to stop the damage being done to everyone, Nietzsche finally managed after enduring a shiver of pain. The whole problem is broader than people only forgetting you. The chainfire spell has tangled us all up in it. If it runs free, it could even end life itself. Kalen silently reprimanded herself for even fantasizing that Richard Rahl had actually been trying to save her, that maybe he knew her, and she meant something to him. I was running a verification web, Nietzsche said. Richard saw indications in the spell, unique designs, that told him that it was contaminated. It explained a lot. We need to undo the chainfire spell because, while it does make everyone forget you, it causes larger problems. What kind of larger problems? Nietzsche paused to draw a few rattling breaths, wincing in pain, before going on. Since it's contaminated, the damaging effects of the spell expanded in unexpected ways. We fear that, unchecked, it will destroy the minds of those it has infected. I think that the contamination may be responsible for the spell not working as intended. As a result, there are a few isolated instances of people who apparently aren't affected. Why am I at the center of all of this? In the silence, Kalen could hear an oil lamp hissing softly. The sounds of the camp outside the tent seemed like they were in another world altogether. The sisters used the spell on you, so they could send you into the palace unseen to steal the boxes of Orden for them. The key to the boxes is a book called the Book of Counted Shadows. They need a confessor to confirm if the book they are using is the true key to the boxes. I've seen the book, Kaelin said. She knew that Nietzsche was telling the truth about that much of it, because Jagang had already demanded that Kaelin confirm if the book was a true copy or a fake. She had proclaimed it a false copy. She knew that there also had to be more to it, but for some reason Nietzsche was carefully dancing around secrets. Kaelin pulled at a string on the bed cover. I wish I could talk to Richard Rall. I wonder if he might have answers for me. I wish you could meet him, but that now seems unlikely to ever happen. Kaelin wanted to ask if it had actually been likely until recent events. She thought that maybe Nietzsche had just revealed more than she thought she had, or had intended. I hate to say it, but I think that you and I are not ever going to be able to see the outcome of this struggle. But do you really think that Richard Rall is going to be able to stop this madness? For other people, I mean. I don't know, Kaelin, but I can tell you that he's the only one who can. Kaelin took up Nietzsche's hand again. Well, if he can, I hope he can rescue you. You should be with him. You love him. Nietzsche squeezed her eyes closed. She turned her face away as a tear leaked out, tracing a slow path through the splotches of dried blood. I'm sorry, Kaelin said. I shouldn't have said anything. You must miss him beyond endurance. No, Nietzsche managed as she rocked her head. It isn't that. It's just that what Jagang did hurts, that's all. I'm having trouble breathing. I think my ribs are broken. They are, Kaelin said. Some of the ones on this side, anyway. I heard them crack when he punched you there. If I'd had a knife, I'd have castrated the bastard. Nietzsche smiled. I believe you could do it, Kaelin Amnell. It's too late for me, but if you get the chance, do it before he starts in on you. Nietzsche, don't give up hope. There's not much cause for hope. Yes, there is. As long as there's life, there's the potential that we can change things for the better. After all, didn't you or Richard put the boxes of Orden in play? I did, Nietzsche said, in Richard's name. What are these boxes, anyway? Why is there a magic power that is just meant to be able to, I don't know, vanquish all opposition and rule the world? That's not their intended purpose. They were created as a counter to the chainfire spell. Kaelin realized then that Richard Rall must have been trying to help her. Even if he was now trying to save others from the effects of the spell, he hadn't discovered the defect that was causing that damage to other people until after he was already trying to figure out how he could restore Kaelin's memory. Having difficulty breathing, Nietzsche fell to a fit of coughing that was obviously agonizingly painful. She started gasping for air. Kaelin could hear the rattle of fluid in her lungs. Nietzsche was beginning to panic with the unsuccessful effort to breathe. She gripped the bed cover in her fists, and her back arched as she tried desperately to pull a breath. Kaelin quickly pulled the bed cover down a ways and placed a hand directly on Nietzsche's upper abdomen. Nietzsche, listen to me. Breathe to my hand, slowly. Nietzsche's confused eyes sought Kaelin's, but she couldn't speak through her gasping attempts to get a breath. Tears began to flow. Kaelin gently rubbed her hand around in a small circle, speaking as calmly as she could. Slow down, Nietzsche. Focus your mind on my hand. Feel where it is. Pull your breath slowly and evenly toward it. You're going to be fine. You're trying to breathe too fast, that's all. You're not alone. Everything is all right, I promise. Take slow breaths, and you'll be able to breathe just fine. Let them reach down toward where you feel my hand. Kaelin could feel Nietzsche's heart galloping under her hand. She continued to rub slowly
and talk in a reassuring voice. "Everything is fine. You can get plenty of air if you just let yourself slow down and take it in." Nietzsche watched Kaylin as if hanging on her every word. "You're doing good. You're all right. I won't let you die. Just think about my hand. Let your breath reach down to my hand. Slower, slower. That's it. Easy, easy. That's it. You're doing good. Just think about my hand and keep breathing slowly." Nietzsche's breathing slowed. She seemed like she was at last getting the air she so desperately needed. Kaylin continued to gently rub Nietzsche's abdomen just below her ribs and to urge her to slow down. The whole time Nietzsche tightly held Kaylin's other hand. After a short time, the crisis passed, and Nietzsche was more comfortably getting her breath. She needed more help, though, than Kaylin could offer her. She wished that a sister would arrive. "Look, Nietzsche, we may not get a chance to talk again, but don't give up. There's a man here who I think is going to do something." Nietzsche swallowed as she regained her equilibrium. "What are you talking about? What sort of man?" "He's a Jala player. He's the point man on a team belonging to Commander Karg." "Karg," she said with disgust. "I know him. The things he does to women are more vile in their invention than Jagang. Karg is a twisted bastard. Stay away from him." Kaylin arched an eyebrow. "You are saying that at the next gala ball, if he asks me to dance, I should decline the offer?" Nietzsche smiled a little. "That would be best. Anyway, there's something about this point man for Commander Karg's team. He knows me. I can see it in his eyes. You should see him play Jala." "I hate Jala. That's not what I mean. This man is different. He's dangerous." Nietzsche frowned over at Kaylin. "Dangerous? In what way?" "I think he's up to something." "Like what?" "I don't know. He doesn't want anyone in the camp to recognize him." "How in the world would you know that?" "It's a long story, but he found a way around anyone recognizing him. He painted his face in wild designs, with red paint, along with the faces of all the men on his team." Kaylin leaned closer. "Maybe he's an assassin or something. It could be that he's intending to kill Jagang." Nietzsche closed her eyes again, losing interest. "I wouldn't get my hopes up about such a thing if I were you." "You would if you saw this man's eyes." Kaylin wanted to ask Nietzsche 1,000 questions, but she heard voices beyond the doorway coming closer. Then she heard a woman outside dismiss a slave. "I think the sister is coming." Kaylin squeezed Nietzsche's hand. "Be strong." "I don't think—" "Be strong for Richard." Nietzsche stared, unable to speak. Kaylin hurriedly scooted away from the bed. The covering over the doorway opened, and Sister Armina stepped through, pulling Jillian in behind her. Chapter 26. "Well, what do you expect me to do?" Verna asked as they marched past a smoking torch in an iron bracket. "Pull Nietzsche out of thin air?" "I expect you to find out where she and Anne went," Kara said. "That's what I expect." Despite the Mord Sith's innuendo, Verna wanted to find Nietzsche and Anne as much as Kara did. She just wasn't as vocal about it. The red leather outfit Kara wore stood out like blood against the virtuous white of the marble walls. The Mord Sith's mood, which seemed to match the color of her outfit, had only gotten worse as the day had worn on and the search had turned up nothing. Several other Mord Sith followed some distance back, along with a contingent of the first file, the Palace Guard. Addie was not far behind, while Nathan was out by himself in the lead. Verna understood Kara's feelings, and in an odd way was cheered by them. Nietzsche was more than Kara's charge, more than a woman Richard had wanted Kara to protect. Nietzsche was Kara's friend.
Not that she would openly admit as much, but it was clear enough by her smoldering rage. Nietzsche, like Kara herself, had long been someone lost to a dark purpose. They had both come back from that terrible place because Richard had given them not only the chance to change, but a reason to. It wasn't so much when a Mord Sith shouted and yelled that alarmed Verna. It was when their questions became quiet and terse. That was what lifted the hackles on the back of her neck, when it was clear that they meant business, and the business of Mord Sith was not at all pleasant. It was best not to find yourself in the way of a Mord Sith when she meant to have answers. Verna only wished that she had them. She understood Kara's frustration. She felt no less anxious and bewildered at what could have happened to Nietzsche and Anne. She knew, though, that repeating the same questions and insisting on answers would not produce those answers any more than it would produce the two missing women. She supposed that Mord Sith fell back on their training when there seemed no other solution. Kara stopped, hands on hips, and looked back down the marble hallway. Behind them, a few hundred men of the first file slowed to a halt so that they wouldn't overrun those in the lead. The echo of boots on stone slowly dwindled to a whisper. Several of the soldiers had crossbows with red-fletched arrows at the ready. Those arrows made Verna sweat. She almost wished that Nathan had never found them. Almost. The seemingly endless maze of halls behind the heavily armed soldiers was empty and silent but for the hissing torches. Kara frowned in thought for a moment, then started out once again. This was the fourth time since Anne and Nietzsche had disappeared the night before that they had been down in the halls that led to the tombs. Verna couldn't begin to imagine what the Mord Sith could be trying to figure out. Empty passageways were empty passageways. The two missing women were hardly likely to pop out of the marble walls. They had to have gone somewhere else, Verna finally said, even though no one had seen them. Kara turned back. Like where? Verna lifted her arms and finally let them flop back down to her sides. I don't know. It be a big palace, Addie said. The torchlight lent the sorceress's completely white eyes a disturbing translucent quality. Verna gestured down the silent passageway. Kara, we've spent hours going up and down these halls, and it's just as obvious now as it was the last time we were down here, or the first time for that matter, that they are empty. Nietzsche and Anne have to be somewhere up in the palace. We're wasting our time down here. I agree that we need to find them, but we need to look elsewhere. Kara's eyes looked like blue fire. They were down here. Yes, I'm sure you're right, but where is the word in what you said that matters? Do you see any trace of them? I don't. You're no doubt correct that they were down here. It's obvious, though, that they've since gone elsewhere. Verna sighed impatiently. We're wasting valuable time marching up and down empty halls. As everyone waited where they stood, Kara paced up the hallway a short distance. When she returned, she again planted her fists on her hips. There's something wrong down here. Nathan, out by himself in the lead and keeping his own counsel, stared back at them, for the first time curious. Wrong? What do you mean, wrong? I don't know, Kara admitted. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something down here that doesn't feel right to me. Verna spread her hands, searching for understanding. You mean some kind of essence of magic or something? No, Kara said, waving off the very notion. I don't mean anything like that. She returned the hand to her red leather-clad hip. It's just that it seems like something is wrong. I don't know what, but something. Verna glanced about. Do you think something is missing? She gestured ahead, up the empty passageway. Decorations, furnishings, something of that nature? No, as I recall, there never was any decorations down in most of these halls. But I haven't been down here to the tombs much. No one has. Dark and Rawl would visit his father's tomb from time to time, but as far as I know, he didn't have any interest in visiting the others. The area down here with the tombs is private, and he made it off limits. When he went to his father's tomb, he usually took his bodyguards, not Mord Sith, so I'm just not all that familiar with the place. Maybe that's all it is, Verna suggested. An uneasy feeling brought on by unfamiliarity. I suppose that could be it, Kara said, her mouth twisting with annoyance at having to admit it was a possibility. Everyone stood silently, considering what they should do next, if anything. It was always possible, after all, that the two missing women could show up at any moment and wonder what all the fuss was about. You said Anne and Nietzsche had wanted to be alone to have a private conversation, Addie said. Perhaps they went off somewhere private. All night? Verna asked. I can't imagine that. The two of them didn't have much in common. They weren't friends. Dear Creator, I don't think they even liked each other all that much. I can't imagine them chatting the night away. Me neither, Kara said. Verna looked up at the prophet. Do you have any idea what Anne might have wanted to talk to Nietzsche about? Nathan's long white hair brushed his shoulders when he shook his head. Anne naturally took a dim view of Nietzsche, considering that she turned to the Sisters of the Dark. I know that always bothered her, and not without sound reason. It was more than a betrayal of the cause of the light. It was a personal betrayal, and a betrayal of the palace. Anne might have wanted to get Nietzsche alone so she could counsel her about coming back to the Creator. That would have been a brief conversation, Kara said. I suppose so, Nathan admitted. He scratched the bridge of his nose as he considered. Well, knowing Anne, it very well might be something about Richard. Kara's blue eyes narrowed as they turned up toward the prophet. What about Richard? Nathan shrugged. I don't know for certain. Kara's brow tightened. I didn't say that it had to be for certain. Nathan looked somewhat reluctant to speak of it, but he finally did. Anne sometimes mentioned how she thought that Nietzsche might be able to guide him. Verna joined Kara in frowning. Guide him? Guide him how? You know Anne. Nathan smoothed the front of his white shirt. She always thinks she needs to have a hand in guiding everything. She has often mentioned to me how uneasy it makes her to have so tenuous a connection to Richard. Why does she think she needs a connection to Lord Rawl? Kara asked, ignoring the fact that it was now Nathan who was Lord Rawl and not Richard. Verna couldn't say that she was any more comfortable with the thought of Nathan being the Lord Rawl than was Kara. She has always thought she needed to control what Richard might do, Nathan said. She is always calculating and planning. She has never liked leaving anything to chance. True enough, Verna said. The woman always did have a network of spies to help her ensure that the world was revolving properly. She had connections in the most far-flung places in order to exert influence toward what she saw as the cause of her life. She never liked leaving anything important to others, much less to chance. Nathan heaved a deep sigh. Anne is a determined woman. She believes that Nietzsche, since renouncing the Sisters of the Dark, has no other choice now except to return her devotion to the cause of the Sisters of the Light. What cause? Why does she think Nietzsche has to be devoted to the Sisters of the Light? Kara asked. Nathan leaned a little toward the Mord Sith. She thinks that us wizards need a Sister of the Light to guide our every thought and action. She has always believed that we should not be allowed to think for ourselves. Verna's gaze wandered off down the empty passageway. I guess that I used to believe much the same thing, but that was before Richard. Keep in mind, though, that you've spent far more time with Richard than Anne ever did. Nathan shook his head sadly.
While she had to have come to much the same understanding about Richard needing to act on his own, as most of us agree he must, she seems lately to be reverting to her old ways, her old beliefs. I'm not sure that the chain fire spell hasn't wiped away those changes in Anne, erased the things she had learned. Verna had suspected much the same. We must let Anne speak for herself, but I think that it's clear that the chain fire spell is affecting us all. We know that, unchecked, it will likely continue to run rampant through our minds and very possibly destroy our ability to reason. The problem is, none of us is aware of how we are changing. Each of us feels that we are the same as we've always been. I doubt that to be true. There is no telling how much any one of us has changed. Any of us could unwittingly lead our cause astray. You can discuss all that with Anne when we find them, Kara said, impatient to get back to the issue at hand. They're not down here. We need to spread our search. Maybe they're not done with whatever they had to talk about, Nathan suggested. Maybe Anne doesn't want to be found until after she is finished with trying to convince Nietzsche of what she must do. That sounds like a possibility, Verna agreed. Nathan fussed with the edge of his cape. I wouldn't put it past the woman to abscond with Nietzsche, intent on being alone with her so she can browbeat her into Anne's way of thinking. Kara flicked a hand dismissively. Nietzsche is devoted to helping Richard, not Anne. She wouldn't go along and Anne couldn't make her. Nietzsche can wield subtractive magic, after all. I agree, Verna said. I can't imagine the two of them just wandering off for this long without letting us know where they are. Addie turned to Verna. Why not ask her where she be? Verna frowned at the old sorceress. You mean use the journey book? Addie gave a single firm nod. Yes, ask her. Verna was skeptical. Being here in the palace, it's hardly likely that she would look in her journey book for a message from me. Maybe she not be in the palace, Addie said. Perhaps the two of them had to leave for some sudden important reason, and she already sent you a message in the journey book. How in the world could the two of them leave the palace? Verna asked. We are surrounded by the army of the Imperial Order. Addie shrugged. It not be impossible. I can see with my gift, not my eyes. It be dark last night. Maybe in the dark they had to slip away for some reason. Maybe it be important, and they didn't have time to tell us. You could do that? Kara asked. You could go out in the dark and make it through the enemy? Of course. Verna was already thumbing through her journey book. As she had expected, it was completely blank. There is no message. She tucked the small book back behind her belt. I'll try your suggestion, though, and write Anne a message. Perhaps she will look in her journey book and reply. With a flourish of his cape, Nathan once again started away. Before we go off to look elsewhere, I want to check the tomb again. Post a guard up here, Kara called back to the soldiers. The rest of you come with us. Already some distance off down the hall, Nathan turned down a stairway. The rest of them all followed behind, their footsteps echoing as they hurried to catch up. Nathan, Kara, Addie, Verna, and the soldiers bringing up the rear all descended down to the next level. The walls of the lower level were stone block rather than marble. In places they were stained by centuries of water seeping through. The seepage left behind yellowish formations that made the stone look as if it were melting. They soon enough arrived at stone that really had melted. Nathan came to a halt before the opening to Panis Raal's tomb. The tall prophet, his face grim and drawn, stared past melted stone into the tomb. It was the fourth time he had returned to look into the tomb, and this time it looked no different than on previous visits. Verna was worried about the man. While he was worried and wanted to find answers, there was a kind of rage simmering just below the surface. She had never seen him like this before. The only person she could think of who had same quality of quiet, bottled fury that could make her heart race was Richard. Such focused anger had to be, she thought, a Rahl quality. Whatever doors had once guarded the crypt had been replaced with a kind of white stone intended to seal the large tomb. It appeared to have been hastily constructed, but it hadn't succeeded in halting the strange conditions overcoming Panis Rahl's tomb. Inside, 57 cold torches rested in ornate gold brackets. Nathan cast out a hand, using magic to light several of them. As they burst into flames, the walls of the crypt came alive with flickering light that reflected off the polished pink granite of the vaulted room. Beneath each of the torches was a vase meant to hold flowers. By the 57 torches and vases, Verna guessed that Panis Rahl must have been 57 when he died. A short pillar in the center of the cavernous room supported the coffin itself, making it look as if it floated above the floor of white marble. The gold-enshrouded coffin glowed softly in the wavering warm light of the 4 torches. The way the walls were covered in polished crystalline granite that ran up and completely across the vaulting, Verna imagined that when all the torches around the room were lit, the coffin must glow in golden glory as it floated all by itself in the center of the room. Words, carved in the ancient language of High Daharan, covered the sides of the coffin. Cut into the granite beneath the torches and gold vases, an endless ribbon of words in the same nearly forgotten language ringed the room. The deeply incised letters shimmered in the torchlight, almost making them look as if they were lit from within. Whatever was causing the white stone that had once blocked the entrance to the tomb to melt was beginning to affect the room itself, although not to the same extent. Verna suspected that the white stone used to wall over the entrance was a stopgap, a sacrificial substance deliberately selected to draw and absorb the invisible force responsible for the trouble. Now that the white stone was almost all melted away, those forces were beginning to attack the tomb itself. The stone slabs of the walls and floor hadn't melted or cracked, but they were just beginning to distort, as if they were being subjected to great heat or pressure. Verna could see that the joints between the ceiling and walls out in the hall were splitting open under the pressure of the deformation from within the room itself. Whatever was causing such an event, it was obvious that it was not a construction defect, but rather some kind of external force. Nietzsche had said that she wanted to see the tomb because she thought she knew why it was melting. Unfortunately, she hadn't revealed the nature of her suspicion. There was no sign that she and Anne had visited the tomb. Verna was impatient to find both women so that the whole mystery could be solved. She couldn't imagine what the trouble with the tomb of Richard's grandfather could be, or how much worse it would get, but she didn't think it would turn out to be anything good. Nor did she think that there was much time left to answer the riddle, any part of it. "Lord Rahl," a voice called. They all turned back. A messenger came to a halt not far away. All the messengers wore white robes trimmed around the neck and down the front with the design of intertwined purple vines. "What is it?" Nathan asked. Verna thought that as long as she lived, she would never get used to hearing people call Nathan Lord Rahl. The man bowed briefly. "There is a delegation from the Imperial Order waiting on the other side of the drawbridge." Nathan blinked in surprise. "What do they want?" "They want to speak to Lord Rahl." Nathan glanced to Kara and then Verna. Both were just as surprised as he. "It could be a trick," Addie said. "Or a trap," Kara added. Nathan's face bent into a sour expression. "Whatever it is, I think I'd better go look into it." "I'm going too," Kara said. "As am I," Verna added. "We'll all go," Nathan said as he started away. Verna and the small clutch of people with her followed Nathan out of the grand entrance of the people's palace and into the bright late afternoon sunlight. Long shadows cast by the towering columns cascaded down the hillside of steps before them. In the distance, across the expanse of grounds, the great outer wall stood at the edge of the plateau. Men patrolled a walkway between crenellated battlements along the top of the massive wall. It had been a long journey up from the tombs deep within the palace, and they were all winded. Verna shaded her eyes with a hand as they descended the grand stairs in the wake of the long-legged prophet. Guards posted on each of the expansive landings saluted the Lord Rahl with a fist to their hearts. There were greater numbers of soldiers in the distance patrolling the broad sweeps of grounds leading to the outer wall. The stairs ended in a broad area of bluestone that took them to a roadway winding up from around the side where stables and carriages would be. Tall cypress trees lined the short road as it led toward the outer walls. Beyond the gates, through the massive wall, the road was less grand, as it followed the sheer walls of the plateau down in a series of switchbacks. Each turn gave the silent company an unbroken view of the imperial order spread out far below. The drawbridge was guarded by hundreds of troops of the first file. These were all well-trained, heavily armed soldiers committed to ensuring that no one came up the road to assault the people's palace. There was little chance of that, though. The road was too narrow to mount any kind of meaningful attack. In such tight confines, a few dozen good men could hold off an entire army. More than that, though, the drawbridge was up. The sheer drop was dizzying. It was too far across for assault ladders or ropes with grappling hooks. Without the bridge down, no one could cross the chasm and approach the palace. Beyond the drawbridge, a small delegation waited. By their simple dress, they looked to be messengers. Verna did see a few dozen lightly armed soldiers, but they remained well back from the messengers, so as not to appear threatening. Nathan, his cloak buttoned back on one shoulder, even though it was a cold day, came to a halt at the edge of the chasm, feet spread, fists on his hips, looking imposing and commanding. "I am Lord Rahl," he announced to the party across the drop. "What do you want?" One of the men, a slender fellow wearing a simple tunic of darkly dyed leather, shared a look with his comrades and then stepped a little closer to his side of the brink. "His Excellency Emperor Jagang has sent me with a message for the Daharan people." Nathan glanced around at the others behind him. "Well, I'm Lord Rahl, so I speak for the Daharan people. What is the message?" Verna eased up beside the prophet. The messenger was looking more displeased by the moment. "You are not the Lord Rahl." Nathan eyed the man with a Rahl scowl. "Would you like me to use a bit of conjured wind and blow you off that road? Would that settle the matter to your satisfaction?" The men across the way stole glances down the drop. "It's just that we were expecting someone else," the messenger said. "Well, I'm Lord Rahl, so I'm what you get. If you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, I'm busy. We have a banquet to attend." The man finally bowed slightly. "Emperor Jagang is prepared to make a generous offer to those in the people's palace." "What sort of offer?" "His Excellency has no desire to destroy the palace or its inhabitants. Surrender peacefully, and you will be allowed to live. Fail to surrender, and each of them will die a slow and agonizing death. Their bodies will be thrown off the walls to the plain below, where they will feed the vultures." "Wizard's fire," Kara said under her breath. Nathan frowned back over his shoulder. "What?" "Your power works here. Theirs, if they are gifted, wouldn't work as well up here, so their shields would be less effective. You can incinerate the lot of them from here." Nathan waved his arm in a grand gesture to those across the way. "Will you excuse me for a moment?" The man bowed his head indulgently. Nathan led Kara and Verna back up the road to where Addy, several other Mord Sith, and the escort of soldiers waited. I agree with Kara, Verna said before the prophet could say anything. Give them our answer in the only way the Order understands. Nathan's bushy brow drew down over his azure eyes. I don't think that's such a good idea. Kara folded her arms. Why not? Jagang is probably watching our reaction through the eyes of those men, Verna said. I agree with Kara. We need to show him strength. Nathan frowned. I'm surprised at you, Verna. He smiled politely at Kara. I'm not surprised at you, however, my dear. Why are you so surprised? Verna asked. Because it would be the wrong thing to do. You usually don't give such poor advice. Verna restrained herself. This was not the time to launch into a heated lecture, especially not in front of Jagang's eyes. She also recalled all too vividly how she had thought for most of her life that the prophet was mad. She wasn't entirely sure that her assessment had been wrong. She also knew from past experience that lecturing Nathan was like trying to talk the sun out of setting. You can't seriously be considering surrender, she said in a low voice that those across the way wouldn't hear. Nathan made a sour face. Of course not. But that doesn't mean that we should kill them for asking. Why not? Kara spun her aegil up into her fist as she leaned toward the prophet. I, for one, think that killing them is an excellent idea. Well, I don't, Nathan huffed. If I incinerate them, that will tell Jagang that we have no intention of considering his offer. Verna contained her fury. Well, we don't. Nathan turned an intense look on her. If we tell them that we have no intention of considering the offer, then the negotiations are ended. We're not going to negotiate, Verna said with rising impatience. But we don't have to tell them that, Nathan explained with exaggerated care. Verna straightened and fussed with her hair, using the moment to take a deep breath. What would be the purpose of not telling them that we have no intention of seriously considering their offer? To buy time, Nathan said. If I blast them off that road, Jagang would have his answer, now wouldn't he? But if I take the offer under consideration, we can string out the negotiations. There can be no negotiations, Verna said through gritted teeth. To what end? Kara asked, ignoring Verna. Why would we want to do such a thing? Nathan shrugged as if it were obvious and they were all idiots for not seeing it. Delay. They know how difficult it is going to be to take the palace. With every foot of elevation that ramp of theirs gains, it becomes exponentially more difficult to construct. It could easily take them the winter, and possibly a great deal longer, to build that thing. Jagang can't be looking forward to an army that massive sitting out there on the Azrith plain for the entire winter. They are a long way from home and supplies. He could lose the whole army to starvation or a virulent sickness. Then where would he be? If they think we might consider surrender, then they might put thought and effort into winning the palace in that way. Our surrender would solve their problem. But if they think there is no way but to rout us from the palace, then they will put all their efforts into that method. Why push them to it? Verna's mouth twisted. I suppose that makes some sense. When Nathan smiled at the small triumph, she added, Not a lot, but some. I'm not at all sure it does, Kara said. Nathan spread his arms. Why turn them down? There is nothing to be gained by doing so. We should keep them guessing, keep them wondering if we might be considering giving up without a fight. Enough cities have surrendered to make it seem like a reasonable possibility that we might do the same. If they think there is a chance we might surrender, then that hope will keep them from being fully committed to finishing their ramp and ending it with a rout of the palace. I must admit, Kara said, there is value in stringing people along so that they fall into waiting for an answer they really want. Verna finally gave him a nod. I guess that for now it can't hurt to let them wonder. Finished with the task of bringing them around to his way of thinking, Nathan brushed his hands together. I will tell them that we will take their offer under advisement. Verna wondered if Nathan had another reason for wanting to say he would consider the offer. She wondered if he could actually be contemplating surrendering the palace. While Verna held no illusions that Jagang would actually keep his word not to harm those in the palace if they surrendered, she wondered if Nathan was thinking of secretly arranging his own surrender deal, a deal that would leave him as the permanent Lord Ral of a vanquished Dahara under the authority of the imperial order. After all, once the war was over, Jagang would need people to rule far-flung conquered lands. She wondered if Nathan was capable of such treason. She wondered how much his resentment had grown over nearly a lifetime of imprisonment in the Palace of the Prophets for no more of a crime than what the Sisters of the Light thought him capable of. She wondered if he could be thinking of revenge. She wondered if the Sisters of the Light, by their well-intentioned treatment of a man who had done them no harm, might have sown the seeds of destruction. As Verna watched a smiling Lord Ral marching back to the edge of the chasm, she wondered if the prophet was scheming to throw them all to the wolves. Chapter 27. Richard was growing ever more concerned. He had expected that at one of the games he would see his chance. But after Jagang and Kalin had come to the first Jala match a dozen days before, the Emperor had not again shown up to watch a game. Richard was frantic with worry over the reason. He tried not to think about what Jagang might be doing to Kalin, and yet he couldn't keep himself from imagining the worst. Sitting chained to the wagon, surrounded by a ring of guards, there was not much Richard could do about it. Despite how desperately he wanted to act, he had to use his head and look for the right opportunity. It had always been a risk that a good opportunity might not come along, and then he would be forced to act, but doing something out of frustration alone was not likely to accomplish anything, except maybe ruin any chance he would otherwise have of getting the opportunity he needed. Still, waiting was driving him crazy. As sore as he was from the Jala match that day, he longed to lie down and get some rest. He knew, though, that his anxiety was going to keep him from getting much sleep, just as it had kept him from getting sleep for days. He was going to need the sleep, though, because the next day was their most important game yet, a game that he hoped would get him to the opportunity he was looking for. He glanced up when he heard the soldier coming with their evening meal. As hungry as Richard was, even the usual hard-boiled egg sounded good. The soldier, pulling the small cart he always used to haul their food, made his way through the ring of guards around the captive members of Richard's team. The soldiers gave the man only a cursory look. The wheels of the cart squeaked with a familiar rhythm as the man plodded across the hard-scrabble ground. He stopped in front of Richard. "Hold out your hands," he said as he picked up a knife and started sawing away on something in his cart. Richard did as he was told. The man lifted something from the cart and tossed it to Richard. To his surprise, it was a hefty slice of ham. "What's this? A last good meal before tomorrow's fateful game?" The man lifted the handles on his cart. "Supplies came in. Everyone eats." Richard stared at the soldier's back as he wheeled his cart up the row to feed the other men. Not far away, John Rock, his face and body covered with the network of lines in red paint, whistled with satisfaction to find himself getting something other than eggs. This was the first time since they'd been in camp that they had been given any quantity of meat. Up until now, they had usually been fed eggs. Sometimes they'd been given stew with precious few chunks of lamb. Once it had been beef stew. Richard wondered how supplies had gotten through to the encampment. The Daharan army was supposed to stop any supplies from reaching the Order's army. Starving Jagang's men was their only real chance to stop them. If Richard hadn't already been worried enough, the thick slice of ham in his hand represented a grave new concern. He supposed that it only made sense that an occasional supply convoy would get through. With food running low, this resupply had been timely. The Old World was a big place. Richard knew that there was no way that the Daharan army could cover the whole countryside. On the other hand, he wondered if the ham he was holding could be a sign that things weren't going so well for General Meifert and the men he had taken south. John Rock scooted closer, dragging his chain behind. "Reuben, we get ham! Isn't that wonderful?" Being free would be wonderful. Eating well as a slave is not my idea of wonderful. John Rock's face sagged a little, then brightened. "But being a slave eating ham is better than being a slave eating eggs, don't you think?" Richard wasn't in the mood to discuss it. "I guess you have a point." John Rock grinned. "I thought so, too." In the gathering gloom of dust, the two of them ate in silence. Savoring the ham, Richard had to admit to himself that John Rock did indeed have a point. He'd almost forgotten how good something other than eggs could be. This, too, would help give him and his team strength. They were going to need it. John Rock, chewing a big mouthful of ham, scooted just a little closer. He swallowed and then sucked juice off his fingers. "Say, Reuben, is there something wrong?" Richard glanced over at his big right-wing man. "What do you mean?" John Rock pulled off a strip of meat. "Well, you didn't do so good today." "We won by 5 points." John Rock looked up from under his thick brow. "But we used to win by more." "The competition is getting tougher." John Rock shrugged with one shoulder. "If you say so, Reuben." He thought it over a moment, clearly not satisfied. "But we won by more points against that one big team back a few days. Remember? The ones who called us names and started the fight with Bruce before the game even started." Richard remembered the team. Bruce was the new left-wing man, replacing the original man who had been killed during the game Jagang and Kalen had been at. Richard had at first worried that a regular Imperial Order soldier would not do as well serving under a captive point man, but Bruce had risen to the occasion. On the day John Rock was talking about, the other team's wingman had called the regular soldiers on Richard's team names for serving under a captive. Bruce had answered the insults by calmly walking over and breaking the man's arm. The fight that ensued had been ugly, but it had been quickly broken up by the referee. "I remember. What of it?" "I think they were tougher than the team today, and we beat them by 11 points. We won today's match. That's what matters." "But you told us how we must crush all opposition if we are to get to play the Emperor's team." Richard took a deep breath. "You all did good, John Rock. I guess I just let everyone down." "No, Reuben, you haven't let us down." John Rock grunted a laugh and smacked the side of Richard's shoulder with the back of his big hand. "Like you say, we won. If we win tomorrow, then we play the Emperor's team." If nothing else, Richard was counting on Jagang at least showing up to watch his own team play for the camp championship. Surely he would never miss seeing that game. Commander Karg had told Richard that the Emperor was well aware of their team's growing reputation. Richard worried about why Jagang hadn't come to see for himself. Richard had thought that the man would want to size up the likely challengers to his team, and so would attend at least the last few games before the final match. "Don't worry, John Rock. We're going to beat that team tomorrow, and then we're going to get to play the Emperor's team." John Rock shot Richard a lopsided grin. "And then, when we win, we get our choice of a woman. Snakeface promised us." Richard chewed ham as he watched the man covered in designs meant to increase strength and power intertwined with symbols of aggression and conquest. There are more important things than that. Maybe so, but what other rewards are there for us in life? John Rock's grin returned. If we win against the Emperor's team, we get a woman. Have you ever thought that your reward might be nothing but a terrifying nightmare for the woman you choose? John Rock frowned, staring at Richard a moment. In silence, he went back to eating ham. Why would you say that? John Rock finally asked, unable to contain his annoyance. I wouldn't hurt a woman. Richard glanced over at the man's sour expression. What do you think of the camp followers? The camp followers? John Rock, surprised by the question, scratched his shoulder as he considered. Most of them are ugly old hags. Well, if you aren't interested in them, then that leaves the captive women, the women taken from their homes, their families, their husbands, their children, everything they ever loved. The ones forced to serve as whores for soldiers who very likely were the same ones who slaughtered those fathers, husbands, and children. Well, The women we often hear crying out at night, the ones we hear weeping. John Rock's gaze fell away. He picked at his piece of ham. It keeps me awake sometimes, listening to the sounds of those women sobbing. Richard looked out between the wagons and guards at the camp beyond. In the distance, the work on the ramp continued. He imagined that the people up in the People's Palace, the last holdout against the imperial order, could do nothing but wait for the horde to come. There was nothing they could do. There was nowhere safe left for them to go. The beliefs driving the imperial order were swallowing all of mankind. Down in the encampment, knots of men were gathering around cook fires. Among the shadows and gloom, Richard could see a woman being dragged to a tent. She'd once had her own dreams and hope for her future. Now that the order was prescribing their vision for mankind, she was merely chattel. Already men were lining up outside, the victors waiting for their reward in return for serving the imperial order. Ultimately, despite all the grand pretensions, this was all that it was really about. The lust of some to rule over all others, to impose their will, the pretension of a moral license that they believed gave them the right to take, by any means, what they wanted. In other places, Richard could see men were gathered around, drinking and gambling. The supply train must have brought liquor. It was going to be a noisy night. Kalen was somewhere out in that sea of men. Well then, Richard said, unless you want to be a party to the abuse of those women, that leaves the camp followers who are willing. John Rock thought in silence for a time as he nibbled at his ham. If quiet anger could cut steel, Richard would have his collar off, and he would be doing something to get Kalen out of this place and to safety, to what safety there was left in a world gone mad over a cause. You know, Reuben, you have a way of spoiling things. Richard glanced over at the man. Would you rather I lie, make up something just to soothe your conscience? John Rock sighed. No, but still. Richard realized then that he had better not discourage his right-wing man, or the man might very well not play his best. If they lost the next game, there would be no chance to play the Emperor's team, and then Richard might not get a chance to see Kalen again. Well, you are getting pretty famous, John Rock. Men are beginning to cheer when they see you come on the field. It could be that there will be a lot of pretty women who will be eager to be with the big, handsome wingman on the champion team. John Rock finally grinned. That's true. We are winning a lot of soldiers over to our side. Men are beginning to cheer for us. He waved his ham at Richard. You are the point man. You will have a lot of pretty women who will want to be with you. There is only one I want."
"And you think she will be willing? What if she wants nothing to do with you?"
Richard opened his mouth, but then closed it. Kalen didn't know him. If he did get a chance to try to get her away from Jagang, what was he going to do if she thought he was just another stranger trying to capture her? After all, why wouldn't she? What if she wasn't willing to go along with him? What if she resisted? There would certainly be no time to try to explain things to her. Richard sighed. Now he had another thing to keep him awake with worry. Chapter 28. Kalen sat quietly in the shadows to the side of the outer room in a low leather chair, her hands nested in her lap. Jillian sat cross-legged on the floor nearby. From time to time, Kalen glanced at Sisters Ulyssia and Armina as they worked at their assigned task of comparing the books that were the key to opening the boxes of Orden. They were going through each volume word by word, searching for any variants. Some of Jagang's other captive sisters had found a third book down in the catacombs below the Palace of the Prophets, so Sisters Ulyssia and Armina now had an additional copy they could check against the two books they already had. The one from the Palace of the Prophets, which Jagang had long had in his possession, and the one he'd found in the catacombs in Casca, where he had captured Sisters Ulyssia, Armina, and Cecilia, as well as Kalen. The books were supposed to be the Book of Counted Shadows. The titles on the spines of the latter two, however, didn't say shadows, but instead said shadow. There was disagreement between Sisters Ulyssia and Armina if that was meaningful or not. From what Kalen had pieced together from bits and pieces she'd overheard, there was the original of the Book of Counted Shadows, one true copy, and 4 false copies. Jagang now had in his possession 3 of those 5 copies. Getting their hands on all the copies was a top priority. From what Kalen could gather, there were people whose lives were devoted solely to that task. The mystery had deepened when the book found in the recently discovered catacombs under the People's Palace had turned out to say shadows in the title on the spine, as it was supposed to say. The titles alone would suggest that the first 2 were false copies, as Kalen had said they were, and the latest one was possibly the true copy. As of yet, though, there was no way for them to prove any of it. Kalen worried about what she would do if Jagang demanded that she rule on whether the latest find was a true copy or not. From what the sisters had pointed out to Jagang, the books themselves said that a confessor was needed to verify if the book was a true version or not. Kalen had overheard that she was this person, a confessor, but along with the rest of her forgotten past, she didn't know what a confessor was. She had no idea how she was supposed to be able to identify the true copy. Jagang hadn't cared if she knew the way or not. He simply expected her to do it. With the first 2, the title being wrong had given her a plausible reason to proclaim them false. With the latest edition, though, she would have nothing to go on, since the title was correct and the text itself could offer her no help because magic prevented her from being able to see it. With his attention focused on Nietzsche, Jagang hadn't asked for Kalen's determination on the latest volume's validity. If he did, and Kalen couldn't give him an answer that satisfied him, Jillian would be the one to pay the price. So far, the sisters had not been able to find any dissimilarities between the 3 copies. Of course, as they had hesitantly pointed out to the Emperor, dissimilarities would prove nothing. All 3 could be different and still be false copies. How were they to know? There was nothing to say that the newest book, even if it turned out to be different from the other 2, was a true copy. Being different in and of itself didn't prove anything. As far as Kalen could see, the only real way to identify the one true copy would be if they had the original and all 5 copies. Despite his bluster and demands, Jagang had to know that as well. That was undoubtedly why he had people dedicated to locating the other books. Be that as it may, Jagang still wanted the books checked for any discrepancy, so the sisters were checking, one word at a time. Jagang had given them ample time to go over the books. While he was greatly interested in discovering the truth of the Book of Counted Shadows, for the time being, he was more interested in Nietzsche. Ever since Nietzsche had been captured, he had been obsessed with her. He had not taken another woman to his bed, and had even forgone the Jala matches. It almost seemed to Kalin as if he thought that if he could satisfactorily demonstrate to Nietzsche how profound his lust for her really was, then she would be convinced of his true feelings for her, and her defiance would melt away as she was won over. For her part, Nietzsche had only become more detached. Her dispassionate, distant attitude strangely attracted Jagang, but her defiance provoked him to violence and only made her ordeal worse. Kalin couldn't imagine, though, when her turn came, being anything but defiant. Several times after a fit of wild rage, Jagang's anger had died out when he suddenly realized that he might have gone too far. On those occasions, sisters had been rushed in to try to revive Nietzsche. All the while, as they worked desperately to save her life and heal her, Jagang paced with a worried, guilty look. Later, after she had been healed, he would regain his indignation and blame Nietzsche for driving him to such violence in the first place. Sometimes, like the night before, he would leave Kalin and Jillian in the outer room while he took Nietzsche inside to be alone with her for the night. Kalin supposed that such privacy was his idea of tender romance. As Nietzsche had been led to the bedchamber, she had shared a brief covert gaze with Kalin. It had been a look of shared understanding of the utter madness that gripped the world. Jagang had been so distracted since having Nietzsche back that he had ignored just about everything else, from the Book of Counted Shadows to the Jala matches. Kalin didn't like the Jala games, but she desperately wanted to see the man everyone called Reuben. She knew from daily reports shared between the guards that Commander Karg's team had so far won all their matches. But Kalin wanted to see the point man with the strange designs painted on him, the man with the gray eyes, the man who knew her. "Look here," Sister Ulysses said, tapping the page in one of the books. "This formula is different from those two." Kalin watched their backs as both hunched over the table, comparing the books laid open before them. Jagang's two big bodyguards, standing across the room near the entrance to the tent, also kept an eye on the sisters. The two regular soldiers, Kalin's special guards, didn't appear to be interested in the sisters. They were watching Kalin. Kalin, her face going red when she realized what they were looking at, pulled a thick skein of hair over the view provided by the missing top button of her shirt. "Yes," Sister Armina said in a drawl. "The constellation is different. Isn't that odd?" "It certainly makes the differences difficult to spot. Not only that, but look here. The azimuth angles are dissimilar." Sister Ulysses pulled one of the oil lamps closer. "They're different in all three copies." Sister Armina was nodding as she looked between the books. "We never caught that before in the first two books. I always thought they were the same, but they're not." "Being such a small thing, it's easy to see why we missed it." Sister Ulysses gestured at the books. "This makes all three different." "What do you think it means?" Sister Ulysses folded her arms. "It can only mean that at least two have to be false copies, but in reality, for all we know, all three could be." Sister Armina heaved an unhappy sigh. "So now we know something new, but it doesn't really tell us anything useful." Sister Ulysses cast the other woman a sidelong glance. "His Excellency has a way of coming up with things I would never have expected him to find." Perhaps he will uncover the other copies, and then we will at last have a means to be able to tell something for certain. The cover over the door abruptly lifted to the side. Jagang shoved Nietzsche through the opening. She stumbled and fell at Kalen's feet. The woman's eyes briefly turned up, but she pretended not to see Kalen right there in front of her. It was a deception that had not changed since Jagang had captured her. Kalen could see the rage in Nietzsche's eyes. She could see the pain, too. She could also see the desperate despair. Kalen wanted to hold her, comfort her, and tell her that it would be all right, but she couldn't do such a thing, and she certainly couldn't tell her that it would be all right. "What have you found out?" Jagang asked the two sisters as he stepped up behind them. Sister Ulysses tapped one of the books. He leaned over her shoulder, peering down at where she pointed. "Right here, Excellency. They are all three different in this place right here." "Which one is correct?" Both sisters shrank back a little. "Excellency," Sister Ulysses said in a hesitant voice, "it is still too early to tell." "We must have the other copies if we are to know for sure," Sister Armina blurted out. Jagang turned his gaze on her for a moment, and then, uncharacteristically, merely grunted indifferently. He glanced around, checking that Kalen was still in the chair where he'd told her to stay. He saw, too, that Jillian was on the floor, and guards were watching over all of them. Jagang turned his gaze on her for a moment, and then, uncharacteristically, merely grunted indifferently. He glanced around, checking that Kalen was still in the chair where he'd told her to stay. He saw, too, that Jillian was on the floor, and guards were watching over all of them. "Keep studying the books," Jagang told the two sisters. "I'm going to the Jala games. Watch the girl." He shoved Nietzsche out ahead of him, and then snapped his fingers at Kalen, indicating that he expected her to come along as well, and that he expected her to stay close to him. Kalen snatched up her cloak and followed after him. She was at least glad that Jillian would not have to be anywhere near the mobs of soldiers or Jagang. Of course, Jagang could exert his control through the sisters and thus harm Jillian in any way he wished, anywhere he wished, any time he wished. After throwing her cloak around her shoulders, Kalen gave the worried Jillian a hand gesture to urge her to stay put. The girl's copper-colored eyes stared up at Kalen as she returned a nod. She was afraid to be left alone. Kalen sympathized, but she could offer no real protection even if Jillian was with her. Outside the tent, a few hundred well-armed guards quickly assembled into ranks, ready to escort the emperor. Such big men, with chain-mail armor and gleaming weapons, were an intimidating presence. Half a dozen of Kalen's special guards, looking somewhat less intimidating but no less brutish, formed up around her. Jagang's meaty hand gripped Nietzsche's slender white arm, steering her through the spaces that opened in overlapping walls of the men. Most of those men took a good long look at Nietzsche. She might have been Jagang's woman, but they still wanted a look. They were careful, though, to make sure that the emperor didn't see them leering. Those looks left Kalen relieved that most of these men couldn't see her. Although it was overcast, the clouds didn't look thick enough to threaten rain. It hadn't rained in quite a while, and the ground had turned to dusty hardpan. In the flat, gray light, the army camp looked all the darker, all that much grimier. Smoke from cook fires hung in the air, masking the stench to a degree. As they marched through endless, noisy clusters of men and equipment, Jagang asked one of his more trusted personal guards about the Jala games. The man filled the emperor in on the various matches that had taken place since the last report, giving Jagang a rundown on each of the teams as he asked about them. "Karg's team?" Jagang asked. "Have they been doing well?" The guard nodded. "Undefeated so far. Their margin of victory yesterday wasn't as great as it has been, though." Jagang's steely smile was as cold as the sky. I hope they win today. Of all the teams come to challenge me, I hope my team gets to crush that team. The guard gestured off to the left. They're playing today, over that way. This is the final game for them. With the way the matches have gone so far, if they win today, then they alone will advance to the head of all the teams, and you will have your wish, Excellency. If not, then there will have to be elimination games. But your team will play them if they are the winners of this match. As they walked, with Jagang conversing with his guard, Nietzsche cast a brief glance back over her shoulder at Kalen. Kalen knew that she was thinking about the man Kalen had told her about. Kalen felt a flutter of anxiety. As they took a course through the jumble of the camp in the direction the guard indicated, pushing their way through tightly packed throngs of men as they got ever closer to the Jala field, Kalen could hear soldiers in the distance cheering and shouting encouragement to their favored team. Even this far back, with no chance to see the action, men waited for word on the score to be relayed back to them. There were far more spectators than Kalen had seen at the previous games. This was obviously an important match, and she could see the excitement of the crowd. When a deafening roar suddenly went up, she knew that one of the teams had scored. Men pushed in closer, jostling each other, eager for word on which team had scored. As the guards growled orders or shoved men, the tight press of soldiers looked over their shoulders and then reluctantly parted to let the Emperor's party through. With a wedge of big guards opening a pathway, they finally made it to an area that had been roped off for the Emperor next to the field. Yet more of Jagang's guards, who had gone on ahead, had already formed a wall to each side to keep the men back. Through the screen of spectators, Kalen caught flashes of men running across the field. The yells and shouts from the crowd made it hard for her to hear her own thoughts. She caught brief flashes of red paint. With the press of soldiers watching the game and the wall of royal guards to each side, to say nothing of the bull of an emperor in front of her, flanked by his huge personal guards, it was difficult to see anything other than short snatches of the action on the field. Another wild cry rose from the crowd as a team scored. The roar shook the ground beneath Kalen's feet. Through the small gaps between guards, she spotted something different about this game. All the way around the edge of the field, in front of the spectators, men stood at even intervals, feet spread, hands clasped behind their backs. None wore shirts, apparently to display their powerful builds. Kalen had rarely seen the likes of such men. Each was a huge specimen. They all looked like statues, as if they had been smelted from the same iron ore and forged from ingots of white-hot steel. As Jagang moved out in front, going to the edge of the field to see what was happening, Nietzsche, seeing the grim men Kalen was looking at, leaned closer. "Jagang's team," she said under her breath. Kalen understood then what they were doing. The winner of this match would play the Emperor's team. These men were not merely there to watch the tactics of the team they would face. They were there to intimidate the men before them, the men who would win the chance to play them. It was an open threat of pain to come. Commander Karg spotted the newly arrived Emperor and squeezed his way through the wall of guards. Kalen had come to recognize the man by his unique pattern of snakescale tattoos. He and Jagang exchanged pleasantries as cheers of encouragement went up for another play on the field. "Your team seems to be faring well," Jagang said when the cheering died down a little. Commander Karg glanced back over his shoulder at Nietzsche like a snake considering its prey. Her glare was already on the man. His knowing gaze swept over the length of her before his attention returned to Jagang. "Well, Excellency, despite how good my team is, I'm well aware that your team is not merely good but unbeaten. They are the best, of course. The back of Jagang's shaved head and bull neck creased as he nodded. Your team is unbeaten as well, but not truly tested against real competition. My men will easily defeat them. There is no doubt in my mind. Commander Karg folded his arms, watching the play for a time. The crowd screamed with excitement as a cluster of men raced past, only to moan with disappointment as they apparently failed to make the score. Karg turned once more to the Emperor. But if they do win against your team... If they do, Jagang interrupted. Karg smiled as he bowed his head. If they do, then it would be a great accomplishment for a humble challenger such as myself. Jagang viewed his commander with good-natured suspicion. A great accomplishment worthy of a great reward. Karg gestured out at the men on the field. Well, Excellency, if my team were to win, each of them would have a reward. Each would have the woman of his choice. He clasped his hands behind his back as he shrugged. It seems only right that as the one who hand-picked each player and runs such an accomplished team, I would have a similar reward. Jagang's deep chuckle was so lewd that it gave Kalen a shiver. I suppose you're right, Jagang said. Name her, then, and if you win, she is yours. Karg rocked on his heels a moment, as if considering his choices. Excellency, if my team wins... Commander Karg turned a sly smile back over his shoulder. I would like to have Nietzsche in my bed. Nietzsche's cold glare could have cut steel. His amusement dying out, Jagang glanced back over his shoulder at the woman who had had his recent undivided attention. Nietzsche is not available. The commander nodded as he went back to watching the game for a time. After the cheering for another play out on the field died down, he regarded Jagang with a sidelong glance. Since you are sure to win, Excellency, it's really only an insignificant promise of a reward, an idle bet. If you really believe that your team will certainly triumph, then I wouldn't have the pleasure of ever collecting such a reward. Then there would be no point in such a bet. Karg gestured out at the Jala field. You are sure of your team's success, aren't you, Excellency? Or are you having doubts? All right, Karg, Jagang said at last. If you win, she is yours for a time, but only for a time. Commander bowed his head again. Of course, Excellency, but as we all know, you have no need to actually fear your team losing. No, I don't. Jagang's black eyes turned to Nietzsche. You don't mind my little wager, do you, darling? His grin returned. After all, it's only hypothetical since my team does not lose. Nietzsche arched an eyebrow. As I told you when I first arrived, it doesn't really matter what I want, now does it? Jagang's smile remained as he watched her for a moment. It was a smile that looked like it covered thoughts of bloody murder at her public insolence. As the intensity of the play on the field built, the crowd all around started pushing forward, trying to get a better view. Jagang's guards reacted by driving men back, giving the Emperor even more room. They wanted to be sure that they had the space they needed to protect him. The spectators, seeing the guards' ill humor, reluctantly moved back. As Jagang and Commander Karg watched the game, becoming completely absorbed by the action of the field, Kalen checked on her special guards and saw that they too were getting caught up in the game. They kept moving up, a little at a time, craning their necks, trying to get a better view. Kalen edged closer to Nietzsche. As the royal guards put muscle in their effort and moved the spectators back, It gave Kalen and Nietzsche a wider angle of view, so that they could see more of both the field and the players. "The team with the red paint is run by the man I told you about," Kalen whispered. "I think he painted himself and all his men with the red paint so that no one would recognize him." As players ran past, they got their first clear view of the wild designs painted on all the men of the red team. When Nietzsche saw those designs, she looked startled. "Dear spirits!" She took a step forward to get a better look. Kalen, concerned by Nietzsche's abrupt change in demeanor and obvious alarm, went with her. That was when Kalen spotted the man everyone called Reuben. He was running up from the left with the brock tucked tightly in against his chest as he dodged men diving for him. Kalen leaned closer to Nietzsche and gestured to the left, drawing her attention to the man called Reuben. "That's him," Kalen said. Nietzsche leaned out a little to look where Kalen pointed. When she saw him, the blood drained from her face. Kalen had never seen anyone go so ashen so fast. "Richard." The instant Kalen heard the name, she knew it was right. The name fit the man. She didn't know why, but it just fit him. There was no doubt in her mind that Nietzsche was right. His name was not Reuben, it was Richard. She felt a strange sense of relief just to know his name, to know his real name. Kalen, fearing that Nietzsche might faint, put a supporting hand to the small of the woman's back. Beneath that hand, she could feel Nietzsche's whole body trembling. Dodging men as he ran headlong up the field, his wingmen to each side, the man she now knew was named Richard saw Jagang out of the corner of his eye. As he ran, his gaze swept behind the Emperor and met Kalen's gaze. The connection, that recognition in his eyes, lifted her heart. When Richard spotted Nietzsche standing next to her, he missed a step. That instant of hesitation gave the men chasing him their chance. They smashed into him, slamming him to the ground. The impact was so violent that the brock went flying. Richard's right wingman dropped his shoulder, plowing into the rivals, sending them sprawling. Richard lay face down, unmoving. Kalen's heart felt as if it rose up into her throat. Just in time, the other wingman used an elbow to the head of a man about to crash down on top of Richard. As the opponent tumbled down to the side, Richard finally began to move. Seeing men flying past above him, he rolled away from the battle as he caught his breath. In a moment he was on his feet, if somewhat wobbly at first. It was the first mistake Kalen had ever seen the man make. Nietzsche's lower lip trembled as she stood frozen, staring at Richard. Tears had welled up in her blue eyes. Kalen suddenly wondered if it could be. She discounted the possibility. It simply wasn't possible. Chapter 29. As he sat in the fading light, knees pulled up to his chest, listening to the ceaseless sounds of the enemy encampment out beyond the ring of wagons and guards, Richard heaved a despondent sigh. He ran the fingers of one hand back through his hair. He could hardly believe that Jagang had somehow captured Nietzsche. He couldn't imagine how such a thing could have happened. Seeing her with a Radahan around her neck made him sick. It felt to Richard like the whole world was coming apart. As much as he dreaded even considering the thought, it seemed like the imperial order was unstoppable. Those who wanted to decide for themselves how they would live their own lives were being methodically subjugated by the order's uncountable followers, followers fanatically devoted to depressingly deluded beliefs, followers eager to enforce their faith on everyone else. Such a concept violated the very nature of faith, but that didn't matter to the true believers. All men had to bow and believe as they did or die. The believers in the teachings of the order went where they wanted, when they wanted, slaughtering anyone in their way. They now controlled most of the New World as well as all of the Old World. They had even infiltrated far-off Westland, the place where he had grown up. It felt to Richard like the whole world had gone mad. Worse yet, Jagang also had at least 2 of the boxes of Orden. He always seemed to have everything well in hand. Now he had Nietzsche. But if it broke Richard's heart to see Nietzsche with the gold ring of a slave through her lower lip, once again the captive of a man who had abused her so terribly in the past, it made his blood boil to see Kaelin also a captive of that same man. Richard was also deeply dispirited to know that Kaelin didn't remember him. She mattered to him more than anything else in the world. She was his world, but now she didn't even remember his name. Her strength and courage, her compassion, her intelligence, her wit, her special smile that she showed no one but him, were always in his thoughts and in his heart, and would be until the day he died. He remembered the day they were married, remembered how much she loved him, and how happy she had been just to be in his arms. But now she didn't remember any of it. He would do anything to save her, to return her to who she really was, to give her back her life, to have her back in his. But who she was no longer there within her. Chain fire had taken everything from them both. It didn't really matter how much he wanted to live his own life with Kaelin, or how much he wanted other people to be able to live their own lives. The people of the Imperial Order had their own designs for mankind. Right then, Richard could see only a bleak future. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw John Rock scooting toward him. The heavy chain clattered as the big man pulled it across the hard, rocky ground. "Reuben, you need to eat." I did eat. John Rock gestured to the half-eaten piece of ham balancing on Richard's knee. "Only half. You need your strength for tomorrow's game. You should eat." Thinking about what was going to happen the next day only further served to tighten Richard's stomach with anxiety. He picked up the thick piece of ham and held it out, offering it to John Rock. "I've had all I want. If you want it, you can have the rest." John Rock grinned at his unexpected luck. His hand paused, his grin faltering. He looked up into Richard's eyes. "You sure, Reuben?" Richard nodded. John Rock finally took the ham and tore off a big bite in his teeth. After he swallowed, he nudged Richard with an elbow. "Are you all right, Reuben?" Richard sighed. "I'm a prisoner, John Rock. How could I be fine?" John Rock grinned, thinking Richard was just being funny. When Richard didn't smile, John Rock turned serious. "You got knocked in the head pretty good today." He leaned a little closer, lifting an eyebrow at Richard. "Not too smart of you." Richard glanced over at the man. "What's that supposed to mean?" "We nearly lost today." "Nearly doesn't count. There are no ties on Jala. You either win or you lose. We won. That's what matters." John Rock backed away a little at Richard's tone. "If you say so, Reuben. But if you don't mind my asking, what happened?" "I made a mistake." Richard picked at a small stone half buried in the hard, dry ground. John Rock chewed while he thought it over. "I never saw you make a mistake like that before." "It happens." Richard was angry at himself for making such a mistake, for letting his focus slip like that. He should have known better. He should have done better. "Hopefully I won't make a mistake tomorrow. Tomorrow is the important day, the day that counts. I hope not to make a mistake tomorrow." "I hope so, too. We've come a long way." John Rock shook the stubby piece of ham at Richard to add emphasis to his point. "We're not just winning games, but winning fans at the games. A lot of men root for us now. One more win and we will be champions. Then the whole crowd will cheer for us. Richard glanced over at his wingman. Did you see the size of those men on Jagang's team? You don't need to be afraid. John Rock flashed a crooked smile. I'm big too. I will protect you, Reuben. Richard couldn't help smiling with his big wingman. Thanks, John Rock. I know you will. You always do. Bruce will too. Richard suspected he very well might. The man was an Imperial Order soldier, but he was also a member of a powerful team with a reputation. Reuben's team, as most of his men called it. They didn't call it that in front of Commander Karg, though. The spectators called them the Red Team, and Commander Karg called it his team. But among themselves, the players called it Reuben's team. He was their point man. They had come to trust him. Bruce, like some of the other soldiers on the team, had at first been reluctant to wear the symbols in red paint, but now he wore them proudly. Other soldiers cheered him when he came out onto the field. Tomorrow's game is going to be dangerous, John Rock. John Rock nodded knowingly. I intend to make it so. Richard smiled again. You watch yourself, will you? My job is to watch you. Richard rolled the small stone he'd pried up from the ground around in his loose fist as he chose his words carefully. A time comes when a man has to watch out for himself. There are times when Snakeface is coming. Richard cut off his words at the low warning. He looked up and saw Commander Karg marching through the line of guards. The man did not look happy. Richard tossed the stone away and leaned back on his hands as Commander Karg came to a halt right above him. Dust rose around the man's boots. He glared down at Richard as he planted his fists on his hips. What was that all about today, Reuben? Richard peered up at the tattoos of snake scales that were just still visible in the fading light. You didn't appreciate that we won? Instead of answering, the commander turned the glare on John Rock. John Rock got the message and scooted away, back past the opposite end of the wagon, until he reached the end of his chain tether and could go no farther. The commander squatted down in front of Richard. The tattoos of scales moved in a way that looked to Richard like real snakeskin. You know what I mean. What was that foolishness all about? I got clobbered. It's what the other team is always trying to do. It's bound to happen occasionally. I've seen you try your best and come up just a little short and not be able to make a score, or make every effort to evade a charge of blockers and not quite make it clear, but I've never seen you make a foolish mistake. Sorry, Richard said. He couldn't see the point in arguing about it. I want to know why. Richard shrugged. Like you said, it was a foolish mistake. Richard was more angry with himself than the commander could ever understand. He couldn't afford a mistake like that tomorrow. We won, though. So that means we will play the Emperor's team. That's what I promised you, that I would get your team to a match with the Emperor's team. The commander's eyes turned up, gazing at the first stars of the night for a moment before speaking. You do remember being captured, don't you? I remember. His eyes turned back down to fix a stare on Richard. Then you remember that by all rights you should have been killed that day. I let you live on the condition that you do your best to win my team this championship. Today, that was not your best. You nearly threw away my team's chance to win with a stupid move. Richard didn't shy away from the man's gaze. Don't worry, Commander. Tomorrow I will do my best. I promise. Good. Snakeface finally smiled, though it was a cold curve of his mouth. Good. You win tomorrow, Reuben, and you get your woman. I know. The smile turned sly. You win tomorrow, and I get my woman. Richard wasn't really interested. Is that right? Commander Karg nodded. If we win, that shapely blonde with Emperor Jagang will be mine. Richard looked up with a dark frown of his own. What are you talking about? Jagang isn't going to let you have someone like that. A woman marked as his. It's a little wager with the Emperor. He's so confident that his team will win that I got him to bet his most prized woman on the outcome. Her name is Nietzsche. He calls her his slave queen. Jagang doesn't want to lose her to me. She's rather an obsession of his. But I think you can win her for me. His eyes focused into his own distant, lustful thoughts. I would like that very much. As much as Jagang wouldn't like it, I expect. He returned to the matter at hand and shook a finger at Richard's face. You had better win for your own sake as well. So that I can have my choice of a woman? So that you can live. You lose tomorrow, and you will have the death you should have had after you killed all of those men of mine. Commander Karg's sly smile returned. But if you win, you will have your choice of a woman as promised. Richard met the man's gaze with a glare. I already promised that I would do my best tomorrow. I always keep my promises. The commander nodded. Good. You win tomorrow, Reuben, and we'll all be happy. He chuckled. Well, Jagang won't be happy, not one bit. Come to think of it, I don't think Nietzsche will be any too happy either. But then that's not really my concern. And the Emperor? Don't you think he will care? Oh, he will care, all right, Karg chuckled. Jagang will go crazy when he has to let me have Nietzsche for my bed. I have a few scores to settle with that woman. I intend to enjoy it. Richard managed to remain silent and look composed, despite the fact that he wanted to whip the chain around the man's neck and strangle him. Commander Karg rose up. You win that game, Reuben. Richard glared at the man's back as he watched him striding away. After he was sure that the commander was gone, John Rock held a length of chain slack to keep it from pulling on the collar around his neck and scooted back close to Richard. What did he say, Reuben? He wants us to win. John Rock snorted a laugh. I bet he does. As the owner of a champion team, he can have whatever he wants. That's what I'm afraid of. What? Get some rest, John Rock. Tomorrow is going to be an eventful day. Chapter 30. Richard woke abruptly from a light sleep. Even in the dead of night, the camp was alive with sound and activity. Everywhere, it seemed, there were men yelling, laughing, and swearing. Metal clanged, horses whinnied, and mules brayed. In the distance, Richard could see the ramp, along with lines of men and wagons, lit by torches. Even in the middle of the night, the construction continued without pause. But none of that was what had awakened him. Something closer in had caught his attention. He saw shadows slipping through the ring of guards and the circle of low supply wagons that marked out his prison. He counted 4 of the dark figures stealing silently through the darkness. A quick check to the sides revealed another off to the right. He wondered if they had really snuck through unseen, or if the guards had allowed them to pass. By their size, Richard knew who they were. After what Commander Karg had told him about his bet with Jagang, Richard had been expecting visitors. It was the last thing he needed, but it wasn't like he had any choice in the matter. What really worried him was that, chained to the wagon, his options were limited. He could hardly hide. He certainly couldn't run. Fighting 5 men, maybe more, was not something he wanted to have to do before the game the next day. He couldn't afford to be injured, least of all now. He glanced to the side and saw that John Rock was not close. The big man was lying on his side, facing away, sound asleep. Calling out to his sleeping wingman would cost Richard the only thing he had going for him: surprise. The men coming for him thought he was asleep. For all Richard knew, if he called out to John Rock, the five might first go over and cut John Rock's throat so that they could go to work on Richard without worry of interruption. The four big men slipped in close, forming a semicircle. They obviously knew that his chain would keep him from escaping, and blocking him would keep him from having room to maneuver. By how quiet they were being, they appeared to still think he was asleep. One of the men, arms straight out to each side for balance, took a long step in and threw a kick at Richard's head as if he were kicking the brock in an effort to keep it away from an opponent. Richard was ready. He rolled to the side and then whipped the length of chain around the man's ankle. With all his might, he yanked back the chain. It pulled the man's feet out from under him. He landed on his back with a heavy thud, banging his head on the ground. "On your feet," one of the other men growled, now that he knew Richard was awake. Richard gripped a folded length of chain on the ground behind him, keeping it out of sight, but he didn't get up. "Or?" he asked. "Or we kick your head in where you sit. Your choice, standing or sitting, you're going to get hurt just the same." "So you really are afraid, just like everyone says." The man paused for a moment. "What are you talking about?" "You're afraid that you'll lose to us tomorrow," Richard said. "We're afraid of nothing," another of the shadowy figures said. "You wouldn't be here unless you were afraid." "It has nothing to do with us being afraid of anything," the first man said. "We're only doing as His Excellency asks of us." "Ah," Richard said, "so it's Jagang who fears that we'll beat you. That tells me a lot. It should tell you something, too, that we're better than you and you can't win in a fair match. Jagang knows it as well. That's why he sent you, because you're not good enough to beat us at Jala." As another man, cursing under his breath at the delay, reached out to grab him, Richard swung the looped section of chain from behind his back as hard as he could. It caught the man square in the side of his face. He spun away, crying out from the unexpected shock of pain. As a third man charged in, Richard dropped back onto his shoulders. With all his strength, he kicked up into the center of the man's gut, using the man's falling weight against him. The blow rammed the man back at the same time as it drove the wind from his lungs. The first man was already on his feet again. The man who had taken the chain across his face was still writhing on the ground. The other, holding an arm across his middle, rolled to his feet, catching his breath, eager for revenge. The fourth and fifth men came in from opposite sides. Two of the downed men were up, eager to rejoin the fight. Now 4 strong, the men charged in all at once. There were too many hands grabbing for the chain all at once for Richard to keep them from getting a hold of it. As he tried to whip it out of their reach, one of the men lunged and managed to capture the heavy links in both hands. Richard swung his leg around, knocking one of the remaining men's feet out from under him. He landed heavily on a shoulder. The other 2 seized the chain and then grunted with mighty effort as they yanked it back. The slack in the chain snapped taut. The sudden jerk felt like it might rip Richard's head off as it flung him sprawling on his face. The choking pain in his throat was so severe that for a second he thought the iron collar might have crushed his windpipe. While Richard was momentarily stunned, fighting the rising sense of panic, one of the men kicked him in the ribs. The blow felt like it might have broken a rib. Richard tried to spin away, but they again yanked the chain back from the other direction, twisting the iron collar around his neck and flipping him over backward. The iron burned as it bit into his flesh. The guards in the distance remained where they were, watching. They would not be eager to get involved. After all, these were men from the Emperor's team. As it snapped taut, Richard seized the chain as he got to his knees, holding tight, trying to keep the men from using the chain and collar to break his neck. 3 of the men gave a mighty pull. They managed to yank Richard off balance and over onto his back. A boot came down toward his face. Richard turned his head aside just in time. Dust and dirt flew. Fists and boots came crashing in from all directions. Holding the chain with one hand, Richard used his other to knock one man back. He blocked the punch from another and elbowed a third in the thigh, momentarily dropping the man to a knee. Still, as fast as he could block or escape their blows, yet more rained in. With the men holding tension on the chain, he couldn't maneuver, and he dared not let go of the chain altogether. Richard pulled himself into a defensive crouch, protecting his midsection, making himself as small a target as he could, getting as much of a lead in the chain as he could. One of the men cocked an arm and threw a punch. Richard let go of the chain and used his left forearm to deflect the blow. At the same time, he sprang up inside the man's defenses and rammed an elbow up into the attacker's jaw with bone-cracking force. The man staggered back. Now that he had a little more slack in the chain, Richard ducked under a punch and kicked sideways into the man's knee. The blow did enough damage to draw a cry of pain and caused the man to start to hobble back to get out of danger. But Richard immediately used the opportunity to kick the side of the man's other knee, folding his legs under. As he came crashing down, Richard brought his knee up into the man's face. As another punch flew in, Richard dodged to the left and grabbed the man's wrist. With an iron grip on the wrist, he slammed the heel of his left hand into the back of the man's elbow. The joint popped. The man screamed as he pulled his dislocated arm away. Another punch flew in. Richard deflected it across past his face. Then, as the man quickly punched with the other fist, Richard deflected the arm in the opposite direction over the attacker's other arm. With the man's arms crossed and tension on the elbow preventing any escape, Richard used the leverage on the crooked arm to flip the big man over. Even with the success he was having, it was difficult to fight the man off because the chain around his neck prevented him from moving effectively. He knew, though, that despite the difficulty, he had no choice but to think of what he could do, not what he couldn't do. It was also difficult for Richard to fight the men because he dared not use the kinds of blows he would have liked to do. If he killed any of the Emperor's players, it would, in all likelihood, be an excuse for Jagang to charge Richard with murder and have him put to death. Jagang hardly needed an excuse to execute a man, but Richard's team was becoming well known, and if Richard was executed, the soldiers in the camp would suspect that it was because Jagang knew his team couldn't beat Richard's team. Richard doubted that Jagang cared a great deal about what anyone said, but the excuse of murder would certainly give him justification. If Commander Karg's point man was dead, Jagang wouldn't have to worry about losing Nietzsche to him. Jagang's team was formidable and stood a good chance of winning, but without Richard as point man, there was no doubt that the Emperor's team would be victorious. At the same time, Jagang might not need to bother having Richard executed. His men seemed intent on accomplishing the task themselves. They wouldn't be punished if they killed Richard in a fight. Who with any authority would ever even know except Commander Karg? And Richard didn't think that even Karg would dare to make an issue of a captive man dying in a fight. Men in the camp died in fights all the time. Such fights were common enough, and, as far as Richard knew, only rarely punished. This would just be passed off as an argument gone bad. Worse, though, if Richard was killed, then Kaelin would have no chance. She would be forever lost to the chain fire spell, a living phantom of her former self. That thought alone made Richard fight with fury, even if he had to be careful to strike with the intent of stopping rather than killing. Pulling blows wasn't at all easy to do in the heat of a fight for his own life, and Richard was taking nearly as much punishment as he was dealing out. When one of the men again threw a punch, Richard seized the man's arm. Grunting with the effort, he ducked under the extended arm, twisting it around, and flipped the man to the ground. As Richard himself was knocked to the ground, he scooped up a length of chain and spun, whipping it across the face of one of the men. The sound of steel against flesh and bone was sickening. Another man kicked Richard hard enough to drive the wind from his lungs. The blows Richard was taking were wearing him down. Even though the fight had only started moments before, it seemed like hours. The furious effort to defend himself was exhausting him. Just as another man lunged at him, the man was suddenly jerked back. John Rock had thrown a loop of his own chain around the man's neck. As the man clawed at the chain, struggling to breathe, John Rock pulled him back away from Richard. In a fury of fists, feet, and flailing chain, John Rock helped Richard drive the men back. Someone else, yelling angry threats, appeared in the darkness, running in through the ring of guards. Richard was so busy fighting off the men, trying to deflect a flurry of fists, he couldn't tell who it was. All of a sudden, the new man seized one of the attackers by the hair and threw him back. In the light from nearby torches, Richard saw the tattoos of scales. Commander Karg yelled that the 5 men were cowards and threatened to have them beheaded. He kicked at them as he ordered them to get out of his team's quarters. All 5 scrambled to their feet and abruptly vanished back into the night. It was suddenly over. Richard lay in the dirt, not even trying to get up. Commander Karg angrily pointed a finger at the guards. "If you men let anyone else get through, I'll have you all skinned alive. Do you understand?" The guards, back by the ring of wagons, looking sheepish and worried, all answered that they understood. They swore that no one else would get through. As he lay panting in pain, trying to catch his breath, Richard hardly heard the commanders yelling. The fight had been brief, but the blows the powerful men from Jagang's team had landed had done damage. John Rock knelt down, easing Richard over onto his back. "Reuben, are you all right?" Richard carefully moved his arms, lifted his knees, and gingerly rolled his foot, testing his throbbing ankle, taking appraisal of his limbs, checking to see if they all worked, checking to see if he could move everything. He hurt all over. He was pretty sure that he wasn't crippled, but he didn't try to get up just yet. He didn't think that right then he could have. "I think so," he said. "What was that all about?" John Rock demanded of Snakeface. Commander Karg shrugged. "Jala de Jinn." John Rock paused in surprise at the answer. "Jala de Jinn? It's the game of life. What do you expect?" By his deepening frown, John Rock apparently didn't understand. Richard did. The game of life was about more than just what happened on the field. It included everything that surrounded the game, what came before and what came after. It was strategy and intimidation beforehand, the play itself out on the field, and what resulted from the outcome of that game. Because of the rewards after the game, what took place before became part of the game itself. Jala de Jinn wasn't just the game on the field. It encompassed everything. Life was about survival. If you lived, if you died, all depended on what you did in life. Survival was what mattered. That made everything all a part of the game, just as everything in life mattered. A woman camp follower stabbing a player on an opposing team so that her team would win, painting the men with red paint, or cracking the skull of the point man on the other team in the middle of the night was all part of the game of life. If you were to live, then you had to fight to live. It was as simple as that. That was the game of life. Life and death were the reality that counted, not how someone followed a prescribed set of rules. If you died because you failed to protect yourself, you couldn't cry foul after you were dead. You had to fight for your own life, fight to win, no matter the circumstances. Commander Karg stood. "Get some rest, both of you. Tomorrow decides if you live or if you die. The man headed for the ring of guards, yelling at them as he went. Thanks, John Rock, Richard said, after the commander had gone. You showed up just in time. I told you that I'd watch out for you. You did good, John Rock. John Rock grinned. You just do good tomorrow, eh, Reuben? Richard nodded as he gulped air. I promise.
Chapter 31. Verna glanced up when the moored Sith marched up to the other side of the small desk and came to a halt. What is it, Kara? Any word in the journey book? Verna sighed heavily as she set down the watch reports she had been studying. They indicated that there was increasing activity surrounding the Jala matches down in the Order's encampment. Verna remembered what seemed like a lifetime ago, back at the Palace of the Prophets, when Warren had first told her all about Jala Day, about how Emperor Jagang was bringing Jala de Jin to all of the old world. Like so many things, Warren had studied Jala de Jin and knew a great deal about it. She supposed that she wasn't so much reading the reports as she was reminiscing about Warren. How she missed him. How she missed so many people who had been lost in this war. No, I'm afraid not, Verna said. I left a message in the journey book in case Anne should happen to take a look in hers, but she hasn't answered yet. Kara tapped an insistent finger on the desktop. It's obvious that something has happened to Nietzsche and Anne. I don't disagree, Verna spread her hands, but we can't do anything about it if we don't even know what happened to them. What are we to do? Where are we to look? We've searched the palace, but the place is so vast that there is no telling how many places we might have overlooked. Kara's expression was part anger, part worry, and part impatience. With this on top of Richard being nowhere to be found, Verna understood all too well how the woman felt. Have your sisters found anything at all unusual? Verna shook her head. The other moored Sith? Nothing, Kara said under her breath as she went back to pacing. She mulled over the situation for a moment, then turned back to Verna. I still think that whatever happened had to have happened the night they went down to the tomb. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Kara, but we're not even sure that they ever even made it down to the tombs. What if they changed their mind for some reason and went somewhere else first? What if someone brought a message or something to Anne and they rushed off somewhere else? What if something happened before they even went down to the tomb? I don't think so, Kara said, as she folded her arms and paced. I still think something down there is wrong. Something down in the tombs just feels wrong. Verna didn't question what could be wrong. She had already done that to no avail. Kara didn't know what was wrong. She simply had a vague feeling that something was not right down in the tombs. Your feeling doesn't give us much to go on. Maybe if it was something a little more specific. Don't you think I've tried to think of what could be the cause of it? Verna watched Kara slowly pace. Well, if you don't know what's giving you this feeling about the place, maybe there is someone else who would know why you think something is wrong down there. That sounds like Lord Rawl. He always says to think of the solution, not the problem. Kara sighed. But no one ever goes down. She spun around and snapped her fingers. That's it. Verna frowned suspiciously. What's it? Someone who knows the place. Who? Kara put both hands on the desk and leaned in with a cunning grin. The crypt staff. Darken Rawl had people who took care of the tombs. Took care of his father's tomb, anyway. What's this about the tombs? Berdine asked as she strolled into the room. Nida, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed moored Sith, was with her. Verna saw Addie bringing up the rear. It just occurred to me that the crypt staff would know about the tombs, Kara said. Berdine nodded. You're probably right. Some of the writing down in the tombs is in High Daharan, so Darken Rawl sometimes took me with him down there to help him with things he was having difficulty translating. Darkenrall was quite picky about how his father's tomb was cared for. He had people put to death for failing to properly care for the place. His father's tomb, anyway. It's just stone vaults. Verna was incredulous. There's nothing down there, no furniture, drapes, or carpeting. What is there to be picky about? Berdine rested a hip against the desk as she folded her arms and leaned in, as if she was full of gossip. Well, for one thing, he insisted that fresh white roses always filled the vases. They had to be pure white. He also demanded that the torches always be kept burning. The crypt staff was not supposed to allow a rose petal to remain on the floor or a torch that went out to go cold without being replaced with a fresh burning one. If Darkenrall was visiting his father's crypt and he saw a rose petal on the floor, or if one of the torches burned out, he would get furious. People on the crypt staff were beheaded for such infractions, so, as you can imagine, they were quite attentive to their duties down there. They would be familiar with the place. Then we need to go have a talk with the crypt staff, Verna said. You can try, Berdine said, but I don't think they will have much to say. Verna stood. Why not? Darkenrall feared that they might speak ill of his dead father while down in the crypt. Berdine made a snipping motion with two fingers, so he had their tongues cut out. Dear Creator, Verna muttered, as she touched her fingers to her forehead. That man was a monster. Darkenrall is long dead, Kara said, but the crypt staff must still be around. They would know the place better than anyone. She started for the door. Let's go see what we can find out. I think you're right, Verna said, as she made her way around the desk. If we're able to get any information out of them, it will at least settle the matter. If there really is anything wrong down there, we need to know about it. If not, then we need to put our efforts elsewhere. Addie caught Verna's arm. I only came to tell you that I be leaving. Verna blinked in surprise. Leaving? Why? It has been troubling me that there be no one at the Wizard's Keep. What if Richard goes there seeking our help? He will need to know what be happening. He will need to know that the keep be shut down. He will need to know what Nietzsche has done by putting the boxes in play in his name. He will need to know about Anne and Nietzsche vanishing. He may even need gifted help. There should be someone there if he shows up at the keep. Verna gestured off to the west before staring into Addie's completely white eyes. But the keep is closed up. Where would you stay? Addie's broad smile pushed aside a network of fine wrinkles. Aidendrill be deserted, the Confessor's palace be empty. I will hardly want for a roof. Besides, I be at home in the woods, not in this. She waggled a finger at her surroundings. This place. It weakens my gift the same as any other gifted person but Aral. I have difficulty using my gift here so that I might see. It be uncomfortable for me here. I would rather do something than sit here, useless in the darkness this place imposes. You are hardly useless, Verna objected. You helped with a number of things we found in the books. Addie held up a hand to silence her. You would have figured it out without me. I be useless here. I be an old woman who be underfoot. That's hardly true, Addie. All of the sisters value your knowledge. They've told me so. Maybe, but I would feel better if I felt I had a purpose rather than wandering around this... She again gestured vaguely around her. Great stone maze. Verna sadly relented. I understand. I'll miss you, Berdine said. Addie nodded. True, and I shall miss you too, child, and the talks we've had. Kara cast a suspicious look at Berdine, but said nothing. Addie reached out and gripped Nida's shoulder. Nida be here for you. Don't worry, I'll keep her company, Nida said as she gazed at Berdine. I won't let her get lonely. Berdine smiled appreciatively at Nida and nodded to Addie. We're surrounded by more enemy men than stars in the sky, Kara said. How do you expect that a blind woman is going to get through all of them? Addie pursed her lips as she gathered her thoughts. Richard Rall be a smart man, Kara looked surprised at the question, but she answered it anyway. Yes, she folded her arms. Sometimes too smart for his own good. Addie smiled at the last part. He be smart, so you always follow his orders? Kara snorted a brief laugh. Of course not. Addie's eyebrows lifted in mock wonder. No, why not? He be your leader. You just said that he be a smart man. Smart, yes, but he doesn't always see the danger around him. But you do? Kara nodded. I can see danger he cannot. Ah, so you can see dangers that his sighted eyes cannot? Kara smiled. Sometimes Lord Raleigh's as blind as a bat. Bats also see in the dark, do they not? Kara sighed unhappily. I suppose so. She went back to the subject at hand. But Lord Raleigh needs me to see the dangers all around him that he can't see. With a long, thin finger, Addie tapped Kara's temple. You see with this, yes? See the dangers to him? Addie arched an eyebrow. See dangers that eyes alone cannot see? Sometimes not having eyes lets me see more. Kara frowned. That may all be well and good, but still, how do you think you are going to be able to get past the Order's army? Surely you can't be thinking of trying to walk through the camp. That be exactly what I must do. Addie waved a finger toward the ceiling. There be clouds today. Tonight will be a dark night. With the thick overcast, once the sun goes down and before the moon rises, it be black as pitch. On such a night, those with eyes cannot see, but I be sighted in the darkness in ways they are not. I will be able to walk among them, and they will not see me. If I keep to myself and keep away from those who are awake and watchful, I will be no more than a shadow among shadows. No one will pay me any mind. They have fires, Berdine pointed out. The fire will blind their eyes to what be in the darkness. When there is fire, men watch what is in the light, not what is in the darkness. And what if by chance some of those soldiers do happen to see you or hear you or something? Kara asked. Then what? Addie smiled just a little as she leaned toward the moored Sith. You would not want to meet a sorceress in the dark, child. Kara looked worried enough by the answer not to object. I don't know, Addie, Verna said. I really would like you to be here and safe. Let her go, Kara said. When everyone looked at her in surprise, she went on. What if she's right? What if Lord Ralph does show up at the keep? He will need to know everything that has happened. He will need to know that he shouldn't enter the keep, or he could get himself killed by the traps Zed set in the place. What if Lord Ralph needs her help? If she thinks he might need her, then she should be there for him. I wouldn't want anyone to stop me from helping him. Besides, Berdine said, as she shared a sad look with the old sorceress, there is nothing safe about this place. She will probably be safer than any of us here. When that army down there finally gets in the palace, it's going to be anything but safe in here. It's going to be one long, bloody nightmare. Addie smiled as she reached out and touched Berdine's cheek. The good spirits will watch over you, child, and all those here. Verna wished she believed that. She wondered what she was doing being the prelate of the Sisters of the Light if she didn't. Chapter 32. As he finished touching up their red battle paint, Richard tried not to let the men see how painful his injuries really were. He didn't want anything to distract them from the job ahead. His ankle throbbed, his left shoulder was sore, and the hits he'd taken to his head had left his neck muscles aching. After the brief but furious fight, he hadn't been able to get much sleep,
As far as he could tell, though, nothing was broken. He mentally set the pain and weariness aside. It didn't matter if he hurt or if he was tired. He had a job to do. It only mattered if he did it, if he succeeded. If he failed, he would have all eternity to sleep. "Today we have our chance for glory," John Rock said. Richard, holding John Rock's chin, turned the man's head to the side a little so that he could see better in the failing light. He didn't say anything. He leaned to the side and dunked his finger in the bucket of red paint, and then added a symbol for watchfulness above the one for power that was already there. He wished he knew a symbol for common sense so he could paint it all over John Rock's skull. "Don't you think, Reuben?" John Rock pressed. "Today we have our chance for glory?" The rest of the men all listened quietly for what Richard might say. "You know better, John Rock. Get those thoughts out of your head." Richard paused in his work and swept the finger coated in fresh red paint around at all the eyes watching him. "All of you know better, or at least you should. Forget thoughts of glory. Those men on the Emperor's team aren't thinking of glory right now. They're thinking of killing you. Do you understand that? They want to kill you. This is a day we have to fight to stay alive. That's the glory I want. Life. That's the glory I want for all of you. I want you to live." John Rock's face twisted in disbelief. "But Reuben, after those men tried to bash in your head last night, you must want to settle the score." The men all knew about the attack. John Rock had told them all about it, told them how their point man had fought off 5 of the big men all by himself. Richard hadn't disputed the account, but he wasn't letting on as to how much he hurt. He wanted them worrying about their own necks, not wondering if he could hold up his end. "Yes, I want to win," Richard said, "but not for glory or to settle a score. I'm a captive. I was brought here to play. If we win, I live, simple as that. That's all that really matters. Living. Jala players, both captives and soldiers, die in games all the time. In that sense, we are equals. The only true glory in winning these games is the part about living." Some of the other captive men nodded their understanding. "Aren't you just a little worried about defeating the Emperor's team?" Bruce, his left-wing man, asked. "Beating the Emperor's team might not be the right thing to do. After all, they represent the power of the Imperial Order and the Emperor. Beating them might be seen as prideful and arrogant, even sacrilegious." All eyes turned to Richard. Richard met the man's gaze. "I thought that under the Order's teachings, everyone was equal." Bruce stared back a moment. A smile finally spread across his face. "You have a point, Reuben. They are just men like us. I guess we ought to win, then." "I guess so," Richard said. At that, just as Richard had taught them, the men as one let out a collective bellow of agreement, a brief, deep roar of team spirit. It was a small thing, but it served to bond the men, to make them feel that while they were all very different individuals, they all had a common goal. "Now," Richard went on, "we haven't seen the Emperor's team play, so we don't know their tactics, but they've watched us play. As far as I've been able to tell, teams don't usually change the way they play, so they will be expecting us to do the same things they've seen us do in the past. That's going to be one of our advantages. Remember the new plays we devised for each signal. Don't fall back to the old plays for a signal, or it will cross us up. Those new tactics are our best chance to keep them off balance. Concentrate on doing your part in each of those moves. That's what will get us points. Remember, too, that these men, besides wanting to win, are going to be trying to hurt us. The teams we've been playing knew that what they gave, they got back double. These men are different. They know that if they lose, they will be put to death, just like the Emperor's last team was when they lost. They have no incentive to play clean. They have every incentive to try to tear our heads off. There is no doubt in my mind that they're going to try to take out our players, so be ready for it. You're the one they're going to be trying to take down, Bruce pointed out. You're the point man. You're the one they need to stop. They even tried to eliminate you last night before you could reach the Jala field. That's all true. But as point man, I at least have you and John Rock protecting me. Most of you men have no protection but your wits and your skill. I think they're just as likely to go after one of you first, so don't let your guard down for a second. Keep an eye on each other and intervene if need be. In the distance, Richard could hear the rhythmic chanting of countless soldiers eager for the match to start. It sounded like the entire camp was chanting. Richard suspected that every man not forced to work on the ramp, while if not all able to actually see the match, would probably at least be waiting for word to relay back to them. More men than usual were going to be able to see this game because the Emperor had directed the work gangs, who needed material for the ramp anyway, to scoop dirt from a large area to create a bowl in the Azrith Plain. The new Jala field, with its vast, gently sloped sides, would enable far more men than ever before to be able to watch Jala games. Richard had thought that their game with the Emperor's team would have been held that afternoon, that it would have already taken place. But the day had worn on as other teams played in games leading up to the match for the championship. The games, after all, were show for the soldiers. The new Jala field was the Emperor's statement, right below the People's Palace, that the order was here to stay and now owned the place. Richard glanced up at the iron-gray overcast. The last feathery violets of the sunset had vanished. It was going to be a dark night. Richard hadn't counted on it being this late when the game started, but night suited him just fine. In fact, it was the one unexpected bit of good fortune in the face of the monumental obstacles that lay before him. He was used to the dark. As a woods guide, he often walked the trails of his woods with only the moon and stars to light his way. Sometimes it was just stars. Richard was comfortable in darkness. There was more to seeing than just using one's eyes. While in some ways those times in the woods seemed like only days ago, in other ways it also seemed like forever ago, almost like another life. He was a long way from his heartland woods, a long way from the peace and security he had known, a long way from having the woman he loved back in his arms. As Richard was finishing with John Rock's paint, he spotted Commander Karg making his way through the ring of guards. After their complicity in the treachery of the night before, the men involved stayed well clear of the scowling officer. There were a few new faces among the guards, no doubt more trusted overseers. Commander Karg was leading an escort of troops, men dedicated to watching over the captive players to make sure that they played Jala and nothing more. Mostly, though, the soldiers were there to watch over Richard. They were his special guards. Last in line to be freed from his bonds, Richard was finally able to rub his sore neck after Commander Karg finally unlocked his iron collar. Without the heavy chain weighing him down, Richard felt light, almost as if he might float up into the air. It gave him a feeling of being weightless and inhumanly fast. He embraced the sensation, making it part of him. The chanting of the soldiers in the distance had a primeval feel to it. It was beyond eerie. It gave Richard goosebumps. The spectators were expecting blood. This night, they were going to get their wish. As he followed Commander Karg, leading his team toward the Jala field, Richard put the growing noise out of his mind. He found a quiet center of focus. As they moved through passages in the encampment lined with throngs of soldiers, hands all around reached out, wanting to touch the members of the team as they passed. Some of the men on Richard's team smiled, waved, and touched the extended hands of the soldiers. John Rock, being the biggest man and easy to spot, was the center of much of the attention. He grinned, waved, shook hands, and soaked it all in as he marched along. It seemed to Richard that what John Rock had always wanted more than anything else was the adoration of the crowd. He loved pleasing them. Words of both encouragement and hatred cascaded in from all sides. Richard turned his eyes ahead, ignoring the soldiers and shouting as he passed. "Are you nervous, Reuben?" Commander Carg asked over his shoulder. "Yes." Carg gave him a patronizing smile. "That will go away when it starts." "I know," Richard said, as he glared out from under his brow. The vast depression of the Jala field was a cauldron of noise, the spectators a froth of faces over a churning sea of black. The crowd out beyond the dense ring of flickering torches at the edge of the field chanted, not words, but a guttural grunt meant to express not only encouragement for the players, but for the spectacle itself. In time with the chanting, the throng stamped a foot. The deep, primordial noise could be not only heard but felt in the ground beneath Richard's feet, almost like rolling thunder. The effect was deafening, and in a way intoxicating. It was a primal call to violence. Richard was already lost to those feelings. He let the raw, savage sounds feed those passions he had already unleashed within himself. As he made his way through the seething masses of men, he was in his own private world, lost to inner drives. Commander Carg brought the team to a halt at one end of the field just before the torches. Richard saw archers with arrows nocked, stationed all around the field. Near midfield to his right, he spotted the area reserved for the Emperor. Jagang wasn't there. Richard's insides tightened with a knot of panic. He had thought that surely Jagang would be at this game, that Kalen would be near. But the roped-off section was vacant. Richard schooled his emotions, setting aside his dismay. Jagang would not miss this game. Sooner or later he would show up. When the Emperor's team strode onto the opposite end of the field, the crowd erupted in a thunderous roar. These men were the best the Order had to offer. They were heroes to countless thousands of spectators. These were the men who could vanquish all who came before them, the players who crushed all opposition, the champions who were most deserving of victory. Many regarded the team as a tangible representation of their own power and virility. As Richard and his men waited outside the torches, the other team, looking not merely determined but dangerous, stalked around the perimeter of the field, acknowledging the roar of the crowd with nothing more than bloodthirsty looks. The crowd loved such a visage of hate and menace, of things to come. When the Emperor's team finished circling the field and finally gathered toward the other side of the field to wait for the challengers, the archers and other dedicated guards parted. Commander Carg waved Richard and his team through the gap in the line. As Richard passed, the commander whispered a warning to Richard that he had better win. Richard stepped out onto the field. His concern for his plan was eased when the resounding cheers for his team were nearly as deafening as they had been for the Emperor's team. In the many games they had played since coming to the Imperial Order's encampment, Richard's team had won every game, and in so doing the respect of many. It didn't hurt that Richard was well known for having killed an opposing point man. Probably even more than that, though, was the sight of the team covered with frightening designs in red paint. It was theater that fit the games. Richard was counting on that support. He was also troubled when he finally got a good look at all of his opponents. They were some of the biggest men Richard had ever seen. They reminded him of Egan and Ulick, the personal guards to the Lord Rahl. It occurred to Richard that he could use Egan and Ulick right about then. Leaving his men gathered at the end of the field, Richard crossed the empty ground alone to the referee at center field with the fistful of straws. The point man for the Emperor's team, waiting beside the referee, looked to be nearly a foot taller than Richard. His neck started at his ears and just kept getting wider until it met shoulders half again as wide as Richard's. A neat row of red, swollen marks running diagonally up along the side of his face recorded where the links of the chain had caught him. As Richard waited, the towering point man, glaring at Richard the entire time, drew a straw first. When Richard drew, he came up with a shorter straw. The onlookers roared their approval that the Emperor's team would have the first chance to score. The man shot Richard a smirk before taking the brock and heading to his side of the field. As Richard returned to his players waiting at their end of the field, his gaze swept over the endless masses of men, fists raised in wild emotion, all wanting the blood of either one side or the other. Men with arrows at the ready watched Richard's solitary walk back to his team. He could feel the fevered emotions of hundreds of thousands of men all pressing in, trying to see what would happen. Men who had gotten where they were by trampling over endless corpses of innocent men, women, and children who had only wanted to live their own lives, to better themselves and their families. Richard felt caught up in a world gone mad. His gaze passed over the empty space where the Emperor was supposed to be, where Calen was supposed to be. Without Calen, even a Calen who didn't know him, the world was a cold and empty place. Right then, Richard felt very small and alone. In a numb haze, he took his place in the line with his men. When the horn blew and the enemy, bunched together in a tight formation, started coming, being down in the bowl of the Jala field was like standing in a valley, watching an avalanche descending on him. Right then, in that moment of desolation, Richard didn't know what he would do. The collision was brutal. Gritting his teeth with the effort, he tried to turn the men protecting their point man, but they plowed right through Richard and his team. With little ceremony, their point man reached the scoring zone and threw the brock. Defenders, painted with red symbols, leaped to try to deflect the throw, but the attackers rolled over them. The brock landed solidly in the net, scoring the first point. The crowd erupted with a deafening roar of approval. Richard had just learned something. The Emperor's team appeared to rely on their superior size and weight to grind their way through their opponent's defense. They had no real need for finesse. He gave his men a stealthy hand signal as the other team formed up for their second charge. When they came, all of Richard's team hooked across the blocking line, using low tackles to take the legs out from under the big man in the center. It wasn't elegant, but it served the purpose of opening a hole. Before the hole could close, Richard was through. The point man didn't deviate course, confident in his size, to smash Richard out of his way. Richard pivoted, abruptly cutting across the front of the man, sweeping a leg at his ankles. As the man stumbled to maintain his balance, Richard snatched the brock out from his arms when they loosened in a natural reaction to falling face first. Richard dodged and darted his way through a loose line of men. As yet more men converged on him, he tossed the brock to John Rock, already positioned behind the line of men. To the wild cheers of his supporters, John Rock briefly held up the brock for all to see as he ran from a clutch of pursuers. John Rock, enjoying the moment, turned backward as he ran so he could laugh at the men chasing him, then threw the brock over their heads to Richard. Men dove in from every direction as Richard caught the brock. He twisted away from one man, dodged another, and pushed himself away from a third, reversing direction wildly in an effort to keep from the clutches of the big men. Despite his own players tackling men or blocking them out of Richard's way, the opponents closed in all around. As Richard tried to miss one man, another seized him around his shoulders and, as if he were a small child, tossed him to the ground. Richard knew that he wasn't going to be able to keep the Brock from these men, and he didn't want them all piling on top of him and breaking his bones, so as soon as he hit the ground, he heaved the Brock. Bruce was running in the right place at the right time. He caught the Brock, but was then tackled. The horn blew, ending the time of play for the Emperor's team. They had scored a point, and Richard was fortunate to have kept them from getting two. As he trotted to his side of the field, he reprimanded himself for letting his feelings get the better of him. He wasn't paying enough attention. His mind wasn't in what he was doing. He was going to get himself killed. He couldn't do anything to help Kalen unless he shaped up. His men were panting, most resting by leaning over with their hands on their knees. They looked despondent. "All right," Richard said as he reached them. "We've let them have their moment of glory. Now let's take them down." That brought grins all around. All the men brightened at his words. As Richard caught the Brock when the referee tossed it his way, he glanced around at his men. "Let's show them who they're dealing with. Play 1-3, then reverse it." He quickly showed them one finger, then three, in case they couldn't hear him over all the noise. "Go." As one, the men broke into a dead run immediately, clustering into a knot of men around Richard. No blockers went out front, no wingmen went to the sides. Instead, all the men compacted together into as tight of a formation as they could and still be able to run at full speed. The other team looked pleased by the tactic. It was their kind of play, brute force. With their supporters cheering them on, they ran headlong at the cluster of Richard's team. All of Richard's men watched Jagang's team, waiting until they reached the prescribed square. Moments from impact, as the defenders reached that spot, Richard's entire team suddenly broke in every direction at once. It was such a startling move that the other players faltered, turning one way then the other, unsure what to do as the men they were about to clobber were unexpectedly bolting every which way. Each of Richard's men ran in a crazy zigzag course that appeared to have no rhyme or reason. The men on Jagang's team didn't know who to grab, who to chase, or where they were going. In an instant, the massive focused charge had scattered like so many fireflies. The crowd roared with delighted laughter. Richard ran a wild course, the same as the other men, except he was the one with the Brock. By the time that fact sank in for the other team, Richard was already around most of them and deep into enemy territory. As two of the blockers went after him, he ran for his life. When he reached the scoring zone, he heaved the Brock. As soon as it left his fingers, he was hit from behind, but it was too late to stop the throw. The Brock sailed into the goal. Richard hit the ground with a man atop him. It was fortunate that the man had been running at full speed because his momentum tumbled him over Richard's back. Richard scrambled to his feet and trotted back toward his side of the field to the wild cheers of the crowd. The score was tied, but he wasn't interested in a tie. He needed to press the advantage. The play he had devised wasn't finished yet. He needed to complete it. His men, all smiles, gathered as quickly as possible. Richard didn't need to give them a signal. He had already given them the whole play the first time. When the referee tossed him the Brock, they all immediately broke into a run. Again, they formed into a tight formation as they charged across the field. This time, though, Jagang's team, as they raced to meet them, scattered at the last minute, ready this time to intercept all the men as they tried to take off in every direction. The crowd cheered and screamed their approval. Rather than break apart, though, Richard's team remained tightly packed together as they charged right up the middle of the field. The few dispersed players left within range to intercept them were mowed down by the full weight of the team. The minor defense of first two, followed by a third defender, didn't slow Richard's men at all. The other team, suddenly realizing what was happening, took up the pursuit. They were too late. Richard steered his men to the right goal. As he reached the scoring zone and his men fell back into a protective shield, Richard threw the Brock. He watched it in the torchlight as it arced through the night air and then went in. The crowd erupted in cheering. The horn blew, signaling the end of the play. The referee at center field announced the score: 1 for the champions, Jagang's team, and 2 for the challengers. But then, before the referee had finished with the announcement and the hourglass was turned over, Richard saw him turn to something on the sidelines. It was Jagang. He was in the area that had been roped off for him. Nietzsche was at his side. Kaylin stood back a short distance. Jillian was with her. As everyone waited, the referee went to the sideline and listened to the Emperor a moment. He nodded and returned to center field, where he announced that the second score was ruled to have gone in after the horn blew, so it didn't count. The score, the referee announced in a loud voice, was tied. Part of the crowd yelled in anger, while others screamed with joy at their fortune. Richard's men started shouting angry objections, disputing the call. Richard strode in front of them. The noise of the uproar of the crowd was so loud that he feared his men wouldn't be able to hear him, so he pulled a thumb across his throat, cutting off their objections. "You can't change it," he yelled at them. "Settle down. Focus." They stopped protesting, but they weren't happy. Richard wasn't either, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about it. It had been the order of the Emperor, after all, that had reversed their goal. Richard was going to have to alter his plans. "We need to stop these men," he said as he paced in front of his team. "When it's our turn again, go to play 2-5. He showed them first 2 fingers, then 5. Men nodded. "You can't stop what just happened, but you can stop them from scoring. Then we can run our play and get back what was taken unfairly. Stop fixating on what's done and over and put your minds ahead to what we must do." His men all nodded as they formed up, preparing for the other team's charge. They were still angry, but now they were ready to focus that anger on the other team. The charge by the Emperor's team was sloppy. They were still caught up in the jubilation over their reversal of fortune. In a bone-crushing impact, their point man was shaken by a coordinated block. Richard was proud of his men for the way they turned their anger around and made use of it. In the furious struggle after the collision, John Rock came up with the Brock. He tossed it to Bruce when the men chasing him got close. Bruce, in turn, passed the Brock to Richard. Richard ran up the field and, to the delight of the crowd, used all his strength to throw from the 2-point line. The Brock went in. It didn't count, of course, but the crowd roared as if it had. The cheers shook the ground. It was vindication for the stolen goal. It was as close to snubbing his nose at Jagang as Richard could come. Their supporters in the crowd started chanting, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. The score was still officially 1-1, but in the view of those who were cheering, it was now 4-1. On their next charge, when the point man for the Emperor's team ran into the scoring zone and threw the Brock, one of Richard's men leaped up high and managed to deflect the Brock just enough to cause it to go wide and miss the goal. When the horn blew, the score remained 1-1. On their first play, Richard was almost to the scoring zone when he was tackled. The man caught his legs in a vice-like grip. As Richard hit the ground, he tossed the Brock in John Rock's direction. John Rock scooped it up just before a man on the other team was able to grab it. John Rock reached the scoring zone and threw. From the ground, Richard watched as the Brock went into the net, scoring a point. John Rock, overjoyed, waved both hands high in the air as he jumped up and down like a boy. The crowd loved it. Richard couldn't help smiling as he untangled himself from his tackler, who delivered a painful punch in Richard's back just before parting. Richard didn't take the bait. He knew better than to let himself be drawn into a fight when the Brock wasn't in play. As he caught up with John Rock and they ran together back toward the starting zone for their next run, Richard clapped his wingman on the shoulder. "You did good, John Rock," Richard yelled over the cheering. I brought us glory. Richard couldn't help laughing. Glory, he agreed as he again clapped John Rock on the back, and a point that counts. As they formed up while waiting for the referee to deliver the brock, all of the men shouted their congratulations to a beaming John Rock. He pumped his fist, eliciting a mighty team shout, before he took his usual place at Richard's right. Bruce took his left wing. The blockers formed a wedge heavily weighted out ahead of John Rock. The play was meant to draw the defenders to the left side where the defense was weakest. As they charged up the field, the Emperor's team started going to Richard's left, as he wanted, but at the last moment they hooked and crashed through the center of the heaviest part of the wedge. Such a tactic would not stop Richard or get them the brock. They were after something else. Richard knew there was going to be trouble when tacklers leaped over the forward blockers. "John Rock," Richard yelled, "cut right." John Rock instead dropped his big shoulder into the teeth of the attack. 3 tacklers dove low. The 4th hooked an arm around John Rock's neck. A 5th man, racing at full speed, hit him from the side, applying force to the fulcrum at John Rock's neck. Richard felt like he was in a dream and couldn't make his legs move fast enough. Even as he was running with all his strength, he could hear bone break. Chapter 33. Her heart heavy, Kaelin watched as Richard knelt beside his fallen right-wing man. The horn blew. The men from Jagang's team quickly left their victim slumped on his side to return to their end of the field to be ready to defend. "Is he dead?" Jillian asked. Kaelin circled an arm around the shoulders of the girl pressed in against her left side. "I'm afraid so." "Why would they deliberately do such a thing?" "It's the way the Order plays, Jalad Jinn. Killing is a means to get what they want." Kaelin could see the tears in Richard's eyes as his men hooked their arms under his and dragged him back away from the body. If he didn't go back to play immediately, he would be ejected for delaying the game. Referees' assistants quickly set to work dragging the lifeless form of the big man off the field. Kaelin could hear Jagang, half a dozen paces ahead of her, chuckle. Nietzsche, at his side, briefly glanced back over her shoulder. Kaelin didn't quite know what to make of the liquid look in her blue eyes. It seemed part sadness for Richard, part bottled rage, and somehow part warning to Kaelin. Kaelin hadn't been able to speak with Nietzsche again since that night after she had been so terribly hurt. Ever since Jagang had made his bet with Commander Karg, he had been moody and short-tempered. Last evening, as Nietzsche waited in the bedchamber and Kaelin waited in the outer room of his tent, he'd met outside with some of the members of his team. Kaelin hadn't heard everything, but it had sounded like he had given them orders that he wanted them to see to it that the point man for Karg's team didn't cause them any trouble. Kaelin had had a sleepless night, worried that Richard might not live to see morning. Whatever had been planned had Jagang in a lusty mood for Nietzsche. Kaelin and Jillian had been ordered to stay where they were on the floor in the outer room. He wanted to be alone with his slave queen, as he called her. Kaelin hadn't known what Jagang was doing to her. No matter what he was doing to her, Nietzsche never screamed. In his bed, she always seemed to simply go numb, staring unblinking at nothing in this world as he went about his business. Kaelin understood what Nietzsche was doing. It was the only defense she had. As she drew inward, her outward indifference was her protection for her sanity. It would do her no good to let herself pay attention to everything that the brute was doing to her. On the other hand, her indifference enraged Jagang, often sending him into fits of violence. Kaelin wondered if, when he started in on her, she would have the strength Nietzsche had. That morning, Kaelin had wondered if the sisters were going to have to be called yet again to save Nietzsche, or to heal her at least. When Jagang had emerged from the bedchamber, though, he had Nietzsche by her hair. He tossed her to the floor in front of him, looking pleased with himself, with her helplessness. Kaelin had been relieved that, while she looked a bit battered and bruised, at least she hadn't appeared grievously injured. Out on the field, Richard's team gathered, preparing for the next play. Kaelin glanced around as legions of men still cheered their satisfaction at the man's death. Others, though, yelled in anger, shaking fists at the Emperor's team. The air fairly crackled with tension. As the game quickly went back into action, the crowd began to settle down, at least to a degree. Kaelin could sense, though, that the mood of the onlookers had changed. What had been universal approval of the match at hand finally getting underway had turned restless, and was even in some ways beginning to look malcontent. It had started to change when Jagang had intervened over the last point Richard had scored. Jagang had overruled the referees, saying the goal had been made after the horn blew. The referees had acquiesced and voided the point, but everyone knew that the Brock had clearly gone in before the horn. None of that mattered, though. The Emperor had made the call. The red team seemed determined to play on as if they hadn't just lost their biggest man. Out on the field, they muscled their way through a line of blockers. Richard deftly sidestepped several attempts to snare him. A number of other men, though, were closing in. Richard abruptly halted on the safe square, a place that was rarely used, preventing the man who had been about to tackle him from doing so. It was the man who had broken the wingman's neck. Kaelin couldn't imagine what Richard was up to. Being on that square prevented him from being attacked as long as he remained there, but it also trapped him on an island that was swiftly being surrounded by opponents. While temporarily safe, he couldn't score from that spot. He would eventually have to move, but with every passing moment, the territory all around him was becoming ever more unhealthy. As the man turned to check on his teammates who were quickly closing in, Richard shouted something to get his attention. The man turned back. Richard, holding the Brock pressed back against his chest, with his hands on either side of it, suddenly released it in an explosive throw. The heavy Brock smashed squarely into the man's face so hard that it rebounded back into Richard's hands. The blow had been powerful enough to partially cave in the man's face. With his nose completely driven back into his skull, the man went limp and dropped straight down in a heap. The crowd gasped at the unexpected turn of events. In a rage, another man to Richard's right lunged, even though Richard was on the safe square. The referee didn't look inclined to step in to call a foul. Richard rolled the Brock back under his left arm as he ducked to that side a little. Turning all the while to keep faced to the attack, he swung his right arm. The thick bone of his forearm chopped the man across the throat. The man grabbed for his throat as he stumbled back and collapsed. One leg kicked reflexively as he desperately gasped for air. His windpipe apparently crushed, his face began turning from red to blue. Without pause, another towering man charged in from the left with a fist raised. Richard twisted toward him, going inside the punch and the opening in the man's defenses, and used his momentum to help him thrust straight in with lightning speed. The powerful strike, focused in the heel of his hand, hit the man right over his heart. The blow was enough to stagger him back. The big man clutched his chest, looking dazed and confused, and then, as his eyes began to roll back, he crumpled to the ground. Without any help, Richard had taken out 3 men who were all considerably bigger than him. She could easily see why there were so many arrows around the field pointed at him at all times. Kaelin couldn't begin to imagine what would happen if Richard ever got his hands on a blade. Richard wasted no time. He bolted through the opening he had just created and headed for the goals. His men looked to have been prepared for the move. They were already stationed along his route, ready to block the tacklers going after him. Everywhere across the field, men crashed together. Kalen could see all the faces on the entire hillside across on the other side of the field turn in unison as they watched Richard running toward the opponent's goals, dodging some men, his blockers knocking others out of his way. Richard, with no one close enough to bring him down, raced into the scoring zone. In the clear, he heaved the Brock into the net, scoring another point. His team was once again ahead. The crowd was swept up in the frenzy of the fast-paced action. Even Jagang had stepped forward, closer to the edge of the field, to watch, one hand fisted in anxiety at his side. His guards, too, all leaned out to watch as Richard's team, still with time on their turn, got the Brock from the referee and started another charge. As they made it into their opponent's territory, Richard cut left only to be tackled. Kalen thought that it almost looked deliberate. It reminded her of the way he had fallen in the mud so that no one would recognize him that first time they had gone to see his team. When Richard hit the ground, the Brock shot from his arms. This, too, looked to her to be a little less than natural. It struck her that it looked to be part of a scheme. His left wingman, who was racing up the field, just happened to be in the right place at the right time. He dipped and scooped up the Brock as it rolled past. In an instant, he was in the scoring zone and took the throw. With Richard down, it was a legal play for a wingman to attempt a score. The Brock went in the goal, setting off thunderous cheers. The wingman threw his arms up in joy at having scored. It was something that wingmen rarely had the chance to attempt, and even more rarely accomplished. While Kalen knew that it was permitted, she'd never actually seen it done before. As the horn blew, signaling the end of the timed turn, Richard caught up with his left wingman and, with a proud smile, clapped him on the back. Judging by the way the wingman looked at Richard, Kalen thought that recognition from Richard had meant just as much to the man as the goal. The wingman was an Imperial Order soldier, not a captive like some of the other members of Richard's team. She wondered why Richard would be so amiable with an Order soldier. Every time she started to have hopeful confidence in the man, something would happen that made her caution return. Since the last game they had attended, when Nietzsche had seen the man called Reuben and spoke the name Richard, Kalen knew that Richard was his real name. She hadn't been able to speak a word with Nietzsche since then, though, so she couldn't ask, but she suspected that Richard was really Richard Rahl, Lord Rahl. She didn't know if it was true, but it would certainly explain a lot, like why the man fell in the mud that first day, and why he painted his face with wild designs meant to disguise who he was, and why he told people that his name was Reuben. It just seemed impossible, though, the Lord Rahl himself being a captive of the Imperial Order playing on a Jala team against the Emperor's team. What really troubled her, though, was that he knew her. He had called out her name that first day he had been in a cage on a wagon in the supply train rolling into camp. She supposed it was possible that the Order had captured him without realizing who they had. The coincidence of it all, though, struck her as pretty far-fetched. She knew, though, there was likely more to it than she realized. Maybe Richard had gotten himself caught somehow in order to get close to her, to rescue her. Now, she told herself, she was just being silly. Still, she wondered why she kept finding herself at the center of so many things. She wished she could get a chance to talk with Nietzsche again so that she could ask if it really was Richard Rahl. But then, by Nietzsche's reaction, by her tears at seeing him, Kalen didn't need to ask. Kalen could see it written on her face. This was the man Nietzsche loved. Out of the corner of her eye, Kalen kept track of her special guards as they looked between her and the Jala field. When the crowd roared, jamming fists in the air with expectant excitement, her guards leaned this way and that to see between the royal guard and out to the field, as the Emperor's team took the Brock for their turn to try to score. 3 of their players, who had just been dragged to the sidelines, had been replaced by substitute players. By the way the three were abandoned off to the side, Kaelin knew that all three had died. Richard had killed 3 men in a heartbeat without any help. She didn't think that was going to be the end of it either. The Emperor's team looked to be in a blind rage as they began their charge. Bunched into a gang, they went straight up the middle, determined to mow down anyone who got in their way. Richard's team parted for them, then from both sides swiftly moved in behind and attacked from the rear, seizing men's legs. Tackled in that fashion, they fell face first in the direction they were running, making the impact all the more jarring. One of the tackles was violent enough to break the ankle of the man on the Emperor's team. He screamed in pain. The point man, hearing the scream, was distracted for a split second. It was just long enough for him to get hit from the side by 2 men. He was thrown to the ground so viciously that it knocked the wind out of him and rattled his teeth. A brawl broke out over possession of the Brock. As the Emperor's team recovered, they muscled men aside and managed to keep the Brock. On their feet again, they fought to get past the defenders. Several men on Richard's team were left on the ground, rolling in pain. The crowd yelled frenzied encouragement to the Emperor's team. Their point man dodged this way and that, going around some men, knocking others aside. Kaelin's guards, hearing the rabid cheering, inched ever forward, trying to see what was happening. That left more empty space back away from the sideline where Kaelin was. The press of spectators lining the slope behind, all their weight pushing forward down toward the field, was causing the area reserved for the Emperor to be squeezed in from both sides. Toward the front where Jagang was, the royal guards kept the excited crowds to each side back, but even they were caught up in the frantic struggle on the Jala field. They weren't paying as much attention behind, where the space was slowly shrinking. Kaelin tightened her left arm protectively around Jillian, keeping her close as the special guards, having less and less space, started to inch forward, where there was more room up closer to the action. The ones who had been behind her pressed in close, squeezing past as they slowly, steadily moved toward the front. Nietzsche, having been forgotten by the Emperor as he became completely caught up in the action, took a step back out of the way. That allowed Kaelin's guard space to move forward. It looked natural, like she was merely trying not to interfere with what they wanted. Jagang, like everyone else, cheered, groaned, cursed, and yelled at the teams on the field. Darkness had long ago settled in, lending an otherworldly mood to the event. Torches lining the edge of the field cast flickering light to the open patch of ground surrounded by a sea of black. Between many of the torches, archers watched with arrows nocked. But even they were caught up in the emotions of the game, watching the action more than they seemed to be watching the captives. Kaelin felt as if she were at the center of a boiling, churning, frenzied ritual dedicated to violence. The crowd not only yelled and cheered, but they began to chant, stamping feet in time to those chants as their team raced across the field. The ground shook under those hundreds of thousands of boots all slamming down together. The night, dark and overcast, felt like it was filled with continuous booming thunder. The mood was bewitching. It even caught Kaelin up in it. She, along with all those watching, felt as if she were out there on the field running with the men. Her heart pounded as she watched Richard dodge tackles, duck under an outstretched arm, and slip between men diving for him. She winced, half turning away when men were hit. Many of the spectators groaned, almost as if they themselves had taken the blow. As the hourglass marked the turns, the score went back and forth. As she watched, though, Kaelin saw Richard fail to make scores that she felt sure he could have made. He would seem to slow just enough so that a man could catch and tackle him. One time he threw and missed. He was falling in the mud again, so to speak. This time she didn't know why. As the game wore on, it became ever more clear to her that he was manipulating the score, keeping it close. When the Emperor's team would score, it wouldn't be long before he would make an answering score to stay even, but then he would fail to follow up and make another, until the Emperor's team scored again. Turn after turn of the hourglass went scoreless. It stood at 7 points each. She could tell by the way he moved that he was not merely holding back for some reason, but he was also saving his energy. The other team was wearing themselves out. Richard did what was necessary, but no more. Such a close match only served to heat the emotions of the hillsides of spectators into fevered expectations. Many of them cheered, clapped, whistled, and yelled for the team they favored, while others shook fists and shouted curses at the team they opposed. Here and there, fights broke out among the spectators. They ended up being brief because everyone wanted to watch the game. Kaylin, having watched Nietzsche's slow progress, saw that she had managed to ease herself half a dozen steps behind Jagang. No one was paying any attention to her. Jagang had glanced back twice, only half looking, satisfied that she was close enough at hand. Kaylin could see women camp followers out near the edge of the field, just as wildly excited as the vast crowd, beginning to bare their breasts as men ran past. While the territory up close to the sidelines was highly prized and often fought over, women at the matches were freely allowed access right up to the edge of the field. Throngs of men, knowing how worked up the women were, how eager they were to catch the attention of the players, egged them on. The women seemed to crave the attention. Over the deafening noise of the crowd, Kaylin could hear some of the nearby women up at the sidelines yell lewd promises for the victors as players ran by. Ordinarily, women behaving in such a manner among the men of the order would not be free for long, but the soldiers were far more interested in the game on the field. The conduct of the women only added to the debauched atmosphere. It was all part of Jala de Jinn. When Nietzsche slipped close enough, Jillian reached out and touched her hand. "Are you all right?" she whispered, just loud enough to be heard over the noise of the crowd. "We were so worried for you." Cupping the girl's cheek, Nietzsche smiled briefly as she nodded in answer. "He's up to something," Nietzsche said under her breath as she leaned a little closer to Kaylin. "I know. This may be a chance for you to escape. I'll do all I can to help you. Be ready." With the collar around her neck, Kaylin didn't know what chance she could possibly have to escape. She was heartened by the sentiment, though, even if she thought it was completely unrealistic. While Kaylin didn't believe that she had any real chance of escape, it might be an opportunity for something else, something that could save others. When Nietzsche glanced over again, Kaylin lifted out her hand just a little, hiding what was underneath in her palm. "Here, take this." When Nietzsche only frowned, Kaylin turned the hand over briefly, just long enough for Nietzsche to see the handle of the knife. The blade was pressed up along Kaylin's wrist, under the sleeve of her shirt. "Keep it," Nietzsche said. "You may need it." "I still have two." Nietzsche stared for a moment in surprise, then tilted her head, indicating that Kaylin should give the knife to Jillian. Jillian pulled her cloak open just enough to show Nietzsche the knife Kaylin had already given her. Nietzsche looked up at Kaylin. "Knives are not my talent." "It's not hard," Kaylin said as she pressed the handle into Nietzsche's hand. "When the time is right, just stick the pointed end somewhere important in someone you really don't like." Nietzsche's blue eyes stole a glance at Jagang. "I think I can do that much." Kaylin thought that Nietzsche, standing there in the soft torchlight, her blonde hair tumbled down over her strong shoulders, was probably the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. It wasn't just that she was beautiful, though. Despite what Jagang did to her, she remained undaunted. There was an inner strength about her, a nobility. "Is he Richard Rahl?" Kalen asked. Nietzsche's blue eyes turned back to Kalen and stared for a moment.
Yes. What's he doing here?
The slightest smile curved Nietzsche's mouth.
He's Richard Rahl. Do you know what he's up to?
Nietzsche shook her head the slightest bit as her gaze swept over all the guards, checking to make sure none were paying any attention to either of them. Through gaps, they could see men painted with wild red designs race past.
That's really Richard out there?
Jillian asked. Nietzsche nodded.
How can you tell? I mean, with the paint all over them, how can you be sure? I know Richard, and I can't tell.
Nietzsche glanced down at Jillian. It's him. Her tone was of such calm certainty that it left no reason to question. Kalen thought that Nietzsche would probably be able to recognize the man in total darkness.
How does he know me? She asked.
Nietzsche again stared into Kalen's eyes for a long moment.
This is not the place for a conversation. Just be ready.
For what? Kalen asked.
What do you think he's going to do? What do you think he can do? If I know Richard, I expect that he's about to start a war.
Kalen blinked in surprise.
All by himself?
If he has to. Out on the field, the Emperor's team scored a point just before the horn blew, signaling the end of their turn. The crowd went crazy. Kalen winced at the roar. The level of noise was withering. Richard's team was now behind by 1 point. Waiting for the men to take their place and the horn to start the play for Richard's team, the entire crowd started in chanting in a deep, harsh, rhythmic grunt. The horde stamped a boot between each of those grunts. Whoa-a-thump, whoa-a-thump, whoa-a-thump. It seemed like the whole world moved with each of those whoa-ahs. The ground shook with each thump. Even Jagang and his royal guards joined in. It gave the night an eerie, savage, primeval feel, as if everything civilized had been abandoned to the spectacle of raw savagery. The supporters of the Emperor's team wanted the men to rip the challengers apart rather than let them score. The supporters of Richard's team wanted their men to crush those trying to stop them. The chanting was a call for blood. With only one timed turn left, Richard's team had to score during this play or they would lose. If they scored only 1 point during their time at play, though, the game would be tied and go into overtime. Kalen caught glimpses of Richard, showing no emotion, as he gathered with his men. He gave them a brief covert hand signal. As he turned, his gaze swept past. For an instant, their eyes met. The power in that connection made Kalen's heart pound and her knees weak. Just as fast as it had come, Richard's scrutiny moved on. No one but Kalen would have known that he had looked directly at her, or, if they had, they wouldn't have understood why. Kalen understood. He was checking her position. This was the moment for which he had painted himself with those strange symbols. This was the moment for which he had kept the score even. He had crushed every other team they had come up against so that he could be sure that he was here in this place at this moment. She couldn't imagine why, but it was for this moment. He abruptly yelled a battle cry and started the charge. Seeing him covered in the frightening red symbols, his muscles tense, his raptor glare, his focused power, his fluid movement, Kalen thought that surely her hammering heart might burst. Chapter 34. Every eye was on Richard as he ran with the Brock tucked under his left arm. Kalen, too, having taken a step forward, stood transfixed. The crowd, in tense expectation, held its collective breath. Jagang's team at the other end of the field began their rush across open ground to stop the charge. If they could keep Richard's team from scoring, they would win the championship. They were experienced players who knew that victory was within their grasp, and they didn't intend to let anything change that. Richard, screened by blockers and his remaining wingman, cut to the right. He hugged the right boundary of the field as he ran at breakneck speed. The flames of torches whooshed and flapped as he flew by. Women reached out to try to touch him as they yelled along with everyone else. Richard was suddenly right there, right in front of them, racing past the Emperor. Jagang looked like he wanted to tackle Richard himself as he ran past. Kalen expected Richard to stop, to wheel on the Emperor and kill the man as he had so efficiently killed others, but he didn't. He didn't even glance to the side as he flew by. Richard had his chance to attempt an assassination and hadn't taken it. Kalen couldn't imagine why not, if, as Nietzsche thought, he really had intended to do something. Perhaps it was only wishful thinking on Nietzsche's part, and on Kalen's. In an instant, Richard and his men were past and gone, charging up the field. The men of Jagang's team, watching them come, and seeing that they were relatively close together in their headlong rush, rather than scattered all over the field as they sometimes had been in the past, converged to form into an impenetrable wall of bone and muscle, sure to stop their advance. In past turns at play, the Emperor's team had kept Richard's team from scoring. They knew that they would win if they merely contained their adversary and kept them from scoring during this turn. They appeared to want more, though. They didn't simply want to win, they wanted to punish the challengers. They looked fiercely determined to end it in as brutal a fashion as possible. As they ran, Richard's men, rather than scattering or even moving into positions designed to try to engage the formation of waiting blockers, instead suddenly and inexplicably came together. Even more surprising, they meshed into a single column. As the men ran, they all stacked in close together with the largest men in the front. At the same time, each man reached out and fastened a hand on the shoulder of the man in front of him, locking the entire column together. Their long, breakneck strides moved in unison. In an instant, Richard's entire team had connected itself together into a solid human battering ram. That column, Richard near the back, wasn't moving as fast as each of the men could have run by himself, but they didn't need to be fast, and what they gave up in a little speed was more than offset by their massive collective weight, giving them staggering momentum. Even though the individual big men of Jagang's team braced themselves, the runaway line of men crashed through them like a tree trunk through a pauper's door. Jagang's men were all accustomed to their huge size, serving them in good stead, but despite how big they were no match for the prodigious weight of Richard's entire team body slamming into them in such a focused manner. With such overpowering weight, the column punched through without being slowed, transferring the power of the collision to the defending blockers, sending them flying. Some of Richard's men in the front were peeled away by the violence of the contact, but as each broke off, it exposed a new man in the lead, so that the file itself remained intact as it plunged through the defending wall of men. Once they were in the defenders' territory and at the first scoring line, long before they reached the regular scoring zone, the column of men burst apart, crashing into the blockers converging on them. For an instant, it opened a pocket of safety for Richard. He heaved the Brock from that rear line. It was a long way to the goal. As the Brock arced through the night air, illuminated by torches, the crowd leaned forward as one, all holding their breath, all eyes watching. With a thunk, the Brock landed solidly in the net, scoring 2 points. The crowd exploded with a thunderous roar that made the air tremble and the ground shudder. Richard's team was now ahead by 1 point. The Emperor's team had no more turns of the hourglass. There was no way for them to win. Even though there was time left on the play for Richard's team, they didn't need it. The game was as good as won, even though it wasn't yet over, and the sand in the hourglass continued to drizzle down. Emperor Jagang stood stone-faced. His guards, looking grim, put their weight into holding back the excited crowds to each side as the cheering went on unabated. Jagang finally thrust an arm up high. The wild celebration began to die out as attention turned to see what the emperor would do. Jagang signaled for the referee. Kalin shared a brief look with Nietzsche. They couldn't hear as the men conferred, heads together. The referee, looking a little pale, gave the emperor a nod and then ran out to the center of the field, holding up a hand to indicate a ruling. "The challenger went out of bounds as he ran along the sideline," the referee called into the still night air. "The points don't count. His Excellency's team still leads by 1. Play must resume until time runs out." If the crowd had gone wild when Richard had scored, they now went berserk. The entire army watching the game was in turmoil. Richard, though, didn't look at all moved by the ruling. In fact, he was already down at his end along with his men, as if he had expected it. His men, looking all business, didn't seem discouraged either. As the referee tossed them the brock, they were ready. In Jala, play couldn't be interrupted. Jagang's team, however, had been celebrating their sudden turn of fortune and weren't yet formed up to defend their goals. Richard's team, having little time left, didn't waste any and charged away immediately. As they raced up the field, they went to their left this time, to the opposite side of the field from where Kalin stood watching. Again they formed into the same tight column, the hand of each man resting on the shoulder of the man in front of him. They were running the same play, but reversing it. The other difference was that this time they kept well away from the sideline, far enough away that anyone, especially the crowd on that side of the field, could see that they were nowhere near the side boundary. Jagang's team saw what was coming but hadn't yet organized a defense to stop the formation bearing down on them. They realized the jeopardy and raced to block the advancing team. When Richard's team plowed through the loose net of blockers and reached the same scoring line as the play before, to the rear of the regular scoring zone, the men again scattered to create a pocket to protect their point man. In that instant, clear of defenders, Richard heaved the brock. It sailed over the outstretched arms of Jagang's team and thunked into the net for 2 points. The crowd erupted in wild cheering. The horn blew, hardly heard over the thunderous roar. The game was over. Richard's team had won the championship several times over. Jagang, his face red with rage, took a long step back, reached out, seized Nietzsche's upper arm, and then yanked her forward to his side. He thrust his other arm into the air to halt the proceedings. The referee and his assistants stood frozen, watching Jagang. The cheering faltered, and the dismayed crowd slowly fell to silence. "Their point man stepped over the boundary line," Jagang roared into the cold night air. "He ran out of bounds." When he had run the play before last, since he had been so close, Kalin had been able to see that he was not over the boundary line. In fact, people standing right along the boundary line had been reaching out, trying to touch him, and he'd been out of reach. This time, even if Richard really had run out of bounds, there was no way Jagang could have seen it all the way across the field. "The play was dead," Jagang yelled. "No points scored. Game over. The royal team wins the championship." The hillsides of men stared in disbelief. "Jagang the Just has spoken," Nietzsche shouted out to the crowd, mocking Jagang's decree. Richard had just forced Jagang the Just to demonstrate to all that under the order justice was a meaningless slogan, and Nietzsche had twisted the knife for him. Jagang backhanded her hard enough to send her sprawling at Kalen's feet. The supporters of the Emperor's team went crazy with jubilation. Men jumped up and down as they shouted and cheered as if they themselves had actually accomplished something. The supporters of Richard's team went crazy with rage. Kalen, holding her breath, gripped the knife tightly in her fist, checking the position of her guards as Jillian bent to help the woman bleeding on the ground at their feet. Supporters of Jagang's team shouted taunts at men who shouted back that their team were cheats and had lost. Men started shoving one another. Fists started flying. Men everywhere sided with one group or the other as weapons were drawn. In an instant, the entire camp was in riot. The hillsides of men seemed to break, then suddenly begin to avalanche down toward the Jala field. In the frantic melee, it seemed the entire army was unexpectedly caught up in pitched battle. Kalen wouldn't have believed it was possible, but Nietzsche was right. Richard had just started a war. Chapter 35. Jagang's royal guard strained, putting their backs into the struggle to hold back the mob to each side. An enraged emperor watched as a fierce battle broke out all around him. He made no move to retreat to safety. If anything, he looked like he wanted nothing more than to join the battle. His guards did their best to keep that battle as far away from him as possible. Kalen spotted Richard on the far side of the field. In the torchlight, his red paint stood out like a warning that the underworld itself was about to open up and swallow them all. Behind him and the men of his team, the entire hillside was in full riot. The drunken rampage, unleashed hatred, and hunger for blood ran unchecked. Kalen began to worry that the red paint Richard wore would mark him as a target of all the supporters of the Emperor's team. All those spectators knew very well who he was and what he had just done. He was the object of both adoration and hatred. She feared that what had started as a way to hide him would end up being the thing that made him easy to spot by those who wanted to kill him. Taking appraisal of her half-dozen special guards in attendance, and seeing that at the moment they were more worried about protecting the life of the Emperor than watching her, Kalen quickly squatted down beside Jillian. Strings of blood lay across Nietzsche's face. A line of welts from Jagang's rings ran at an angle up the side of her cheek. She was dazed, but seemed to be awakening. "Nietzsche," Kalen whispered urgently as she gently lifted the woman's shoulders and head. "Are you badly hurt?" Nietzsche's blue eyes blinked, trying to make out Kalen's face. "What? Are you hurt bad?" With a finger, Kalen lifted a few strands of blonde hair back from Nietzsche's eyes. "Is anything broken?" Nietzsche reached up and felt the side of her face. She moved her jaw side to side, testing how it worked. "I think I'm all right." "You need to get up. I don't think we're going to be able to stay here for long. Richard started his war." Through obvious pain, Nietzsche smiled. She had never doubted that he would. Kalen stood, helping Jillian pull a still unsteady Nietzsche to her feet. Jillian put her arm around Nietzsche's waist, helping steady her. Nietzsche draped an arm over the girl's shoulders for support. Jagang, glancing back at Kalen, saw her helping Nietzsche up. He pointed at Kalen with one hand, while with the other seizing the shirt of one of the special guards. He shoved the man in Kalen's direction. "Keep your eye on her," he growled. "All of you." The men, the only ones there who could see her, besides Jagang and Richard, abandoned their efforts in helping to hold back the droves of brawling soldiers and scrambled to do the Emperor's bidding. In the confusion and chaos, Jagang's regular guards, along with a contingent of his ever-present personal bodyguards, were furiously fending off the churning, yelling, battling throng all around them. Jagang's guards were all big, muscular men, yet it was all they could do to try to keep the regular soldiers pushed back. Inch by inch, though, they were beginning to lose ground. These regular soldiers weren't really interested in battling with Jagang's guards, or with the emperor for that matter. They were fully occupied with fighting one another, lost to the passions of the drunken brawl. But that fight was nonetheless pressing steadily in toward the emperor. Jagang shouted at his guards, angry that they were being too indulgent with men who clearly weren't heeding commands. He ordered the guards to gut the men if they didn't move back. Kalen didn't think that Jagang was at all worried about his safety. It was more a matter of indignation at their lack of veneration for their emperor. The guards didn't hesitate. Big, experienced men who had been busy pushing soldiers back switched instead to killing those who pressed in toward them. Jagang snatched up a short sword when one of his bodyguards, concerned that it might come to a matter of self-defense, offered it to him. Jagang vented his rage by hacking at men to either side. Over the roar of combat, their screams could hardly be heard. It wasn't so much that the nearby soldiers involved in the riot were deliberately disobeying the orders to move back. The reality was they had no real choice in the matter. They were being compressed by the weight of the hillside of men flowing downward. As the entire crowd was completely consumed in battle, the men at the bottom near the Jala field were caught in that downward crush and were being helplessly carried into the deadly blades of Jagang's guards. Kalen glanced out at the riot on the Jala field. She blinked at what she saw. Richard had a bow. He already had an arrow nocked. He had a second arrow held at the ready in his teeth. Jagang stood in the center of his guards, a bloody short sword gripped tightly in a fist hanging at his side as he shouted commands. He glared with black eyes at the soldiers out beyond, a great many of them belligerently drunk as they fought and died over who had won Jala de Jin. Jagang pointed with his free hand, yelling orders to his guards, directing individuals into gaps in the effort to keep the mob back. Kalen looked beyond and saw Richard with the bowstring drawn back to his cheek. In another blink, the arrow was away. She held her breath as she watched the razor-sharp, steel-bladed arrow fly. Almost as fast as the first was away, another followed. Just before the first could hit home, one of Jagang's guards turned to urgent calls for assistance from other guards fighting back a knot of soldiers who had broken through their lines on the other side. The man dashed past in front of the emperor to help. As he ran past, he took the first arrow meant for the emperor. It hit under his right arm in the side of the chest between the front and back plate of thick leather armor. The arrow penetrated deep enough to have reached his heart. Judging from the way the man faltered, it had. In surprise, Jagang turned a little, taking a half step back when the man gasped as he collapsed. That half step turned out to be enough to save the emperor's life, because the second arrow hit Jagang in the right side of his chest. Had he not moved when the first man was hit, he would have taken the second arrow dead center in his heart. Kalen couldn't believe that with such clamor, disorder, confusion, furious fighting, rage, fear, pain, and death all around, Richard could make such a shot. At the same time, she couldn't imagine him missing. With an arrow buried deep in his chest, Jagang staggered back. As he dropped to his knees, his guards frantically rushed to surround him and form a wall shielding him from the possibility of any more arrows finding their way in. Kalen lost sight of the emperor behind the tight screen of bodyguards. She used the moment of frozen shock on the faces of her special guards to slam the knife in her right hand into the right kidney of one of these guards as he watched Jagang's fate unfolding. She thrust the blade in her left hand into the gut of a man to her left as he turned to her. She pulled the knife up, slicing him open. A third guard turned from the emperor's struggle, and charged toward her. Jillian tripped him as he rushed forward. Kaelin caught his throat with her knife as he fell past, and with one quick pull, cut it open from ear to ear. She turned and saw Richard across the field. He had a sword. As another guard stepped in, his hands reaching out to disarm her, Nietzsche slammed her knife into his back. He twisted around, crying out in shock as he reached back over his shoulder at the wound. She stabbed him twice in the chest, rapid, heavy blows. He stumbled and fell, trying to throw his arms around her to hold himself up, but couldn't, and toppled to the ground. For not being an expert in using knives, Nietzsche appeared to have worked it out. A fifth man grabbed Jillian, intending to use her as a shield as he came for Kaelin. Kaelin slashed the forearm wrapped around Jillian's neck, cutting through muscle and tendons down to bone. When he flinched with a cry of pain, Jillian swiftly pulled away from him. As he lunged at Kaelin, she used his forward momentum to impale him on the knife in her other hand. She jerked the blade upward until it hit ribs. His eyes opened wide in surprise. She stepped aside as he fell past her, his insides spilling out when he hit the cold, hard ground. In all the confusion, she didn't see the sixth special guard, but she knew there was one. The mass of men on the slope behind Richard was continually slipping downward, flooding into the bowl of the Jala field. Clusters of soldiers, as they fought, swarmed out onto the flat field. Most of the men with bows had already been rolled under by the churning throng. Because many of the men with the torches had long since been plowed down as well by the battle descending on them, it was getting darker. It was becoming difficult to see. The Jala field was being inundated with combatants. Men fought for their lives, while others fought to take life. Yet others, drunk after a day of celebrating at Jala matches, fought for the sake of fighting. Men grievously injured littered the ground. Everywhere men who had been hurt screamed in pain. No one helped them. There were soon so many men with their faces covered in red that it was becoming difficult to keep track of Richard. What only a brief time ago made him stand out now served to hide him. Only moments ago he was conspicuous, now he was a phantom among the chaos. None of the soldiers appeared to be slowing down or holding back. They were enraged and in the mood to kill anyone and everyone. Men swinging axes took off arms, split skulls, and chopped chests open. Men with swords ran others through. Despite how increasingly difficult it was, Kaelin kept Richard in sight as soldiers attacked him. For many, he was the object of their wrath. He was responsible for the blasphemy against the imperial order. He was the one who had dared to think he could defeat the emperor's team. He had accomplished the unthinkable. They hated him for it. They hated him for what they saw as his arrogance. Kaelin supposed that they believed that he should have failed, deliberately if he had to, and then everything would have been fine. Failure was a talisman for such men, a grudge they kept close. It brought out their hatred whenever someone succeeded at something, at anything. Success had to be crushed. These were the brutes of the order, steeped in the order's teachings, being brutes. The beliefs of the order, after all, needed brutes to enforce the faith. As Richard steadily crossed the field, coming toward Kaelin, men continually attacked him. He cut them down with summary composure. He was methodical in the way he made his way across the field. Those who tried to stop him died. "What should we do?" a frightened Jillian asked. Kaelin glanced around. There was nowhere to escape. The Imperial Order army was all around them. There was no route out. Kaelin, being invisible to most of them, could escape on her own, but she wasn't about to leave Jillian and Nietzsche to fend for themselves among such brutes. Even if she wanted to, though, there was the matter of the collar around her neck. We need to stay here, Nietzsche said. Kalin, knowing that there was no real way for them to get away, still puzzled at the woman. Why? Because Richard will have a difficult time finding us if we go far from this spot. Kalin didn't really think there was anything he could do. After all, she and Nietzsche both had collars around their necks. Jagang might have been hurt, but he was still conscious. If they tried to leave, he would stop them with those collars, or worse. She was willing to test it, but not until she saw a worthwhile opportunity. It was always possible that Richard would be able to finish off Jagang. Then they would have a chance, as long as Sister Ulyssia or Armina didn't show up in the meantime. Jagang was a dream walker. For all Kalin knew, he might have already used his control of their minds to bring them running to his aid. Holding Jillian close, Kalin glanced around. Nietzsche protected the girl from the other side. In every direction, men were in a frenzy of killing. Kalin nodded. For the moment, we're safer here, protected by Jagang's guards. The way things are going, though, that may not last long. All around, men fought on. Jagang was on his knees in the center of his guards, clutching his chest. Some of the guards had knelt down beside him to support him in case they had to get him on his feet and fight their way out. Other men shouted urgent orders to get a sister. Other royal guards savagely slashed at the soldiers who came within range, trying to keep the mob back. The ground all around the Emperor's observation area was becoming slick with blood and gore. Kalin stood transfixed, watching Richard. Men from every side rushed in, trying to kill him. He moved among them as if he really were a phantom. In much the same way he had evaded blockers, he ducked aside when blades swung at him, sidestepped thrusts when he had to, slipping between men when they tried to wall him in. When he thrust his sword, it was swift and sure, and men died. He was a picture of economy of motion, never doing more than was necessary as he fought his way across the Jala field. All around, tens of thousands of men fought in a noisy, tumultuous battle. Richard was a point of serenity in the sea of chaos. His sword flashed, and men fell. He didn't even bother to kill many. He simply shoved them out of his way after they had thrust or swung their swords at him. When a man charged in with a knife, Richard set his stance and with a lightning strike to the side took the attacker's head off. Kalin watched, spellbound. She understood the way he used a blade. It was completely unlike the way any of the men around them did. It was, in a way, like watching herself in the heat of battle. Even though the soldiers were taken by surprise, she often knew what Richard was going to do before he did it. In some ways, he fought differently from the way she fought, but in many ways, there was much in common with the way she used a blade. He was stronger than she was, and so he used his strength when it was to his advantage, but he still had more in common with her than anyone she had ever seen. Of course, she couldn't remember anything before the sisters had captured her and used the chain fire spell on her, so she supposed that she had to have learned from someone, and that someone had fought like Richard. Even though he was strong, he conserved his strength by using only the amount of force necessary. He didn't go to others. He waited until they came to him. He didn't make large movements. He instead used their momentum against them, putting his blade where it needed to be so that when they arrived, they ran themselves through. He seemed to know what they were going to do and where they would be before they did, and used that knowledge against them. Even as he fought his way through the fray, his gaze was never far from her. Despite how he fought men off as he steadily made his way across the field, though, he was still but a man. And like the way he used the weight of his team as a ram to break through stronger men and win the game, the weight of the army around him was not something he could so easily overcome. Despite how valiantly he fought, The weight of that army of men was swirling in around him, inundating him. In another moment, Kalin could no longer see him.
"What are we going to do?" Jillian asked.
Kalin saw that Jagang was coughing blood and laboring to breathe.
"I think we need to try to start moving."
"We can't," Nietzsche said. "If Richard can't find us, we're lost." Kalin gestured around at the chaos. "What do you think he's going to be able to do?" "By now," Nietzsche said, "I would think that you would have learned not to underestimate him."
"Nietzsche's right," Jillian said. "I've even seen him come back from the world of the dead."
Chapter 36. Kalin could only wonder at Jillian's claim. She now knew that the man could indeed start a war, but she didn't really believe that he could go to the underworld and come back. Watching the perilous turmoil unfolding all around them, though, she knew that this was not the time or place to discuss it. She scanned the confusion of runaway violence, searching for a way out. If Jagang died, or even if he were only to pass out, she might be able to use such an opportunity to get Jillian, Nietzsche, and herself away from there. She wondered if it mattered if Jagang, being a dreamwalker, was unconscious or not. She worried that, even in an unconscious state, he might still be able to control them through their collars. If Jagang did die or lose consciousness, and wasn't able to stop Nietzsche and Kalin through their collars, there was still the matter of the vast army all around them. Kalin was invisible to virtually all of the men around them, but Jillian and Nietzsche certainly weren't. Getting a woman who looked like Nietzsche and the tempting target of a girl like Jillian through all these men would not be easy. Nietzsche certainly put a lot of faith in Richard, though.
"Do you really think Richard can get us out of here?" she asked Nietzsche.
Nietzsche nodded.
"With my help. I think I know a way."
Kalin didn't think that Nietzsche was the kind of woman who would put her faith in a hope and a prayer. During her ordeal with Jagang, she had never tried to latch on to delusions or false hope for salvation. If she said she knew a way, then Kalin was inclined to think that there was something to it. Off through a gap in the battle, Kalin spotted Richard. He thrust the sword forward, running a man through before the soldier could complete the swing of his own sword. Richard, covered in the blood-red symbols, immediately pulled the sword back out of the man, and on the backswing smashed the pommel into the face of the man coming at him from behind.
"This may be our only chance, then," Kalin said.
Nietzsche stretched her neck to check on Richard's progress, before again glancing to the confusion swirling around the injured emperor.
"I don't think we'll get a better one. I think it's now or never. With these collars, though, if Jagang is distracted enough, he might not use our collars to stop us."
Nietzsche shot Kalin a look that suggested how foolish the thought was. "Now listen to me," she said. "If anything goes wrong, I'll do what I can to see to it that you, Jillian, and Richard have a chance to get away." Nietzsche held up a cautionary finger. "If it comes to that, you take that chance. You hear me? If it comes to that, don't you dare waste the opportunity I gain you. Do you understand?" Kalin didn't like that Nietzsche was thinking of sacrificing her life to give them a chance to get away. She also wondered why Nietzsche would think it more important that Kalin live than her.
"If you promise that you won't even consider doing such a thing unless there's absolutely no other way. I'd rather find a way to get us all out of this."
"It's the only life I have," Nietzsche said. "I want to keep it, if that's what you're wondering." Kalin smiled at that and put a hand on Jillian's shoulder.
"Stay close, but don't get in the way if I have to use a knife. And don't be afraid to use yours if you have to."
Jillian nodded as Kalin ushered her in the direction of the Jala field where she'd last seen Richard. Nietzsche stayed close behind Jillian. Before Kalin had taken a dozen steps, Commander Karg, atop a huge warhorse, broke through the wall of combat behind them. The big horse snorted its displeasure at the men in its way. The commander, leading a large force of royal guards, looked around in appraisal of the situation. Like the men guarding Jagang, these were elite combat soldiers. They were all big, powerfully built, and armed to the teeth, and there looked to be thousands of them. The violence they brought to bear was extraordinary to witness. They poured through the soldiers on a wave of blood. Not far off in the distance, behind the royal guards, Kalen saw gouts of flame rise up into the night sky. The harsh red glow lit the straining faces of men fighting for their lives. Who the men were fighting seemed to have lost its importance. The soldiers seemed to have gone mad in a world gone mad. It was every man for himself, except for the royal guard, who did have a very clear idea of who they were fighting. Anyone but them. "Sisters are coming," Nietzsche said, as she watched the flames and smoke boiling up into the black sky. "We don't have much time before it's too late. Try to stay out of sight and out of the way of the guard." Kalen nodded as she eased her way along with Jillian in a direction away from the main force fighting their way in. Nietzsche had a plan to get them away. Richard would be searching for them, so Kalen didn't want to get too far away from where he had last seen them. Her aim was to skirt the main confrontation between the regular soldiers and the royal guard while moving toward where she'd last seen Richard, hoping that as they moved off to the side, she didn't get too far away from Richard's approach. At the same time, she wanted to stay out of the new confrontation. The elite guard would be a very different foe from the regular soldiers. Commander Karg leaped down off the horse among the original Royal Guard contingent. "Where's Jagang?" he called out to the wall of guards protecting the injured emperor. "He's been shot with an arrow," one of the guard officers said, as he signaled his men to open a path for the commander. Kalen saw Jagang then, still on his knees, being supported by a big man squatting down to each side of him. He was pale, but conscious. He was having difficulty breathing, occasionally coughing, leaving little dark spots of blood on his chin and down the front of him. One hand clutched the arrow, jutting from the right side of his chest. "An arrow?" Karg yelled. "How in the name of creation did that happen?" The officer seized Karg by his chainmail and yanked him close. "Your man shot him!" Commander Karg glared as he lifted the officer's chin with the point of a knife. "Get your hands off me." The man released the commander but returned the glare in kind. "Now, what are you talking about it being my man?" Karg asked. "It was your point man. He shot the Emperor with an arrow." Karg's expression darkened. "Then I'll kill him myself." "If we don't kill him first." "Fine, you do it then. I don't really care who kills him, as long as he's dead, that's all that matters. The man is dangerous. I don't want him running around loose to do any more damage. Just bring me his head so that I know that it's finished." "Consider it done," the officer said. Karg ignored the man's boast as he started pushing other men out of his way. "Get the Emperor on his feet," he yelled at the wall of men around Jagang. "We're getting him back to his compound. There are sisters there who can help him. We can't do anything here." No one argued. Guards helped Jagang to his feet. Two men, one to each side, put shoulders under his arms, supporting him. "Karg," Jagang said in a weak voice. The commander stepped closer. "Yes, Excellency." A grin spread on Jagang's face. "Glad to see you. I guess you earned her for a while." Commander Karg shared in a brief sly smile with the Emperor before turning and yelling at the guards. "Let's go!" Jillian clutched Kalen tightly on one side, Nietzsche on the other, as they continued to slip away to the side, trying not to be seen. The guards helping Jagang started moving him out. The men Commander Karg had brought with him hacked and slashed their way back through the battle. Kalen dreaded the thought of being back in Jagang's tent. As she kept an eye on the guards, she looked back over her shoulder, searching, but she didn't see Richard. Drunken, angry soldiers fought on all around the three of them, as Kalen watched the Emperor's guards start to organize a forward wedge to clear a path to get them back away from the Jala field and toward the Emperor's compound. Almost all of the torches had long since gone dark in the fighting. The guards had brought some of their own, but they weren't close. As dark as it was with the heavy overcast, Kalen couldn't even see the Jala field anymore. Even the plateau rising up above the Azrith plain seemed to have vanished in the blackness. She had to use the distant ramp lit by torchlight to get her bearings. With a thud that shook the ground, fire boiled up as sisters apparently used their power to blast their way through the vast army in order to get to Jagang's rescue. There had been hundreds of thousands of men at the Jala match. It didn't seem like any were fleeing. Now the guards protecting the Emperor needed to escape that mob. Kalen, Jillian, and Nietzsche, too, needed to escape through the mob, but they didn't have thousands of heavily armed guards to help them. They relied instead on trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Hunching to look harmless, they avoided looking directly at the men around them. They kept the hoods of their cloaks up and their heads down as they slowly slipped through pockets of relative calm amid the chaos. It was slow going. They still hadn't managed to get clear of the guards engaged in hand-to-hand fighting with the mob. Somehow they had to make it through that line of guards and then through the army beyond. Commander Karg, a wicked grin on his snake face, abruptly appeared out of the darkness and seized Nietzsche by the upper arm. "There you are." He pulled the hood of her cloak back to get a good look at her. "You're coming with me." He gestured to one of his men. "Take the girl along, too. Since we're going to have a party, we might as well make it a proper affair, with a young lady for my men." Jillian screamed as the man ripped her out of Kalen's grip and pulled her along as he followed after Commander Karg and Nietzsche. When Jillian tried to stab the man, he wrenched the blade from her hand. The men couldn't see Kalen, or they would have grabbed her as well. Kalen stepped in close behind the man holding Jillian. She started to lift her knife, but a powerful hand grabbed her wrist. It was one of her special guards, the sixth man whom she'd lost track of. He towered behind her. Kalen knew him. He was one of the smarter men. He wasn't as careless as the others. He still had all his weapons. As Nietzsche and a screaming Jillian were being dragged farther and farther away from Kalen, the man twisted her arm behind her back until her fingers went numb. She cried out in pain. His expression was grim and indifferent to her torment as he stripped the knife out of her hand. She kicked back at his shins, trying to make him let go of her. Rather than let up, the man twisted her arm all the more until the pain made it impossible for her to struggle. He muscled her in the direction the Emperor was going. Nietzsche looked back at Kalen as Commander Karg dragged her through the confusion of men. Kalen could see only glimpses of blonde hair between the churning bodies. The hand holding her let go of her wrist. Instead, it grabbed her upper arm. That hand abruptly pulled her back through the battling men, back into the darkness. Kalen turned, ready to fight what the brute obviously intended. Richard was standing right there instead. The world seemed to stop. His gray eyes were staring into her soul. Up close like this, the strange blood-red designs painted on his face were terrifying, but the smile on his face made him look like the gentlest, kindest man in all the world. He seemed to be unable to do anything but smile as he stared into her eyes. It took Kalen a moment to remember how to breathe. She finally glanced down and saw the special guard who had been holding her wrist. He was on the ground. His head was twisted around at an unnatural angle. He didn't look to be breathing. With bodies sprawled everywhere, no one paid any attention to one more. After all, he was just a regular soldier, like all the men battling each other. Except that he had been able to see her. Kaylin's thoughts came rushing back in. The thought of that man having Nietzsche and Jillian made Kaylin feel dizzy and sick. She flicked her hand in a quick gesture. "We have to help Nietzsche and Jillian. Commander Karg has them." Richard didn't hesitate. His gray eyes turned toward where Nietzsche had vanished. "Hurry, stay close." Within a dozen steps they were back in the thick of battle. This time, though, it was not the regular soldiers that Richard had to fight, it was the Royal Guard. It didn't seem to matter. He moved through them, cutting men down to clear a path for her when he had to, avoiding them when possible. As a man thrust his sword, Richard stepped back out of the way and severed the man's arm, catching the sword before it hit the ground. He tossed the sword to Kaylin. She caught it and immediately had to use it to stop a man going for Richard. It felt good to have a sword in her hands. It felt good to be able to defend herself. The two of them cut their way onward through the Royal Guards. Commander Karg glanced back and saw Richard coming. He let go of Nietzsche as he turned to his point man, grinning, ready to do battle. The guards all around saw that the commander wanted to handle this himself, so they turned back to their own problems. "Well, Reuben, it seems—" Richard swung, decapitating the snake without ceremony. He wasn't interested in anything but what needed to be done. He was a man who didn't need to teach the enemy a lesson. He was only interested in eliminating them. A guard who had seen what happened started for Richard. Nietzsche swiftly reached around and pulled her knife across his throat. The man's face registered complete surprise as he clutched at the gaping wound, dropping first to one knee before falling face first to the ground. In an instant, they were in the middle of a furious battle. With so many experienced men coming after them, Richard could no longer hold back. He cut into the Royal Guard with a vengeance. Worried that there were too many for him, Kaylin couldn't let him do it alone. She now had the advantage of being invisible. She could move among the men attacking Richard and do her own damage. Men expecting to fight Richard fell to her blade coming from nowhere. Between the two of them, they were slaughtering the guard. Nietzsche, too, immediately went on the attack. The three of them now had a single purpose: to fight their way out of the midst of the Royal Guards. "We need to get to the ramp," Nietzsche shouted at Richard. He pulled his sword out of a man falling past him and frowned at Nietzsche. "The ramp? Are you sure?" "Yes." Richard didn't argue. He changed the direction of the fight, covering Jillian as he battled his way through the endless mass of big men, making sure that none of them could get at her. As they stabbed and hacked their way through, Kaylin knew that she had to stay clear of Richard so that he would have the room he needed. Most of the men were going after him. None could see Kaylin, so she pulled Jillian well back out of Richard's way so that the guards couldn't snatch her to use as a shield to get at Richard. Kaylin was better able to protect her than Nietzsche. Kaylin tried to shield Jillian while she also covered Nietzsche's back as she went after men who weren't paying attention. As one of the men behind lifted a sword on Jillian, someone ran him through from behind. As the dying man fell away, Kaylin found herself staring into the smiling face of a man with the strangest golden eyes. "I'm here to help you, pretty lady." Even in the near darkness, the man's sword gleamed. He was dressed like an order soldier, but he wasn't one of them. As Jillian backed against Kaylin when another man stabbed at her with a sword, the man with the golden eyes spun and with a backhanded swing caught the attacker along the side of the head. When the gleaming sword hit, the guard's head exploded in bits of bone and brain. Kaylin blinked in astonishment. Richard saw what was happening and rushed up. The stranger, suddenly looking enraged, thrust that gleaming sword right at Richard. Richard then did the strangest thing. He just stood there. Kaylin knew for certain that this time Richard was going to be run through, but the blade, which only an instant before had shattered a man's head, this time did the most bewildering thing. Just before it impaled Richard, it veered off to the side of him, as if he'd been protected by an invisible shield of some sort. The man, even more enraged, thrust again, but again the sword simply turned aside, slipping right by Richard. The stranger looked not only surprised, but worried. The worry turned to a look of cold rage. "It's mine!" Kaelin couldn't imagine what the man was talking about. Before she had a chance to wonder at it, she saw Nietzsche collapse, holding her throat. A new clot of royal guards charged in with such speed and numbers that Richard was forced to turn and engage them or be killed. A new battle was suddenly in full force. Men yelling battle cries rushed in, swords swinging. Richard fought furiously, but he was forced to fall back. As the wave of men poured in, the space between Richard and Kaelin began to widen. Kaelin started to attack the men swarming in around Richard, but the stranger grabbed her upper arm, pulling her back away. "We have to go, now. He can handle those men. He's giving us a chance to get away. We have to take it." "I'm not leaving him to—" Kaelin suddenly gasped in a breath as the pain came on with full force. The sword fell from her grip. Her hands went to her throat, clawing at the collar. She screamed even though she tried not to. The searing pain was so sharp, so violent, that it was impossible not to scream. She dropped to her knees, just as Nietzsche had done. Tears of agony streamed from her eyes. "Come on," the stranger yelled. "We have to get away. Hurry!" Kaelin was incapable of doing anything to get away. It was all she could do to pull a breath through the ripping agony. Through vision blurred by tears, she could see the horror, the rage on Richard's face as he tried in vain to get to her. Yet more of the elite royal guard poured in, intent on taking out the point man who had humiliated the emperor and started the riot. Even as his sword killed with every thrust and men fell dying all around him, more and more men charged in, and Richard was driven back. Kaelin fell face first onto the hard ground. The pain seared down the nerves of her back and then her legs, making them twitch. She had no control over her muscles. The stranger grabbed Kaelin's arm. "Come on, we have to get away now." When she was unable to respond, he started dragging her. Chapter 37. Richard could see Kaelin crying out in pain, clawing at the collar around her neck. His heart hammered in dread as he fought. Despite his frantic attempts to break through the wall of men in leather and chainmail, it was proving impossible for him to get to her. In fact, it was all he could do to hold his own against the increasing numbers of men descending on him. A deadly variety of weapons came in at him from every direction. Swords, knives, axes, and spears. He had to shift his tactics to fend off each of them. He stabbed a man wielding a sword and on the back swing broke a spear. He ducked under an axe as it whistled past just overhead. He knew that if he made even one mistake, it could cost him his life. Through it all, despite fighting as hard as he had ever fought in his life, he was increasingly forced to give ground. It was the only way to keep from being overpowered. Time and again he went back on attack with wild fury, cutting into the enemy line, but as he did, ever more men appeared to take the place of those who fell to his blade. In those flurries of frantic exertion, the best he could do was to hold his ground. Whenever he took a breath, he lost ground. Kaelin was so close, but so far. Now, Jagang was taking her from him again. Richard reprimanded himself for not doing more to try to take out Jagang. He should have tried harder. If only that man hadn't stepped in front of Jagang at exactly the wrong moment, Richard's arrow would have done its job. But even as he told himself that he should have done more, should have tried something else, he knew that he couldn't dwell on what he might have done differently. He had to come up with something that he could do now. In all too brief glimpses, he could see Nietzsche on the ground as well. Like Kaelin, she was also in desperate distress. Richard knew that it was urgent that he help them. Samuel certainly wasn't doing anything worthwhile. The distraction of Richard's concern was throwing his timing off. He missed connecting with the thrust, leaving the man alive to come back at him. Only swift action saved him from the blade doing more than making a shallow slash across the side of his shoulder. Several times he nearly lost his life as he tried to catch a glimpse of Kaelin. He had nearly missed a move until it was almost too late. He knew that he had to focus. He couldn't help Kaelin, Nietzsche, and Jillian if he was dead. His arms, though, felt like lead. His hands were slick with blood. His grip in his sword kept slipping. A man spun an axe in his fingers as he lifted it, as if to show Richard that he was now up against an expert. The man caught the handle and started to swing the axe down with lethal intent. At the last instant, Richard ducked to the side, then with a cry of effort swung his own weapon. The strike took the man's arm off. Richard used his foot to topple the startled man back out of the way, then ducked under a wild swing of a sword at his head and thrust his own weapon into the man's lower abdomen. The sword he was using worked, but it was not his sword. Samuel had his sword. What Samuel was doing there, Richard feared to imagine. Seeing him standing over Kaelin, though, he didn't really have to imagine. Richard remembered Zed telling him, when he had first given him the sword of truth, that he couldn't use it against Darken Rahl because he had put the boxes of Orden in play. Zed said that during that year-long period the power of Orden protected Darken Rahl from the sword of truth. Richard knew that it was foolish to do what he'd just done, but he had to test his theory. He had to know the truth of it if he was to succeed in what lay ahead. The boxes of Orden really were in play in his name, and the sword of truth couldn't harm him for that reason. When he thought he couldn't go on, he used the sheer rage he felt for Kaelin's dire jeopardy to force himself to continue anyway. He didn't know how long he could sustain such an effort. He knew only that when he stopped, he would die. Just then another man cut his way in from behind Richard, protecting his left side from a trio of men attacking from that direction. Out of the corner of his eye, Richard saw red paint. He slashed his blade down across the face of a man as soon as the man made the mistake of cocking back his arm. As he fell to the side with a cry, Richard used the opening to snatch a quick glance to his left. It was Bruce. "What are you doing here?" Richard yelled over at the man between the clash of steel. "What I'm always doing, protecting you." Richard could hardly believe that Bruce, a regular Imperial Order soldier, was fighting beside him, fighting off the Emperor's royal guard. The man was committing treason to fight beside Richard. He supposed that winning against the Emperor's team was the bigger treason. Bruce fought with a fury of his own. He knew that this was a game that they couldn't afford to lose. What he lacked in finesse, he made up for in sheer tenacity. Richard stole another look and saw that Samuel was starting to drag Kaelin away. Her face was a picture of terrified distress. Her fingers were bloody from clawing at the collar. With an abrupt flash and heavy thud to the air, the soldiers all around Richard, including Bruce, were blown back as if by a blast. Yet there was no flame, no smoke, no flying debris, no ringing noise from a blast. Standing at the core of the event, Richard was left with his vision blurred and his flesh stinging from the force of the concussion. In every direction, the forest of big royal guards lay felled across the dark ground like toppled trees. In the distance, the roar of battle raged on, but closer in it was eerily quiet. Most of the men looked to be unconscious. A few moaned as they tried to move, but their arms dropped after briefly lifting, as if even that much was an effort too great. A spike of pain suddenly slammed into the base of Richard's skull. It felt like he'd been hit from behind with an iron bar. The stunning pain dropped him to his knees. He recognized the sensation. He hadn't been hit with iron, it was magic. Beside him, Bruce lay face down on the ground. Still on his knees, Richard saw off in the distant darkness a gaunt woman stalking toward him through the downed soldiers. She moved like a vulture watching wounded prey. Her shabby appearance made Richard suspect that she was one of Jagang's sisters. Unable to endure the ringing pain in his head, Richard toppled over face first. Hot agony flashed through every nerve in his body. Little clouds of dust were forced up into the night air with each of his panting breaths. He couldn't move his legs. He strained with all his might to get up, but he simply couldn't make his body respond. With the greatest of effort, he was finally able to move his head just a little. As he lay on his belly, he tried desperately to push himself to his knees at least, but simply couldn't. He looked across the battlefield scattered with fallen men at Kaelin. Even in obvious pain, she was looking back at him, worried for what was happening to him. The sister was still some distance off, but Richard knew that he was running out of time to do something. "Samuel!" Richard yelled. Samuel, trying to drag Kaelin by her arm, stopped in his tracks and looked back at Richard, his golden eyes blinking. Richard couldn't help Kaelin, at least not in the way he wanted to help her. "Samuel, you idiot! Use the sword to cut the collar off her neck!" Samuel, one hand holding Kaelin's arm, with his other hand lifted the sword he coveted so much, frowning at it. Richard watched as the sister off through the darkness stalked ever closer. He remembered once, when being taken to the palace of the prophets, using the sword of truth to cut through an iron collar around Du Shailu's neck. He also remembered being in Tamarang with Kaelin and using the sword to slash through the prison bars. He knew the sword of truth could cut steel. He also knew, from when the sisters had put the collar around his neck, that the sword couldn't cut through a Radahan. The collar had been locked on and held tight with the power of his own gift. It wasn't so much the steel that the sword couldn't cut, Richard suspected, but the binding power of the magic itself. The Radahan, when used as intended, became in a sense a part of the person it was locked onto. For that reason, he knew that the sword wouldn't be able to cut through Nietzsche's collar. But the collar around Kaelin's neck was different. Her own gift wasn't what bound it to her. It had simply been locked around her neck and used to control her. Richard also suspected that Six might have provided Samuel with a bit of extra help. It certainly wasn't his wits that had gotten him this far. Any additional ability she'd given him might aid in this as well. Richard wasn't sure that it would work, but he was sure that it was Kaelin's only chance. He had to get Samuel to at least try. "Hurry!" Richard screamed. "Slide the blade under the collar and pull! Hurry!" Samuel frowned suspiciously at Richard for a moment. He looked down at Kaelin's agony, then dropped to a knee and hurriedly slipped the sword under the collar. Some of the soldiers on the ground looked like they might be starting to come around. They groaned as they held their heads in their hands. Samuel gave the sword of truth a mighty pull. The night rang with the sound of steel shattering. Kaelin, free of the collar, collapsed in relief. As she lay on the ground panting, recovering from the ordeal, Samuel ran a short distance to the big war horse that Commander Karg had ridden in on. He reached under the horse's neck and caught the reins. After he had led the horse close, he hooked a hand under Kaelin's arm. Kaelin lay limp on the ground, still stunned from the pain of the collar, but she was beginning to move her legs, trying to get up. With Samuel pulling on her arm, she was finally hauled to her feet. Richard, still unable to get up himself, looked to the side and saw the sister holding the tattered shawl closed, stepping over downed men as she came ever closer. Kaelin staggered unsteadily, but then recovered enough to bend and snatch up a sword. She intended to come to Richard's aid. Richard couldn't allow that. "Run!" he yelled at her. "Run! There's nothing you can do here. Get away while you still can." Samuel stuffed a boot in a stirrup and sprang up into the saddle. Kaylin stood staring at Richard, tears in her beautiful green eyes. "Hurry!" Samuel called down to her. She didn't seem to even hear Samuel. She couldn't take her eyes off Richard. She knew she was leaving him there to die. "Go!" Richard yelled with all his strength. "Go!" Tears stung his own eyes. Despite how much he tried, he couldn't even rise up on his hands and knees. The magic searing through him wouldn't allow it. The sister cast a hand out at Samuel. A flare of light shot through the night. Samuel used the sword to deflect the flash of light. It arced off into the night sky. The sister looked surprised. In the distance all around, the battle raged on. Closer in, the guards, stunned by the initial blast of the sister's power, still hadn't recovered enough to get up. Apparently, the sister didn't want them interfering. She had plans of her own. The big warhorse tossed its head as it pawed the ground. Kaylin looked over at Nietzsche. She was curled up in a ball, shuddering in pain. Jillian lay on the ground beside her, stunned by the same blast of the sister's magic. Despite her chance to escape, Richard knew that Kaylin was going to throw that chance away to try to help them. He knew that there was nothing Kaylin could do for Nietzsche. If Kaylin stayed, she would die. It was as simple as that. As much as he hated the thought, at the moment Samuel was her only salvation. "Run!" Richard cried out, his voice choked with tears. "But I have to help Nietzsche and—" "There's nothing you can do for her. You'll die. Run while you still can." Samuel reached down and seized her arm, helping to pull her up onto the horse behind him. As soon as she was up, Samuel wasted no time in kicking his heels against the horse. The horse bounded away at a dead gallop, throwing up dirt and rocks in its wake. As the horse disappeared into the darkness, Kaylin looked back over her shoulder. He never took his eyes off her, knowing that it was the last time he would ever see her. In a moment, still looking back at Richard, she vanished into the dark confusion of the camp and was gone. Richard sagged against the cold, hard ground, tears dripping from his face. Out of the darkness, the sister, making her way among the hundreds of stunned royal guards rolling on the ground, finally arrived to stand over him. He felt the level of pain increase, making it difficult to pull each breath. She wanted to make absolutely certain that he wasn't able to lift so much as a finger against her. She peered down at him in surprised wonder.
"Well, well, as I live and breathe, if it isn't Richard Raleigh himself."
Richard didn't remember the sister. She looked haggard. Her graying hair was unkempt. Her clothes were little more than rags. She looked more like a beggar than a sister of the light. Or a sister of the dark, he didn't know which.
"His Excellency is going to be very pleased with me for bringing him such a prize. I think he will be more than pleased as well to have a chance at last to extract vengeance on you, my boy. I imagine that before the night is finished, you will be just beginning a very long ordeal in the torture tents."
Memories of Denna flashed through Richard's mind. Chapter 38. Even in his agony, unable to get up off the ground, Richard couldn't help being joyful that Kaylin no longer had that terrible collar around her neck. She was free of Jagang. Richard knew that even if Samuel got himself caught or killed before they could escape the camp, Kaylin was invisible to these men. She would still be able to get away on her own. Knowing Kaylin, she would probably use that advantage to annihilate half the camp on her way out. No matter what happened to Richard now, his relief for Kaylin was what mattered most to him. Kaylin didn't know who she was, and she wouldn't know where to go, but she would be alive and out of immediate danger. Richard had come to the Order's encampment to help free her. He had succeeded in that much of it. Despite the peril he was now in, it was worth it to him to have managed to help her get away. He looked beyond the sister standing above him to Nietzsche. It was going very badly for her. He'd had one of those collars around his neck. He knew well the lonely agony she was in. Richard wished that he could help her as well, or at least let her know that she wasn't alone and abandoned. But he could do nothing. He knew that Jillian was not going to fare any better. He reminded himself not to fixate on such terrible thoughts. One problem at a time, he told himself. He had to find some way to help them both. The pain abruptly lifted from his arms and legs. The rest of him still felt on fire. Even though he could at last begin to move, his head was still in so much pain that everything looked blurred and distorted. "On your feet," the sister above him said. She sounded like she was in a vile mood. She had professed to be pleased that catching Richard would gain her a reward from Jagang, but she certainly didn't sound like a woman in good spirits over her unexpected luck. She had to be a sister of the dark, he decided. He supposed that it didn't really matter. "I bet you're not too happy to see my face again," she said in a tone of smug satisfaction. She probably thought she had been important, thought the whole world would know her haughty scowl, her condescending attitude, her sharp tongue. Some people thought they could gain prominence, prestige, and renown through pompous arrogance. They mistook fear for respect. Richard really didn't remember the woman, though, and saw no point in humoring her. "Can't say that I really remember you. Should I for some reason?"
"Liar! Everybody at the palace knew me."
"That's nice," Richard said, trying to stall so that he could recover some of his strength.
"On your feet."
Richard did his best to try to comply. It wasn't easy. His limbs didn't work as well as he would have liked. Once he was up onto his hands and knees, she kicked him in the ribs. Richard winced at the blow. Fortunately, she didn't have the weight or power to make the kick damaging, merely painful. It was her gift that was dangerous.
"Now!"
she screamed. Richard staggered to his feet. His arms and leg were beginning to shake off the searing pain. His head wasn't. The men all around were still down, but some of them looked like they were beginning to regain consciousness. Bruce rolled over, groaning as he clutched his head. The sister's gaze flicked across at a rise in the noise of the battle in the darkness beyond. Richard used the opportunity to take a quick glance, surveying the weapons on the ground. If she turned her back on him, he had to take the chance. Once Jagang had him strapped down in the torture tents, Richard knew that he would never see the light of day again. As much as that fate terrified him, a part of him couldn't help feeling lighthearted knowing that Kaelin had gotten away. He swallowed back his anguish at the tears he had seen in her eyes as she had made good her escape. It reminded him of how much she loved him, but she no longer remembered that.
"You don't know how long I've waited for something like this, something that could gain me the Emperor's favor. At last, the Creator has answered my prayers and delivered you into my grasp."
"So," Richard said, "your Creator is in the habit of delivering victims to you in answer to prayers? He is so giddy at the flattery of your grimy hands pressed together in supplication to him that he is only too eager to help you fill the torture tents?" She watched him with a slow, cunning smile.
"Your flippant tongue will shortly be cut out, so humble servants of the Creator will not have to hear you spout your blasphemy."
"A few people have told me that my flippant tongue is one of my shortcomings, so you will only be doing me a service by removing it." Her cunning smile curdled with bile. She turned to the side, gesturing expansively out at the camp.
"You think that you—"
Richard slammed a kick to the side of her face with all the force he could muster. The powerful blow completely caught her off guard, lifting her feet clear of the ground as it smashed into her. Teeth and blood flew off into the darkness. She landed on her side with a hard thud. The stunning impact of his boot looked to have shattered her jaw. Richard dove for a sword. He knew that he dared not underestimate such a woman. Until she was dead, she could kill him or make him wish that he was dead. His fingers seized the hilt of a sword. He spun around to plunge it into her. The air exploded with light. Richard landed on his back so hard that it drove the air from his lungs. She was up, blood streaming from the bottom of her face in long strings that whipped around as she lifted both hands. Richard could hardly believe that she was able to stand. She looked like the freshly dead come back to life. He knew that she couldn't last for long, but she could very well last long enough to kill him. The shock of the blow had obviously done horrific damage, yet that sudden shock in the heat of battle also kept her from feeling the pain right then. While for all he knew she might shortly begin to feel it and collapse screaming in agony, at the moment she wasn't feeling it, and a moment was all she was going to need. Murder filled her eyes. Richard tried to scramble to his feet to finish her, but it felt like a bull had lain down on his chest. The air was being squeezed out of him. She took a step toward him, then paused, looking confused. Her eyes went out of focus. She abruptly clutched her chest. Richard blinked in surprise as he watched her stumble forward another step and topple face first, slamming hard onto the ground without even trying to break her fall. He stared for an instant, not sure if it was a trick of some kind. She didn't move. The weight had lifted from his chest. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, he grabbed the sword he'd dropped. Something caught Richard's attention. He looked up and could not believe who he thought he saw standing in the darkness behind where the sister had been only a moment before. "Addie?" The old woman smiled. "Addie, am I ever glad to see you," Richard said as he scrambled to his feet.
"True," she said, nodding.
"What are you doing here?"
"I be headed out to go to the keep when I saw the strangest Jala game with players all painted with very, very dangerous things. That be when I knew it could only be you. Since then, I tried to reach you. It be a bit of trouble."
He could only imagine. Richard didn't take the time to consider the whole thing or question the old sorceress. He ran to where Nietzsche lay on the ground convulsing in pain. Her eyes stared up at him in terror, as if pleading for help. She was lost in a world of agony. It was the collar, he knew, that was inflicting the torture. He didn't know what to do. "Can you help her?" Richard asked over his shoulder. Addie knelt next to him. She shook her head.
"It be the Radahan. That not be something I can get off."
"Do you have any idea who can?"
"Nathan, maybe."
"Lord Rahl, we need to hurry," an approaching voice said. "These men are waking up." Richard frowned up at the man appearing out of the darkness, sword in hand. It was Benjamin Meifert. He was dressed like one of Jagang's more trusted guards. "General, what in the world are you doing here?" The recent supply convoy came to Richard's mind. "You're supposed to be down in the old world laying waste to the Order's ability to keep this army alive." He was nodding. "I know. I needed to come back to give you a report. We've run into a problem. A big problem." Richard knew the man well enough to know that the trouble would have to be more than merely serious for him to abandon his mission to return to report to Richard what was going wrong. This was hardly the place to discuss it, though. "I wasn't sure where I could find you," the general said, "but I figured that the last time I saw you it was near here, so I thought this would be my best bet. I reasoned that if you weren't here, they at least might know where you were. I've been trying to figure out a way to get up into the palace." "A little while ago, Addie and I came across each other. She told me that you were down here in the middle of this mess. I wasn't sure I believed her. Believed it was possible. Turns out she was right." Richard didn't take the time to ask how he'd managed to come up with the uniform of one of Jagang's guards. That uniform was obviously how he had been able to move around in the camp without getting himself captured or killed. "How did you get down here?" the general asked Addie. "Maybe we can get back in the palace that way." Addie was shaking her head. "I came down the road. It be dark, and I be alone. I used my ability to help hide my presence as I reached the army guarding at the bottom of the road. We cannot go back that way. There be too many guards. They have gifted there with webs in place to detect those who try to slip through. Those shields not be powerful, but they be enough to snare us." "But with your power—" "No," she said, cutting off the general. "My power be weak in the palace. Even near the plateau, it still not be as it should. All those with the gift be weaker there, but they use their ability together to make it stronger. I have no other gifted to help me. I could help hide myself from them when I came through, but I not be strong enough to help all of us, especially not with the burden of Nietzsche in such grave condition. If we try to go back that way, we will die." "The great inner doors are closed," the man said, thinking out loud as he considered. "They're heavily guarded as well. Even if we could get through, we certainly couldn't get those doors opened." "Nietzsche said she knew a way to get up into the palace," Richard told them. "She told me that we have to get to the ramp. I don't know what she was talking about, but we need to find a fast way out of this camp before we get caught. I don't think Nietzsche has much time either." Addie, leaning close, touched her slender fingers to Nietzsche's forehead. "True." Richard scooped Nietzsche up in his arms. "Let's go." General Meifert stepped forward. "I can carry her, Lord Rahl." "I've got her." Richard tilted his head. "Get Jillian." The man hurriedly lifted the groggy girl. "What I don't understand," Addie said as she smoothed a hand across Nietzsche's brow, trying to give her some comfort, "is how she was captured in the first place. She be up in the palace the last we all saw her." Richard felt the weight of responsibility. Knowing Nietzsche, she was probably trying to find me. "And be missing as well," Addie said as she touched the first two fingers of her right hand to the underside of Nietzsche's chin. "I haven't seen Anne," Richard said. Whatever Addie was doing for Nietzsche didn't look to be helping. Richard didn't think that Nietzsche could last much longer unless they found a way to get the collar off her neck. Nathan was the closest hope. "Addie," Richard said, pointing with his chin back to where he had been on the ground when the sister had first appeared. "That man over there, with the red paint on him. Can you help him?" Addie peered over at the man on the ground. "Perhaps." Addie hurried to Bruce and knelt beside him. He was only partially conscious, the same as all the other men the sister had blasted down. Addie's straight gray and black hair hung down around her face as she bent forward, pressing her fingers to the red symbols painted across the man's temples. Bruce gasped. His eyes opened wide. He pulled a few more deep breaths as Addie removed her hand from one side. In a moment, Bruce sat up, twisting his head, trying to stretch cramped and obviously sore muscles in his neck. "What's going on?" "Bruce, hurry up," Richard said. "We need to get out of here." Richard's left-wing man peered around at the men on the ground, at Benjamin, holding Jillian, and dressed as one of Jagang's royal guards, at Addie, and finally at Richard standing a few paces away with Nietzsche draped in his arms. Bruce snatched up a sword. "Reuben, what's going on?" "It's a long story. You came to help me. You saved my life. It's time for you to decide whose side you're on." Bruce frowned at the question. "I'm your wingman. I'm with you. Don't you know that?" Richard looked the man in the eye. "My name's Richard." "Well, I knew it wasn't Reuben. That's a silly name for a point man. Richard Rall, Richard said. Lord Rall, General Myford corrected, looking ready for trouble even as he held Gillian in his arms. Bruce glanced from face to face. Well, if you all want to die, then you can stand around here until these fellows wake up. If that's the case, then I'm not with you. If you're of a mind to live, then I'm with you. Ramp, Nietzsche said in a gasp. Richard pulled her a little tighter. Are you sure, Nietzsche? We could try for the road up the plateau. He was reluctant to trade a way he knew for the vague possibility of another route. I know it's heavily guarded, but maybe we could fight our way through. Addie could help some. We might be able to make it. Nietzsche clutched his neck, pulling his head down toward her. Her blue eyes focused intently on his face. Ramp, she whispered with all her strength. That look in her eyes was all he needed. Let's go, he said to the others. We have to get to the ramp. How are we going to get through all the men still fighting? Bruce asked as they started off into the night. It's a long way to the ramp. With all the guards down, the area they were in was relatively calm. Out beyond, though, it was still chaos. The general shifted Gillian's weight a little and pointed with his sword. There's a small supply wagon just over there. We can hide Gillian and Nietzsche inside. With that paint on you two, you're not going to make it far before a few 100,000 of these men decide to cut you down. No slight intended, Lord Rall, but those odds are pretty poor. I want the two of you to hide inside with Gillian and Nietzsche. Addie and I will lead the wagon. Anyone will think that I'm one of the Emperor's guards and Addie is a sister. We can say that we're on urgent business for the Emperor. Richard was nodding. Good, I like the idea. Let's hurry. Who is this fellow? Bruce asked as he leaned toward Richard. He's my top general, Richard said. Benjamin Myford, the general said with a quick smile as they all started for the wagon. You've earned the gratitude of a lot of good people for stepping into the teeth of death to fight beside Lord Rall like you did. Never knew a general before, Bruce muttered as he hurried after the others. Chapter 39. Verna clasped her hands loosely in front of her and sighed quietly as she watched Kara plant her fists on her red leather-clad hips. The gaggle of men and women in white robes shuffled farther down the hall, gazing at the white marble walls, trailing their fingers across it, stopping here and there to peer closely at it, as if they were searching for a message from the world of the dead. Will? Kara asked. An older man, Dario Daria, laid a finger lightly across his lips. He frowned thoughtfully for another long moment as he watched the cluster of people bobbing and swaying down the corridor like corks in a river, then swiveled toward the moored Sith. He ran his fingers down the sky-blue silk edging running down the front of his crisp white robes. He frowned at Kara, his features twisting a little as he scratched the fringe of white hair encircling his bald head.
I'm not sure, mistress.
Not sure about what? Not sure that I'm right, or not sure of what they think about it?
No, Mistress Kara, I agree with you. Something is wrong down here.
Verna stepped forward. You agree with her? The man nodded earnestly.
I'm just not sure what it could be.
Like something just feels out of place, Kara suggested. He waggled a finger skyward.
Yes, I think that's it. Rather like in one of those dreams where you get lost in a place because the rooms are all mixed around from where they belong.
Kara nodded absently as she watched the crypt staff gliding along close to the opposite wall. They moved on down the corridor, their heads weaving up and down as they peered at the walls. They reminded Verna a little of hounds hunting through brush. You run the crypt staff, Verna said to the man. Wouldn't you know if something was out of place? She couldn't imagine how anything could be out of place. There were carpets in a few places, a chair or two in small side rooms, but other than that, There wasn't much of anything to be out of place. Dario watched his people for a moment, then turned back to Kara and Verna.
I take care of everything surrounding their service. There are quarters to see to, meals, clothes, supplies, all that sort of thing. I run the crypt staff. They are the ones who actually attend to the work down here.
What kind of work exactly? Verna asked.
Well, in general, sweeping, cleaning, dusting, that sort of thing. There are miles of corridors down here. The staff replaces lamp oil and candles in some places, keeps fresh torches in others. Occasionally, a piece of stone will crack and need to be repaired or replaced. The caskets that aren't entombed within walls or in the floor have to be kept in good condition. The metal on some polished, on others kept free of rust, and the carved wooden ones need to be waxed to keep the wood from drying excessively. There have occasionally been leaks down here, so the exterior of the caskets must be carefully inspected to make sure they aren't getting damp or moldy. The crypt staff is ultimately at the service of the Lord Raal. They see to his specific wishes, if he has any. Those entombed down here, after all, are his ancestors. It used to be, when Darken Raal was alive, that the staff primarily carried out his wishes, having to do with his father's tomb. Darken Raal was the one who ordered that the tongues of the crypt staff be cut out. He feared that, while they were down here alone, they might speak ill of his dead father.
And what if they did? Verna asked. What could it hurt?
The man shrugged. I'm sorry, but I wasn't about to question the man. When he was alive, there was a constant stream of new staff workers, replacing those who had been executed for various reasons. It was unhealthy to be anywhere near the man, and the crypt staff often found themselves the object of his rages. New staff were rounded up from time to time and pressed into service. Darken Raal only left me with my tongue because my work didn't take me down here very often. I oversaw the staff. I need to interact with others on the palace staff, so I need to be able to talk with people. The rest of the staff, in Darken Raal's view, didn't have anything worthwhile they needed to say, and no need for a tongue.
How did you communicate with them? Kara asked.
Dario touched his lips again as he glanced at his staff, slowly making their way farther on down the hall. Well, the way you would imagine. They use signs, grunt a little or nod to make their thoughts known. They can hear, of course, so I don't need to use signs to speak to them. They share the same quarters and work together, so they are almost always alone among themselves. For that reason, they've come to be quite conversant with signs they've invented among themselves. I'm not nearly as familiar with their unique language as they are among themselves, but for the most part, I've come to be able to understand them, enough to get by anyway. Most of them are quite bright. People sometimes think they're stupid because they can't talk. In some ways, they are more aware of the goings-on in the palace than most of the other members of the palace staff. Since people know that they're mute, they often don't even consider that they listen just fine. These people often know what's happening around the place long before I do.
Verna found their little world down in the tombs a remarkable, if somewhat unsettling, revelation. Well, what about down here? What do they think is going on down here?
Dario shook his head with a look of concern. They haven't brought anything to my attention yet.
Why not? Kara asked.
Fear, probably. In the past, crypt staff were frequently executed for the most trivial things. Such executions never made any real sense. They learned that to stay alive it was best to be part of the background, to be as invisible as possible. Bringing up problems was not the way to live a long life. To this day, they even feared to come and tell me things. Once, there had been a leak staining a wall.
They never said a word, probably because they feared they would be put to death for the stain tainting the tombs of the ancestors of Lord Ral. I only found out about the stain because one night I went to see them in their quarters and they were gone. I found them down here, all working feverishly to scrub the stain away before anyone saw it.
What a way to live, Kara murmured to herself. What are they doing anyway? Verna asked, as she watched several of the staff running their hands along the wall as if feeling for something hidden in the smooth white marble.
I'm not sure, Dario said. Let's ask them.
Some distance back down the corridor, a force of the first file waited. Some of them had their crossbows loaded with the special red-fletched arrows that Nathan had found for them. Verna didn't like being anywhere near those wicked things. Their deadly magic made her sweat. The crypt staff, made up of both women and men, was gathered in a clutch, inspecting the walls and every intersection along the way. They had all been down in the various tomb levels most of the day, and Verna was tired. She was usually in bed by this time. That was where she wanted to be. As far as she was concerned, the meticulous inspection of nothing at all could wait until the next day. Kara didn't look tired. She looked intense. She had this problem down in the tomb's bone in her teeth, and she wasn't going to let go for anything. Verna would have left Kara to it, except that when they had searched out Dario Daraya, the man in charge of the crypt staff, to ask what he could tell them, he had not dismissed the inquiry, as Verna had expected. He seemed nervous that they had even asked the question. It turned out that he shared Kara's uneasy suspicion, but as of yet hadn't mentioned it to anyone. He told Verna and Kara that he strongly suspected that the members of his staff were also aware of something being amiss. Verna had learned that among the vast force that was the palace staff, the members of the crypt staff were considered the lowest of the low. Those with responsibility over important sections of the palace dismissed the work down in the tomb areas as simple, menial work for mutes. The crypt workers were also shunned because they spent their existence working among the dead, thus carrying the invisible taint of superstition. Dario had explained that such attitudes had left them a shy and withdrawn lot. They didn't eat in the common areas with other people on the staff. They kept to themselves and kept their own counsel. Verna watched them down the corridor a ways, conversing among themselves in their strange language of signs. Having developed the language among themselves, no one else understood them, except perhaps for Dario Daraya. As much as Verna, and especially Kara, wanted to question the staff directly, they were forced to allow Dario to do it. The mere close proximity of an outsider, especially a moored Sith, sent the silent group into trembling and even tears. These were people who had been treated very badly by the last Lord Ral, and probably the one before that. Many of their number, no doubt close friends and loved ones, had been put to death for allowing the petal of a white rose to lie too long on the floor of the tomb of Darken Ral's father. They had lived and died by the decree of a madman. These people were, understandably, quite terrified of authority. Verna had cautioned Kara that if she really wanted to get answers, then she had to stay back and let Dario get those answers for them. Verna watched Dario standing in their midst, quietly asking questions. The people surrounding him became excited at certain points, pointing this way and that and making signs to him. Dario nodded from time to time and gently asked more questions, which drew more of the silent language from some of the staff. Dario at last returned.
They say that there is no problem in this corridor. Everything here is fine.
Kara spoke through gritted teeth.
Well then, if they don't...
But, Dario interrupted,
they say that in that corridor there,
he pointed ahead to the right,
there is something wrong.
Kara studied the man's face for a moment. Come on then, let's have a look. Before Verna could hold her back, Kara marched in long strides right up to the knot of 12 people. Verna thought that several of them might faint of fright as they cringed back, fearful of what she was going to do to them. Dario says that you think there is something wrong in that corridor up there. Kara gestured to the intersection ahead. I think there's something wrong too. That's why I wanted to have all of you come show me what you think. I'm the one who called for you. I called for you because I know that you people know more about this place than anyone. They looked uneasy about her intentions. Kara looked around at the faces watching her. When I was a little girl, Darkenral came to our home and captured my family. He tortured my mother and father to death. He locked me up for years. He tortured me to make me a Mord Sith. Kara turned a little and lifted the red leather at her waist, showing them a long scar along her side and back. He did this to me. See? The people all leaned in, ogling the scar. One man reached out and tentatively touched it. Kara turned his way to let him. She took a woman's hand and rubbed her finger along the bumpy length of the scar. Here, look at this, she said, pulling her sleeves up and holding out her wrists for them to see. These are left from the shackles when he hung me up, chained to the ceiling. The people all leaned in, looking. Some of them gently touched the scars on her wrists. He hurt you too, didn't he? Kara knew the answer, but she had asked anyway. When they all nodded, she said, Show me. The people all opened their mouths wide for her to see their missing tongues. Kara looked in each mouth, nodding at what she saw. Some held a cheek aside, turning their heads to be sure she saw their scars. Kara carefully looked at each one until they were satisfied that she had really wanted to see. I'm glad that Darkenral is dead, she finally told them. I'm sorry for what he did to all of you. You all have suffered. I understand. I've suffered too. He can't hurt us anymore. They stood listening carefully as she went on. His son, Richard Rall, is not at all like his father. Richard Rall would never hurt me. In fact, when I was hurt and dying, he risked his own life to use magic to save me. Can you imagine that? He would never hurt any of you either. He cares that all people can have a chance to live their own lives. He even told me that I am free to leave my service to him any time I want, and he will wish me well. I know that he's telling me the truth. I stay because I want to help him. I want to help a good man for a change instead of being a slave to a bad one. I've seen Richard Rall weep for Mord Sith who have died. She tapped her chest over her heart with a finger. Do you understand what that means to me, in here, in my heart? I think Richard Rall is in trouble. I want to help him and those fighting with him against people who harm others. We want to protect your lives from all those men outside on the Azrith Plain who would harm or enslave you all over again. The people were blinking tearfully at her story, a story they could understand in a way that others couldn't. Will you help me, please? Verna knew how heartfelt Kara's words really were. She felt shame that she had never really thought Kara could be kind and understanding, that she mistook Kara's steadfast defense of Richard as merely a Mord Sith's aggressive nature. It was much more than that. It was appreciation. Richard had done more than save her life. He had taught her how to live her life. Verna wondered if, as prelate, she could ever hope to do as much. Two of the women, one to each side, took up Kara's hands and started leading her down the corridor. Verna shared a look with Dario. He lifted an eyebrow, as if to say that now he'd seen everything. The two of them followed after the shuffling group of people who had adopted Kara as a patron sister. A number of the people reached out as they made their way down the corridor to touch her, to run a hand down the red leather of her arm, to rest a hand on her back, as if to say that they understood the pain and abuse she had endured, and were sorry that they had misjudged her. As they went down the next corridor, Verna realized that she was no longer sure where they were. The tomb area was a confusing maze that occupied several levels. In addition to that, most of the corridors were identical. They were all the same width and height, and all made of the same white marble with gray veining through it. She knew that they were down in the lowest level, but other than that she was depending on the others to know exactly where they were. Behind, keeping their distance so as not to interfere, the soldiers, ever watchful, followed as quietly as possible. The group of people in white robes finally came to a halt along a section of the corridor where there wasn't an intersection. Farther down there were a number of halls going off in both directions, but in this place there were none. Several of the staff placed the flats of their hands on the white marble. They glanced back at Kara as they lightly ran their hands over the walls. "Here?" Kara asked. The staff, most of them gathered around her like chicks around a mother hen, were all nods. "What is it about this place, this corridor, that is strange to you?" she asked them. Several people, with their hands held uniformly apart, made back and forth gestures toward the wall. Kara didn't understand. Neither did Verna. Dario scratched his fringe of white hair. Even he was puzzling at the strange show. The staff huddled a moment using their signs, silently discussing the problem among themselves. The people all turned back to Kara. 3 of them pointed at the wall, then shook their heads. They all turned and looked at Kara again to gauge her reaction and understanding. "You don't like the way the wall looks?" Kara guessed. The people all shook their heads side to side. Kara cast a questioning look back at Verna and Dario. Dario turned his palms up and shrugged. Verna could offer no suggestion either. "I still don't understand," Kara said. "I know you think something is wrong with the wall." Heads nodded. "But I don't know what." She sighed. "I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's my failing. I just don't know much about walls. Can you help me understand?" One of the men in the group took Kara's hand and gently pulled her closer to the wall. He reached out, and with the finger of his other hand touched the stone. He looked back at Kara. "Go on," she said. "I'm listening." The man smiled at the way she'd put it, and then returned his attention to the wall. He began tracing some of the gray veining. Kara leaned in a little and frowned as she watched. He looked back over his shoulder. When he saw her frowning in concentration, he went back to tracing the gray swirl. He did it several times over and over in the same place to make Kara pay attention. "It looks like a face," Kara said in quiet wonder. The man nodded furiously. Others nodded with him. They all rejoiced silently. A woman reached out and eagerly traced the same gray whorl. Her finger followed a curl, an arc. She then punctuated it the same as the man by touching the center in 2 places. Eyes. Kara reached out and traced the same face in the stone, just as they had done, following the gray eddies with a finger, tracing out the mouth, the nose, then the eyes. The white-robed group made happy-sounding grunts, clapping her on the back, thrilled that they had been able to make her see the face. Verna couldn't imagine what it could mean. One man from the group motioned, then hurried to a spot across and a little farther down the corridor. He quickly traced out something in the gray veining. From where Verna stood, she couldn't see it, but she assumed that it was probably another face. He rushed to another spot along the corridor and traced out a small face there in the stone looking out at them. He rushed to another place and pointed out a larger face. Verna was beginning to understand. These people were down here all the time. They had learned the individual markings in what appeared at first glance as indistinguishable slabs of white marble. But they weren't indistinguishable to these people. To the crypt staff who spent their lives down here cleaning and caring for the place, these markings were like street signs. They recognized them all. Comprehension had come onto Kara's face as well. She was also looking more worried. "Show me again what's wrong," she said in a serious but quiet voice. The people, excited that Kara was now following along with what they were telling her, all rushed back over to the section of wall where they had shown her the first face. Standing before the wall, all of them moved both hands back and forth, toward and away from the wall. They paused, the whole group turning to Kara to see if she understood. She watched them. One of the men then pointed at the wall and beyond it in an arcing movement, as if indicating something away over a hill in the distance. Verna was confused again. Kara looked at the face in the wall. Her brow drew down. She was suddenly looking gravely concerned. Verna was still in the dark, as was Dario, but Kara's blue eyes were alive with dawning comprehension. Kara suddenly circled her arms around the backs of several of the group and ushered them on their way back toward Verna and Dario. She put a hand on the backs of others and gently pushed, herding them away from the troubling wall. At the rear of the group, arms out, she shepherded the rest of them back up the corridor. Along the way, Kara gathered up Verna and Dario, turning them around and moving them along. The mute crypt staff all followed close on her heels, looking both concerned that Kara was alarmed about something and proud of themselves at the same time. Kara leaned close to Verna when they had retreated up the corridor and around the corner of the intersection. "Get Nathan," she said in a tone of clear command. Verna's brow twitched. "Does it need to be tonight? Don't you think that we—" "Get him now," Kara said in a deadly calm voice of authority. Her blue eyes were cold fire. Verna knew that, as kind and understanding as Kara had been with the staff, she was not to be argued with now. She was now in charge of the situation. Verna had no idea what the situation was, but she trusted the woman and knew that she needed not to question Kara's word in this. Kara snapped her fingers at the men waiting nearby. The commander rushed forward to see what she wanted. As soon as he arrived, he stood leaning close, focused on what she might say. "Yes, mistress." "Get General Tremack down here. Tell him it's urgent. Tell him to bring men, lots of men. Alert the Mord Sith. I want them down here too. Do it now." Without question, the man clapped a fist to his heart and raced away. Verna clutched the Mord Sith's arm. "Kara, what's going on?" "I'm not sure. We're about to throw the palace into full alert, drag hundreds, if not thousands of people all the way down here. General Tremack, the first file, Nathan, and you don't know why?" "Didn't say I didn't know why. Said I wasn't sure. I think there are faces looking at us that shouldn't be looking at us." Kara turned to the faces, all watching her. "Am I right?" The crypt staff broke out in excited, mute grins, thrilled to have someone understand and believe them. Chapter 40. Richard peered out from under the canvas tarp as the wagon rolled through the outer fringes of the Order's camp. Every time a gust of wind buffeted the wagon, he had to keep a good hold on the tarp to keep it down. The towering monstrosity of the ramp loomed overhead. Up this close, he could see just how immense it had already become. It didn't seem a false hope that it would eventually reach the palace at the top of the plateau. After Addie had used her gift to help them make it through the fighting around the Jala field, it had been a relatively uneventful journey across the rest of the vast Imperial Order encampment. Regular soldiers wanted nothing to do with the potential trouble offered by the small wagon escorted by what appeared to be a high-ranking royal guard and a sister. Men mostly ignored them as they passed. The riot, as large as it was, had primarily been confined to the spectators at the Jala match. While it seemed that perhaps hundreds of thousands of men were involved in the fight over the outcome of the game, and it was a vast, gruesome bloodbath, the trouble was still limited to a fraction of the encampment. In much of the rest of the camp, commanders had rushed armed men in to clamp down on movement and contain the trouble. Despite that effort, the turmoil had spread to a certain extent. Most of these men had not joined a struggle to be cold, hungry, and spend their lives digging dirt. They had become resentful of having to work at menial labor rather than being about the business of murder, rape, and plunder. Waiting for the prospect of conquest was one thing, but now the remaining spoils looked rather limited, and the work of getting to them was considerable. It seemed that self-sacrifice for the cause of the order had its limits. The line appeared to have been drawn at actually having to work. Authorities, though, were not only quick but brutal in crushing pockets of trouble as they broke out. As unhappy as many of the men were with their conditions, when they saw what happened to some of those who stirred up unrest, they lost the stomach to join in. Several times, General Meifert had had to bluff his way through groups of men. Once his bluster had needed to be reinforced by killing a man with a swift slash across the side of his neck. Other times, Addie had quietly used her powers to ease their way through potential trouble. Having the soldiers think she was one of Jagang's sisters ended a lot of questions before they even began. Several times, when they had been stopped and questioned by soldiers foraging for loot, she merely stared at the men without answering. Looking into her completely white eyes as she glared at them, they lost their nerve and vanished back into the darkness. Far behind them at the Jala field, there were pockets within the riot that were finally being brought under control. But for the most part, the night there had been abandoned to chaotic battles between drunken soldiers. The Emperor's guard hadn't really cared about restoring order. They had only been interested in saving the life of the Emperor. Nietzsche's trembling pain had told Richard that Jagang was still alive and able to exert his influence. That didn't mean he was conscious, though. What Richard didn't know was if Jagang at some point, when unable to force her to return, might decide to kill her through the collar. If he did, there was nothing Richard could do to stop him. Getting the collar off from around her neck was the only solution, and to do that, they needed to get to Nathan up in the palace. Peeking out from under the tarp, Richard spotted a confusion of vast pits spread out ahead in the torchlight. Richard could see lines of men, animals, and wagons leading out of pits where material was being drug up. Clouds of dust streamed away from areas where men were actively digging. The lines of men and wagons coming out of those pits stretched all the way to the ramp. Those lines were all in constant motion as they conveyed the dirt and rock to the construction site. Richard again glanced at Nietzsche, lying in the low wagon bed right beside him. She had his hand in a death grip. Her whole body trembled. He ached with sympathy for her agony. He knew what it felt like. He had endured the same magic from a collar. His ordeal hadn't lasted as long, though. He didn't know how long she could live through such pain. Gillian lay on the other side of Nietzsche, holding her other hand. Bruce lay beyond Gillian, carefully peering out from under the tarp on that side from time to time, sword at the ready in case he had to help them fight their way out of trouble. Richard wasn't sure how much he could trust the man. Bruce had more than once stepped in to protect Richard, at great risk to his own life. Richard knew that not every single man in the Order's camp would choose the Order, if really given the choice. There had to be some, even if only a few, who would rather have nothing to do with the Order. Richard didn't really know Bruce all that well, so he didn't know what experiences the man had lived through that would cause him to take this chance to side with him, but Richard was glad that he had. In a small way, it gave him hope that not the whole world had gone mad. There were still some people who valued their own lives and wanted the freedom to live those lives as they saw fit. They were even willing to fight for it. As the wagon wobbled to a halt, Addie stepped close, laying an elbow casually over the short side wall beside Richard. She glanced over. "We be here." Richard nodded, then leaned close to Nietzsche. "We're here. We're near the ramp." Her brow was tightly creased in agony. She seemed to be in a faraway world of suffering. With great effort, she released some of the pressure on his hand, then squeezed again to let him know that she'd heard her. Despite how cold it was, she was drenched in sweat. Her eyes were closed most of the time. Occasionally they opened wide as she gasped from a terrible twist of pain. It was making Richard crazy that he couldn't help her right then and there, that she had to wait, suffering in her isolated world of torment, enduring the dragging eternity it seemed to be taking to get her to Nathan. "Nietzsche, can you tell me what we need to do? We're here, but I don't know why. Why did you want us to go to the ramp?" He gently pulled back hair that was plastered to her beaded brow. Her eyes opened wide with a stitch of overpowering pain. "Please," she whispered. Richard leaned closer yet so he could hear her. "What is it?" He put his ear closer to her mouth.
"Please, end it. Kill me."
She shook with a moan as another bout of pain cascaded through her. She started to sob. Richard, terror rising in his throat, clutched her close. "We're almost there. Hold on. If we can get inside the palace, I think Nathan can get that collar off. Just hold on."
"Can't,"
she wept. Richard pressed his hand against the side of her face. "I'll help you get it off, I promise. We just need to get inside. I need to know, how do we get in?"
"Catacombs,"
she said in a gasp as her back arched. Catacombs? Richard blinked at the word. Catacombs? He lifted the flapping canvas tarp a little and peered out again. The ramp stood nearby. Beyond the ramp, the black wall of the plateau, only some of the fringe at the bottom visible in the torchlight, soared up into the night. As he looked at the plateau, it made sense. Jillian leaned over Nietzsche. "Could she mean catacombs like at my homeland?" She looked down at Nietzsche. "Catacombs like in Casca?" Nietzsche nodded. Richard again looked out from under the tarp, searching for anything that looked different, for any sign of where the entrance could be. He went over in his mind everything he could remember about the ancient catacombs in Casca. Deep within those underground rooms was where they'd found the chain-fire book. The maze of ancient tunnels and chambers had run on for miles. Richard had spent nearly the whole night searching through the catacombs, and he knew that he'd only seen a fraction of them. Finding the entrance, though, had been difficult. It had been a only small opening that had led him down into the hidden underground world of the catacombs. Finding such an opening out here in the open with all these men around was going to be far more than merely difficult. He turned back. "Nietzsche, how did you find catacombs down in the palace?" She shook her head.
"Found us."
"They found you?" Richard peered out again as the realization hit him. Dear spirits. It all started to make sense to him. Jagang's men, digging the pits, had uncovered ancient catacombs. They must have used those tunnels to get up into the palace. "They got up into the palace and captured you, is that what you mean?" Nietzsche nodded. But if they had gotten up into the palace, then why would they still be working on the ramp? He realized that if the catacombs were anything like the ones in Casca, they would need more than those tunnels to get an army up into the people's palace. It would be like trying to force sand through an hourglass. It could also be that the ramp was a diversion to buy them time to do just that. Diversion or not, Jagang might have gotten spies up into the palace through the catacombs. If there was a way in, There was no telling the damage such a breach could cause. It had to be sisters who had snuck in. It would have taken sisters to have captured Nietzsche. With their powers weakened by the spell of the palace, he knew that it would have taken more than one. The crews digging dirt for the ramp discovered catacombs, Richard guessed out loud to Nietzsche. Sisters went through the catacombs and found a way to get up into the palace. That's how they captured you. Through the trembling and pain, Nietzsche squeezed his hand in confirmation. Richard leaned close to Nietzsche. Does anyone up there know that Jagang has a way in? She rocked her head from side to side.
Gathering inside,
she managed. Richard's heart missed a beat. They're gathering men inside to attack the palace? She nodded again. Then we'd better get in there and warn them, Bruce said. Addie, Richard said to the old woman standing right beside the wagon, did you hear all that? Yes. The general be right here, he heard as well. Richard looked out from under the tarp. Off in the distance to the right a little, he saw a pit where there were no lines of men and wagons. Richard pointed out from under the tarp. Look there, around that pit. There are men standing evenly spaced around the entire area. Guards, General Meifert confirmed. That has to be where they found the catacombs, down in that pit. Look at the way they've halted all digging between there and the plateau. Why would they do that? The general asked. The catacombs would be ancient. There's no telling what condition they might be in. They don't want to risk caving in any of the tunnels running in under the palace. It must be so, Addie said. How are we going to get down into the pit? General Meifert asked. If we had more Royal Guard uniforms, we might be able to get down in there, Bruce suggested. Maybe, Richard said. But what about Nietzsche and Gillian? Bruce didn't have an answer. They certainly couldn't walk in there, General Meifert agreed, and the wagon going down into a guarded pit would obviously be cause for suspicion. Maybe, Richard said, thinking out loud. Maybe not. General Meifert looked back over his shoulder. What do you have in mind? Richard gently took Nietzsche's shoulders. Are there books down in the catacombs? Yes, she managed. Richard turned back to the general. We could tell the guards that with all the trouble in the camp tonight, the Emperor wants to bring a load of important books back to his compound to be sure that they're safe. He sent this sister along to see to getting the books he's concerned about. You tell them that you need them to organize a contingent of guards to escort the wagon back to the compound. They'll want to know why we didn't bring guards with us. Because of the trouble, Bruce suggested. Tell them that with the rioting, the officers didn't want to risk any guards taken from the duty of protecting the Emperor. Richard nodded at the idea. While they're busy going off to gather us some men, we slip down into the catacombs. Not all the guards are going to leave the site to go gathering up men for you, Bruce said. It would sound awfully suspicious if we even suggested such a thing. Any men left in the area will see the two women, especially since we'll have to help Nietzsche. Don't underestimate these guards. See their uniforms? These are men the Emperor trusts. I know what these men are like. They aren't fools and they're not lazy. They don't miss much. That makes sense, Richard said as he considered Bruce's advice. He frowned in thought as an idea came to him. He turned to Addie. It's windy out tonight. Do you think you could help the wind? Help the wind. Her completely white eyes gazed at him in the dim torchlight. What be your idea? To have you use your gift to stir up the air. Some random gusts, that sort of thing. Make it appear that the wind is kicking up stronger all the time. After General Meifert has told them to begin gathering some of their men to serve as escorts, we move the wagon down into the pit. Then an even bigger gust of wind comes through and blows out the nearby torches. When it goes dark, and before the guards can bring more torches down there to relight the ones that went out, we slip Nietzsche and Gillian down into the tunnels. All right, so we get down into the tunnels, General Meifert said. There will still be guards down there. And who knows how many troops? What do you propose about that? Richard shared a troubled look with the man. We have to get past them, one way or another. But you're right, there are liable to be a lot of them. Bruce propped himself up on an elbow. It will be difficult to fight in tunnels. That helps to even the odds. You have a point, General Meifert said. To a certain extent, it doesn't matter how many guards are down in there. They can't swarm over us. In such confined spaces, they can only have a few men at a time fighting us. Richard let out a sigh. But that's still trouble we don't need. We'd have to walk over every guard we kill, and every one of the men down there will be trying to stop us. As we force our way farther in, they can surround us from behind. There are sure to be countless chambers, giving them the opportunity to come in from the sides as we advance. It's a long way. What with helping Nietzsche, it's going to be more than difficult to fight our way through. What choice do we have? General Meifert asked. We need to get through, and the only way is to eliminate anyone who tries to stop us. It won't be easy, but it's our only hope. Catacombs be black as pitch, Addie said in her raspy voice. If I use my gift to snuff out all the lights down there, they will not be able to see us. But then how can we see? Bruce asked. Your gift, Richard said to Addie as he realized her plan. You see with your gift. She nodded. I be our eyes. My eyes be blinded when I be young. I see with my gift, not by light. I use my gift to snuff out their lights, then go first into the blackness. You all follow. We be as quiet as mice. They not even know that we be slipping through their midst. If I encounter guards, I find a way to slip around them by other routes, so they not know we be there. If we must, we kill them, but it be better to sneak past them. That sounds to me like our best chance. Richard glanced at Nietzsche before looking to each of them in turn. No one offered any objections, so he went on. It's set then. General Meifert talks to the captain of the guards. We take the wagon down into the pit while he goes after men for an escort. Once down in the pit, Addie uses her gift to bring up a gust of wind to blow out the torches. In the confusion, before they can light the torches, we climb down into the catacombs. They'll probably just assume that we started in on our work of collecting the books for the Emperor. Once down inside, Addie leads the way and extinguishes any light we come across. She guides us through by the safest route. Anyone in the way who tries to stop us dies. Just be ready if the captain of the guard is suspicious and wants to give us trouble, the general said. If need be, Addie said, there be trouble. I make sure of it. Richard nodded. We need to hurry, though. It's going to be light soon. We need darkness to get down in the catacombs without any of the guards seeing Nietzsche and Gillian. After we're down inside, it won't matter. But out here, we need to make this happen while we still have the night. Then let's get going, the general said, as he headed forward to lead the horses. Richard glanced quickly to the eastern sky. Dawn was not far off. He and Bruce pulled the tarp down tight as the wagon began to rumble forward. Richard hoped they could get down into the eternal night of the catacombs in time. Next to him, Nietzsche wept softly, unable to endure the agony, unable to summon death. Her suffering was breaking Richard's heart. All he could do was to squeeze her hand to let her know that she was not alone. Richard listened to the wind howl as General Meifert spoke in muffled words to the captain of the guard. Richard leaned close to Nietzsche and whispered to her, "Hold on, it won't be much longer." "I don't think she can hear you anymore," Gillian whispered from just on the other side of Nietzsche. "She can hear me," Richard said. She had to hear him. She had to live. Richard needed her help. He didn't know how to open the right box of Orden. He didn't know anyone who could be more help to him than Nietzsche. More important than that, though, Nietzsche was his friend. He cared deeply for her. He could always find other solutions if it came to that, but he couldn't bear to lose her. Nietzsche had often been the only person he could turn to, the person who had helped keep him focused, who had reminded him to trust in himself. In many ways, she had been his only confidant since Kaylin had been taken. He couldn't stand the thought of losing her.